After the end of the fierce battle, the building almost collapsed. A cracked beam overturned the brazier with a crash, and the glowing coals scattered across the entire floor like fiery sparks of hell. The entire floor of the building was strewn with corpses and literally soaked in blood after the brutal, merciless battle that turned the hall into a real crypt. The man who caused this bloody havoc was slowly climbing the stairs, calmly stepping over the bodies of fallen enemies. The entire courtyard of the estate was densely littered with numerous fallen foes who died by his ruthless sword in an uneven fight. Full of icy calm, the man confidently walked forward, tightly gripping the sword in his strong hand and ready to face any new opponents. Firmly gripping the hilt, he felt his weapon as a natural extension of his own arm, a perfectly balanced blade with elegant patterns crafted by a great master. Having climbed the ancient stone staircase, the hero saw before him the main enemy, who stood in a tense pose ready for the decisive battle. The blood of the fallen enemies slowly flowed down the cold blade of the sword, leaving dark, shiny streaks on it. The opponent was shocked to see the swordsman, who single-handedly destroyed his entire garrison. Drops of cold sweat abundantly ran down his pale face, revealing panic terror. The young swordsman asked the name of his enemy in a calm, almost indifferent tone. He was looking for a man named Bognak. The man was extremely surprised how this very young warrior could know his name, but he did not remember him at all. The hero understood that Bognak did not remember him, since many people had passed through Kimhoch. Tightly gripping the sword hilt, the young man felt very hurt that he was not remembered. After all, he had waited so long for this meeting. Preparing for the fight, the enemy thought that if the young man passed through this place, it meant he had once been a prisoner here and was now extremely dangerous. Looking around, Bognak feverishly searched for ways to retreat, fearing the guy who clearly thirsted for revenge. Anticipating the enemy's plan to escape, the hero struck with a sharp, lightning-fast movement. With incredible speed and agility, the swordsman cut off both of Bognak's ears. With a single swing of the blade, blood poured out, and genuine horror appeared on the enemy's face. The enemy howled from unbearable pain and panicked, trying to fend off the sword with an awkward and convulsive swing. Watching the man's agony, the hero looked at him sternly and coldly, not intending to end the fight quickly at all. Frightening the enemy by saying that the next severed limbs would be his arms and legs, the guy calmly clarified that all this had happened 12 years ago. Holding his bloodied head and trying to stop the heavy bleeding, Bognak remembered the coachman from Son Piguk. That day, a gang of cutthroats destroyed the caravan, killing all the soldiers and those who could hold weapons in their hands. The robbers took captive all who survived that brutal massacre and tightly bound the unfortunate with a thick rope. In the dungeons, the young man was chained to the wall with heavy chains, tortured with red-hot metal, cruelly tormented in an attempt to break his will and spirit. Bognak personally mocked the young man and cruelly tortured him with a blade heated red-hot, showing no mercy or pity. The red-hot blade repeatedly cut into the young man's flesh, leaving deep charred wounds and causing him unbearable, hellish pain. The young man screamed from the monstrous pain, but the executioner only enjoyed his moans and desperate cries, deriving perverse pleasure from it. In those terrible moments, a burning thirst for revenge firmly took root in the young man's heart, clearly visible in his fiery, hate-filled gaze. A powerful strike and splashes of blood flew in all directions again. Bognak failed to either withstand the swordsman's lightning speed or block the attack. A terrible pain pierced his entire body like an electric shock. Veins bulged at his temples, and blood gushed like a fountain from fresh open wounds. With several precise and lightning-fast movements, the swordsman cut off the legs and arms of his offender, just as he had promised. Bognak's disfigured torso fell to the ground with a heavy, wet sound, splattering blood in all directions. Holding the bloodied sword in his hand, the hero calmly stood over the defeated enemy, intently watching him writhe in agony and scream desperately. Introducing himself as Simjian, the young man calmly asked one last time if Bognak now remembered his name. Helplessly writhing on the cold stone floor in a puddle of his own blood, the enemy still could not recall the young man. Simjian calmly recounted that 12 years ago, while escorting an important cargo, he was ambushed, captured, and sold at a slave market as ordinary merchandise. After these words, emitting the last hoarse breaths, Bognak suddenly remembered everything. The horror of that day flared up in his fading consciousness. The hero forcefully pressed the enemy to the cold stone floor, pressing his palm into the sternum and breaking ribs with a heavy crunch. Looking straight into Bognak's fading eyes, Simjian quietly but clearly muttered a curse, so that even after death he would never forget his name. The young man seemed to have sucked all the remaining life force from the enemy's heart. Bognak's last breath came out as white steam from his wide-open mouth. With fierce passion for revenge, the young man loudly and clearly shouted his name, Sim Jian, as if he wanted these words to be the last his dying enemy would hear. The lifeless, dried out, and disfigured beyond recognition body of Bognak lay motionless on the cold stone floor, and Sim Jian finally felt deep satisfaction from the accomplished revenge. With a quick, precise movement, the swordsman wiped the scarlet streaks of blood from the blade and smoothly sheathed the faithful sword in elegant scabbards. Casting a cold, calm gaze over the blood-soaked square, the young man stood in complete inner peace, as if the storm inside him had finally subsided. Sim Jian swore to himself that this was the last time he would soil his hands with blood, and with quiet hope thought that now he could live an ordinary, peaceful life. The swordsman slowly headed towards the exit, calmly stepping among the many fallen enemies, whose bodies densely covered the entire path. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered, and the wall of one of the buildings shattered into pieces, stones and shards of tiles flying with a crash in all directions. In the wide breach, among clouds of smoke and bright light, appeared the imposing silhouette of a mighty warrior. Seeing Sim, the young warrior loudly addressed him as his commander, clearly intending to report important news. Commander Sin took notice and turned his head to calmly listen to his subordinate. Having freed the prisoners, the warrior joyfully reported that all captives were finally free, and he walked forward contentedly, approaching his commander Sin. Smiling, he looked with admiration at the legendary swordsman and asked what it felt like to experience the long-awaited revenge. The warrior fully understood that these bandits had once sold his commander into slavery, yet Sin felt not a trace of relief in his heart. Among the pile of bloodied corpses, they carefully searched for a man named Cheju, but his body was nowhere to be found. Not knowing what to do next, as no new orders had come, the warrior looked hopefully at the commander, dreaming that now they would finally go home. Looking at the night sky, at the familiar stars that always reminded him of his distant home, Sin thought that they would finally be able to return. He reflected on his long journey. The path of the first magical sword was generously soaked with the blood of many enemies. Left half-ruined, with mountains of corpses, the bandits' estate now seemed like the final point of this bloody path. Revenge was finally accomplished. Two warriors continued their journey between mountains and plains, enjoying the unfolding views and the fresh greenery of awakening nature. Sin was worried why his young protege followed him everywhere, but the boy calmly explained that he had nowhere to return to and was sincerely curious about his commander's homeland. The swordsman recalled his friend's stories that his first childhood memory was endless training in a demonic sect. All his life he had done nothing but fight, and now, being free, it all seemed like a beautiful dream to him. The hero could not fully believe in the harsh fate of his comrade and silently went over all the past events in his memory. The building of the demonic sect rose as a gloomy and dark monolith, fully matching its sinister name. The young man confidently stepped through the narrow streets and long corridors of the closed territory, striking a clear rhythm with his heavy boots. Straightening his shoulders, the young Shin stood before the head of the sect. After all he had been through, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. The sect leader, Quan Hyo, sat motionless in his massive chair, as if carved from stone, and looked piercingly at the young man as if x-raying him through and through. Two stern bodyguards silently guarded his peace, and on the table before the leader stood untouched exquisite dishes and rare delicacies. The young man greeted the leader according to all the rules of etiquette, striking his fist hard into his palm, but Quan Hyo's gaze did not even flicker. With the power of thought alone, the leader raised a cup without taking his cold gaze off the young man and calmly said that he had hoped Shin would never come to him. Manipulating streams of energy, the leader directed the floating cup toward the young man. It slowly and smoothly flew over the table as if weightless. At that moment, time seemed to stop. All present could not take their eyes off the floating cup, admiring the incredible power and skill of the sect leader. The swordsman caught the small sake cup with a skillful, precise movement without spilling a single drop. It was both a welcoming gift from the Lord and another test. With one confident gulp, he emptied the contents, feeling on his tongue the refined taste of a rare and expensive drink. Pouring the sect leader new sake, the young man calmly reminded him of a promise once made. Quan Hyo said that 10 years of service would grant him freedom. Shin spoke coldly and confidently, directly hinting that it was time to keep the word, since 10 years of faithful service had long passed, and he had diligently fulfilled all conditions. Frowning, either from the strong sake or from the young man so boldly cornering him, The sect leader reluctantly recalled the promise once given. He demonstratively struck the small cup on the table with force, almost breaking it, clearly indicating that he wanted to put an end to the matter and close the question, refusing to release the young man to freedom. Kwan Hyo explained that Shin had done a great deal for the demonic sect, uniting the scattered paths of demons in the Cheoncheon demonic sect, yet it was still far from perfect. Continuing the persistent struggle for his freedom, the young man firmly repeated the terms of the contract, conveying to the leader that the essence of the task was not this at all, but the killing of the 10 strongest Modao who held power. Watching as the Lord poured himself sake, the young man held his response with dignity. All rulers had already bowed their heads before him, and he had fully fulfilled his part of the contract. Looking at his protege, Kwan Hyo involuntarily recalled what he was like at the very beginning of his thorny path. Among all the children raised in Hukryongak, Shin truly stood out brighter than the rest. At first, Shin was noticeably weaker than Shoru, his sparring partner and now comrade in arms and loyal companion. He was inferior to many in strength. However, thanks to persistent training and countless difficult tasks, after the events in Guimon's saga, he changed greatly. The young man changed beyond recognition. His aura of murder noticeably calmed, and the entire atmosphere around him became completely different. The head of the sect spoke with undisguised pride about how Sin's martial arts had reached incredible power, and it was even hard to imagine the limit of his true strength. Sin stood silently, showing no emotion, attentively listening to the master, who kept wondering what exactly had happened in that mysterious place that had changed the young man so much. Without taking his eyes off him and having listened to the master until the end, the young man did not reveal his secret, not uttering a word about what had happened, but only apologetically asked for forgiveness. Realizing that he had lost this fight, Master Kwan Hyo furiously slammed his cup on the table, almost shattering it to pieces. Looking from under his brows with a stern gaze, the leader thanked Sin for his long service and officially released him, throwing after him that for the young man this bond might have been terrible, but for himself a bright karma. The bodyguards behind the ruler were clearly preparing for something, their angry faces revealing bloodthirsty intentions when the master said he would never forget Sin's merits. The young man remained meaningfully silent, hardly believing his luck, since the head of the demonic sect had never before let anyone go free. Not taking his eyes off Kwan Hyo, the young man calmly thanked the master, fully understanding that this bond was forever broken and now he faced either death or true freedom. Turning around, the hero walked away with calm and confident steps, never once looking back. The fat bodyguard, with an insulting shout, sharply grabbed his sword, ready to stop and kill the young man, but the sect leader instantly stopped him with a commanding gesture. Hearing the insults and the clink of the blade being drawn from its sheath, the young man did not even flinch or turn around. He already felt and knew for sure that the ruler would stop his guards. The heavy door swung open before him, and the young man confidently stepped forward toward new adventures, forever leaving this terrible place where he had spent 10 long years of slavery. Suddenly, a familiar tuft of hair appeared from behind the door. Sin immediately understood who was behind it, and the sect leader perfectly knew that the young man would not leave alone. Holu peeked out from behind the door, slightly crazy but infinitely loyal companion and comrade in arms of Sin, who always followed him. He just waved his hand and said goodbye. Walking along the road, the hero wondered if his family would recognize him after so many years, since he had changed a lot. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Holu, who pointed with his finger at the old guardian oak that Sin had once told about. Looking at the ancient and guardian tree, the young man was stunned for a moment. He had not seen this majestic giant, which had become a symbol of his lost childhood, for so long. Every year, Sin's family and the village elders gathered together and performed important rituals under the crown of this mighty, sacred tree. With warmth in his chest, he joyfully embraced the wide trunk of the tree, pressing tightly against the rough bark, and for the first time in many years felt that he had finally returned home. Smiling broadly, Cholu watched his commander with undisguised amusement. It was funny for him to see this kind of Sin, because in childhood he resembled a coalstone boulder. Suddenly someone called out to him, and Sin even slightly flinched from the surprise, sharply turning toward the voice. Before the warriors stood 3 village children. Sin, without removing his hands from the rough tree trunk, carefully examined them, trying to guess how old they were. One of the boys strictly pointed a finger at Sin and loudly shouted that this sacred tree must not be touched by outsiders. Sin knew these old customs well, and with a gentle smile looking at the boy, calmly explained that he was not an outsider, but also originally from this village. The children froze in amazement. They rarely had to see strangers, especially such tall and formidable warriors. Glancing at the mighty oak guardian, the hero quietly explained that he once lived here as a child and knew well that it was the sacred protector of the village Towa. The boy looked at the stranger with genuine surprise. He could not understand who this tall uncle was, from which family he came, and why he had never seen him in the village before. Trying to gain the children's trust, Sin smiled gently and told them that on the northern outskirts of the village there was a small pond, and a little to the left of it stood his old straw house. The girl standing among the children suddenly screamed loudly and accused Sin of lying, categorically refusing to believe the words of the tall warrior. The hero looked at her with slight surprise, not understanding the reason for such distrust, and inside him anxiety began to grow, wondering if something had happened to his family during his long absence. The indignant girl shouted decisively that the Adu family had lived in that house for many years, and they had neither such a bandit father nor brothers. The boy turned to his friend and tried to calm her down, suggesting that the stranger might be a distant relative, but the girl flatly refused to believe it. The brave but frightened children called the men liars and bandits, and then ran away as fast as they could. Sin stood thoughtfully still, and a shadow of sadness fell on his face. He had never heard of the Adu family before, and it was obvious that something was wrong in the village during his absence, and a heavy premonition of trouble slowly grew in the hero's chest. Throughout the village, many peach trees grew, laden with ripe, juicy fruits. The warrior could not resist and tried a peach from every tree he approached. Crunching and splashing sweet juice, he savored each fruit with great pleasure, closing his eyes in delight. Previously, Cholu had never even seen so many fruits, let alone eat them in abundance. He could not stop admiring the incredibly sweet taste of ripe peaches. Cholu joyfully shouted to Shin to try them too, but the commander walked forward sadly and pensively, heading to his old house. The house was located near a quiet pond, a small, cozy house with a thatched roof, exactly as Shin had once described it. Approaching the yard, the young man froze for a moment. He dreamed of returning here, dreamed of this house every day and every night while he was in captivity. Seeing his native home, Shin rejoiced, and a powerful wave of nostalgia overwhelmed him. The house had not changed a bit over all these long years. Cholu carefully examined the old house and asked if this was really the place, or if the commander could have been mistaken. As soon as Shin was about to approach the house, he was sharply called out to and cautiously asked who was wandering there. The young man turned around puzzled. Impatience was growing in his chest. He could hardly wait to finally meet those Adu who dared to settle in his house. An elderly mustached man with a neat goatee stared intently at the stranger, trying to guess who he was by his facial features. Behind the man stood a whole crowd of villagers armed with shovels, pitchforks, and other heavy tools, ready to defend their own. A distrustful girl, who was the first to meet the strangers on the outskirts of the village, quickly warned the elders and told them in detail about the uninvited guests. The leader of the group of villagers spoke strictly to Shin and asked why they were here, explaining that this was the Adu house and strangers had no place here. The young man answered in a serious, firm tone that this house actually belonged to his Sim family since ancient times and politely asked to be introduced. The swordsman looked closely at the features of the elderly man's face and suddenly thought that before him could be his Uncle Chan. A moment later, he was completely convinced of his guesses and joyfully shouted that it was indeed him, Uncle Chan. The uncle was stunned by the young man's unexpected frankness, but still confirmed that it was indeed him. Although his mind was in complete confusion, he did not understand at all who was standing before him. The young man could not hold back the flood of emotions and firmly took the old man's hands, for he had not met relatives for so long whom he considered lost forever. The boy sincerely rejoiced at the meeting, and with warmth in his voice explained who he was. His name was Shinjan, and long ago he had lived in this very old house. The old man opened his eyes wide in shock, unable to believe his own ears. Before him really stood the very little boy he once knew. The young man held his uncle's hands tightly, nodding joyfully and repeating that it was indeed him. Shinjan had finally returned home after many years of wandering. As proof, the young man lifted the hair from his forehead and showed an old scar received in childhood during a noisy fight with a quarrelsome boy. At that moment, the uncle finally recognized the young man. Tears appeared in his eyes. He instantly remembered that long-ago fight and realized that it was their UK who once left that scar. The uncle pressed tightly to the boy and with tears in his eyes gently hugged him, calling him a scoundrel and warmly reproaching him for where he had been all those long years. The old man was incredibly happy about the meeting, and that Shin had finally returned. He cried with happiness and bombarded the young man with questions about where he had been and what had happened to him all those years. The hero finally met at least someone from his relatives and hugged his uncle tightly, pressing him to his chest as if afraid that this moment might disappear. In the evening, when the sun had already hidden behind the horizon, warm light softly poured from the window of the old Sin's house, and around reigned a quiet, windless evening, enveloping everything with an atmosphere of calm and coziness. Pouring hot tea from an old teapot, Uncle Chan tried to recall the events of those days, returning again and again to that fateful morning when Sin went to work and disappeared without a trace. Holding a hot cup of tea in his hands, the young man remembered how the old man really constantly discouraged him from that dangerous job. Sensing trouble, Chan spoke warmly about the young man, saying that he had been a strong and reliable guy since childhood, who early on began to support the whole family. He sincerely believed that Sin died when everything went wrong. The uncle, with lively curiosity, asked what really happened that day and how the young man had lived all this time, wandering far from home. Remembering everything he had to go through to gain freedom, the young man deeply pondered whether he should even tell this uncle about it. Bright images flashed instantly in the young man's mind. The heat of a fierce battle, thick smoke, piles of corpses, deafening explosions, and everywhere death. Before his eyes appeared his own image, a true demon on the battlefield, the complete cruelty with which he mercilessly dealt with his enemies. He recalled the incredible speed and refined mastery of combat techniques, developed over years of exhausting training. On the battlefield, he seemed to soar, not knowing fatigue. Memories surfaced of fights with key enemies who had to be destroyed, their death rattles and last breaths, wheezing blood. The swordsman stood opposite his last enemy, the one whose death was supposed to finally grant him the long-awaited freedom. This was one of the 10 strongest Modaos, the Northern Heavenly Demon Sword. 300 years had passed since the death of the main heavenly demon, and the once mighty path of demons had completely fallen apart. Sina's enemy could not believe that someone had managed to reunite the destroyed Modao, although it indeed required eliminating all the leaders. The rumors turned out to be true, and the villain finally realized the bitter truth. He remained the last of the strongest. At that moment, the young man exhaled with deep relief, realizing that only one kill remained, and freedom would finally be in his hands. The hero challenged his opponent, burning not so much with a thirst for killing as with a desperate desire to finally break the heavy chains of slavery. The enemy accepted the challenge. If Sina managed to defeat him, he would become the strongest sword of the entire path of demons. The enemy's speed and strength were incredible. Stones and clouds of dust scattered from his swift movements in all directions. Dozens of strikes per second, block, counterattack, block again, attack, a continuous whirlwind of incredible tactics and deadly trajectories. The last Modao resembled an unstoppable whirlwind of death. Only exceptional agility and lightning-fast reaction could save from his crushing blows. Inner strength and a burning desire for freedom allowed Sina to deliver an unpredictable, lightning-fast attack that even the legendary Modao could not block in time. The enemy knelt on one knee, mortally wounded. The raised dust concealed his silhouette, but it was clear he could no longer survive. The exhausted opponent heavily leaned on his sword, barely holding his body up to avoid collapsing completely onto the cold ground. Modao bitterly accepted defeat, struck by the incredible strength of the young swordsman. He could not even imagine that someone was capable of such a thing. The final finishing blow, quick and precise, like a cobra strike, and the legendary enemy was defeated. The young man exhaled with deep relief, sincerely believing that his difficult path and all the tasks of the demonic sect were finally over. He stood with a bare blade in his hand, watching the sun slowly set. This sunset forever remained in his memory as a symbol of the end of the demon's bloody path. Touching the empty teacup, the young man quietly said that his uncle would not believe him anyway, even if he told him the whole truth. The boy lowered his head and, hesitating a little, lied that he was sold to a mercenary squad, after which he wandered for many years across different lands until he was finally able to return home. The wise Chang immediately understood everything, looked at the young man with sincere sympathy, and gently expressed regret that he had to endure so many hard trials. Taking a sip of tea, the boy finally asked the question that had long been a heavy lump in his throat. Where was his family now? The uncle bitterly told that the younger family members had left for Sohin, abandoning their native lands. The young man asked in confusion, unable to understand why they had to leave this beautiful old house. The conversation with Uncle Chang lasted well past midnight. Even the moon hid behind thick clouds. But Shin still managed to learn that his family had left 6 years ago. The next morning, Shin and Chang set out on a journey. The boy was determined to find his relatives who had left their native home at all costs. The hero felt a sharp, almost physical pain. The news he heard from his uncle shook him so deeply that he desperately wanted to leave somewhere far away and be alone with himself. With a heavy heart, Chan told the young man about his mother. She passed away last year, and the boy was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of burning guilt for not returning sooner. The mountains shrouded in gray fog perfectly matched the young man's gloomy mood. He sat on the very edge of the cliff, completely immersed in the bitterness of irreparable loss. Screaming and crying bitterly, Sin fiercely blamed himself for committing an unforgivable sin before his mother, not being by her side in her last days. He remembered his mother, brothers, and sister, and one persistent thought kept spinning in his mind: how to atone for his guilt and make amends for this terrible mistake. The hero leaned on the very edge of the precipice, trying to hide a deep emotional wound from the whole world. No blade in all his brutal fights had ever caused him such pain. Sohin turned out to be a colorful and lively city, stretching along a wide river with a large, noisy marketplace and many green trees. Approaching the cracked little hut with a leaky, hole-ridden roof, Sin could not believe that his family was now forced to live in such poverty. With heavy bitterness, he looked at this miserable shack, clearly understanding the humiliations and unbearable hardships his sister and brothers had to endure after their mother's death. The callous companion, Shilyu, smirked at his commander and teased him, asking if the great warrior had suddenly become afraid. He laughed at Sin, for not long ago he fearlessly roamed enemy lairs as if on a light stroll, but now he stood dejected, with his head lowered. The friend could not understand why the commander hesitated, unwilling to knock, and was afraid to simply open the door, as it seemed such a simple matter to him. Sin was afraid of condemnation in the eyes of his relatives and did not know how he would now be able to look them in the face, which his friend Shilyu could not understand at all. The companion tried to encourage his friend, assuring him that now since he was here, he could handle anything, and if he wanted, he could buy not just a new house for the family, but a truly cozy hearth. Timidly knocking on the door, he thought warmly in his heart that now nothing would separate them, and they would never part again. Barely had the knuckles of his fingers lightly touched the door when a cautious voice sounded and a question was asked about who had come. Behind the men stood a girl. She called out to the strangers, carefully assessing them with a slight suspicion in her gaze. She was sweet and slender, modestly dressed, but especially striking were her large, deep, and incredibly beautiful eyes. Sin immediately recognized her, the very girl he once carried on his shoulders and with whom they had played so joyfully in childhood. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, looking at her carefully and unable to believe how much she had grown and that he was seeing his own sister again. Shilyu, seeing the beautiful girl, could not hold back and aloud admired her charm, calling this sweet creature a true treasure. The girl was simultaneously embarrassed and outraged by the impudence of this uncultured and audacious man. The hands, gentle at first glance, instantly turned into serious weapons. She delivered a powerful, sharp punch directly to Chilyu's jaw. At that very moment, Sin turned to the girl, stopping the further beating, and gently called her by name, Sim Jin. The dear lady opened her mouth wide in surprise, not understanding how these two strangers knew her name and who they were at all. The young man gently touched her hands, admiring how much she had grown and become more beautiful. But at that moment, he felt something strange that suddenly interrupted all his thoughts. The experienced swordsman instantly caught the strange changes in the girl's aura. What he felt struck him to the core, and his sudden actions clearly frightened her. He held her hand tightly, completely forgetting about everything in the world, including the fact that the girl did not know him and that his behavior could be extremely uncomfortable and frightening for her. The guy greatly scared the young Jin, and she began to scream desperately. But Sin himself could think of nothing except how such a colossal amount of yin energy could be hidden in his sister's body. The girl sharply pulled her hands away, screaming in fear and begging to be left alone. The young beauty was scared to death by the stranger's unexpected behavior. Pushing off from Jian, the girl lost her balance and fell with a dull thud onto the hard floor. The guy did not want this to happen and gasped in fright. He immediately realized he needed to help and calm her, but suddenly heard furious curses behind him. Someone decided they were mocking the girl. The young guy ran headlong forward to help Jin, boiling with indignation. Sin and Cholyu sharply turned around and saw angry, unfamiliar guys approaching them, Jin's protectors. The girl desperately shouted, calling for her younger brother to help her and protect her from the strangers. In a fit of anger, the brother rushed at Sin with a running start, loudly reproaching him for hurting his sister. A skilled swordsman effortlessly dodged the rough swing of his brother's fist and calmly clarified whether his name was really Ho. The enraged young man, after missing, heavily landed on the ground and confirmed that his name was indeed Ho and that he was from the Simhui family. Without bothering to understand the situation, he furiously charged into attack again, wanting to avenge the insult to his sister. The youth tried to strike blow after blow, but Sim easily dodged each attack, watching with slight sadness the awkward and clumsy movements of his younger brother. The hero carefully observed Ho and Jin, amazed at how much they had grown, and worriedly wondered what they were doing now, whether they had become bandits on these dangerous streets. Ho grew angrier and angrier, his face twisted with rage, and he sharply drew a knife from his belt, threatening to kill the offender immediately. The second brother standing aside at that moment grabbed Ho's hand, firmly stopping his dangerous movements and desperately wanting to stop everything as soon as possible. He held his brother tightly, reminding him with a stern but warm voice that today was their mother's Memorial Day and everyone should finally calm down. Sim involuntarily sank into memories of his mother. He still could not fully believe that she was no longer alive. Holding Ho's wrist tightly to stop the attack, the second brother burned with shame for Ho's behavior, who, without understanding the situation, had grabbed a weapon. The brothers hotly argued that the gang was a bad influence on Ho and that he had completely lost his mind, while Sin, watching what was happening, thought with warmth and sadness about how much they had all grown. The swordsman closed his eyes for a moment, thanking the gods that all his brothers and sister were safe and alive, while Ho at that very moment saw a chance for a sudden attack. The guy suddenly broke free from the grip and furiously lunged at Sin, brandishing the sharp blade of a knife. Suddenly, a strong hand firmly grabbed the knife right by the blade, instantly stopping the dangerous attack. The big guy, Cholyu, despite his impressive size, reacted with incredible speed. He squeezed the knife blade with his bare hand, and the blade shattered into small fragments with a crunch. Clenching his teeth, Ho looked at the warrior with amazement and anger. The big guy made that move like a ghost. No one even noticed how he managed to catch the knife. Cholyu clenched his fist, tensed his muscles, and proudly boasted that this power is called the Golden Yaksha, named after the formidable and fierce warriors from Indian Buddhist mythology. Gritting his teeth, Ho growled that all this was nonsense and demanded an explanation as to why such a huge strongman was robbing their poor home. The guy's words enraged the warrior, and Cholyu instantly flared up with anger, intending to put the cheeky boy firmly in his place. Raising his hand and blocking the friend's path, Sim commanded in a calm tone, "Stop." The swordsman was about to finally explain himself and tell who he was to clear up this ridiculous misunderstanding. But at that moment, Ho stared fearfully over his shoulder. Someone was there. Half froze in a stupor, his face suddenly went pale, and he barely whispered a single word. "Hiobufa." Sim sharply turned around, looking carefully around. He was extremely curious about whom his younger brother feared so much. A group of armed people was slowly approaching them, clearly belonging to some powerful clan. Everyone was tensely silent, intently watching the approaching armed men, whose intentions clearly promised nothing good. Approaching closer, the leader of the group immediately demanded that the strangers introduce themselves and explain who they were, since no one had ever seen them in this area before. Ho looked at the tattooed leader with eyes wide open in fear, while Sin and Cholyu silently and calmly examined these insolent and confident ignoramuses. The leader roughly shoved Sim in the shoulder, trying to demonstrate his superiority and make it clear who was in charge here and who should obediently submit. Firmly holding the swordsman by the shoulder, he did not even suspect who he was really talking to, and boldly demanded an immediate answer. Meanwhile, the second bandit with a strange hairstyle approached Cholyu, contemptuously called him a big brute, and also demanded an introduction. Pointing a finger at the leader, Ho finally came to his senses and shouted that this was Ton Simhueye territory, and there was no place here for bastards from Hiobufa. Sim silently pondered, deeply puzzled by the appearance of these scoundrels from Hiobufa. Peeking over Sim's shoulder, the leader brazenly declared that from this moment on, this place now belonged to them. Impulsive and bold, Ho could not stand it and furiously called the bandits creatures, shouting that they were never satisfied with space and were sticking everywhere. Slapping Sim's cheek with his palm, the leader smugly blurted out that if the guys cooperated and behaved well, everything would end peacefully and nicely. Smiling broadly, he looked questioningly around at everyone, but at that very moment, something cold and sharp barely slipped across his neck. With the lightest movement of his fingers, Sim cut off the gang leader's head. The latter still managed to emit a short wheeze, and then his body slowly tilted to the side. The severed head rolled off the shoulders, and from the beheaded body, hot blood gushed out in a powerful fountain. The gang members did not immediately understand what had happened. They stood with dull faces, mouths wide open in shock and disbelief. Still not realizing what had occurred, the bandits finally grabbed their weapons, intending to kill everyone present. Sin cast a brief glance at Chulyu and gave a silent command to finish off every single one. Slightly smiling, the warrior instantly understood his commander's silent order. Enraged opponents shouted and rushed to attack the warrior, who stood like an impregnable rock, blocking the way and protecting the others. Slightly tilting his head and preparing for battle, a mad, predatory smile spread across Chulyu's face, as if he had long dreamed of thoroughly stretching his fists. The mighty warrior literally smashed the entire group of bandits to pieces with his bare hands in just a few seconds, breaking their heads and punching their chest with his fists as if they were heavy sledgehammers. Moving at incredible speed, he raised a whole cloud of dust and now stood in the middle of the battlefield, looking disappointedly at the defeated enemies. He didn't even have to exert himself properly. After moving a little forward and examining the mutilated bodies, Chulyu scratched the back of his head and muttered, asking if it had been too harsh. Jin covered her mouth with her hand in horror, while Ho looked with wide-open eyes, unable to believe that one person was enough to turn fierce bandits into a pile of bloody meat in a matter of seconds. Turning to Ho and pointing at the corpses, Chikyu smirked and asked if Ho thought they were their accomplices. Looking at his relatives, Shin addressed them by name, Jin, Hyun, and Ho, calmly saying that they were not thieves and had come here not with evil intentions at all. Smiling, he lifted the hair from his forehead and showed an old scar, quietly asking if they really did not recognize him at all. Sweet Jin opened her mouth in surprise, and Ho could not believe his eyes and asked in a trembling voice if it was really Shinjun. Smiling, the young man confidently confirmed and gently added that he had finally returned home. With tears in his eyes, Ho jumped up, almost knocking Shin down, hugged him tightly, and the older brother apologized for returning too late. Shaken by the unexpected return of their brother, Hyun and Jin looked at him, not believing their eyes, and eagerly asked where he had been all this time. Finally, the family reunited, and all together they entered the small house, lit the stove to drive out the dampness from the cold walls, and prepared the long-awaited dinner. The men sat down at a small wooden table, and Chikyu began to joke about Ho's character, assuring that the garrison was initially full of such hotheads. Raising an eyebrow curiously, Ho dared to ask why Chikyu called his brother the commander. The big guy smiled and told how, as a child, he tried to fight Shin, but Shin taught him a hard lesson, and how many times he later saved his life in dangerous situations. Laughing, Shin shook his head and declared that it was all a lie, that Chikyu still did not want to call him older brother. Looking at his sister, who was bustling by the stove, Sin gently asked how they had all lived all this time without him. Enjoying the warm dinner, Sin's younger brother Hyun admitted that he now worked as a wagoner in Chukae Pyuguk. Hearing this, the brother became noticeably worried, since Pyoguk was a well-known caravan security agency engaged in protecting valuable cargo. Turning around, Jin surprisingly noted that Uncle Chang apparently hadn't told him anything about them, and shared that she was currently studying under the manager together with UK. The hero was not very pleased with this news, and remarked that their mother probably strongly objected and tried to dissuade Hyun from such a dangerous job. The brother confirmed Sin's suspicions and added that he couldn't even convey how furious she was back then. Munching food with a full mouth, Ho mumbled indistinctly that it was quite natural, since the older brother had gone missing while working as a wagoner, and he reproached Hyun for also doing wrong by going there. A quarrel broke out between the brothers. Hyun accused Ho of getting involved in back alleys and engaging in illegal activities. He fervently justified his dangerous work as a wagoner, saying that at least he earned an honest living instead of robbing the weak. The brother's words hit Ho deeply, and he got angry, shouting that it was all a lie and that he had never engaged in robbery. Suddenly, Jin interrupted the boys' quarrel, loudly banging a frying pan with food on the table so hard she almost broke the brother's fingers. The girl got nervous and shouted loudly, reminding the guys that the older brother had returned after 12 long years, and instead of joy, they started a quarrel. She got so upset that blood ran from her nose, and Jin carefully covered it with his hand. Sin was afraid for his sister, abruptly stood up, and gently took her by the shoulders, preventing her from losing balance. The young man anxiously asked what was wrong with her, and realized that the yin energy he had noticed at their first meeting was too strong. Looking at his brother, Ho was extremely surprised how he even knew about the yin energy, since no one had ever told him about it. The hero began to question the younger brothers in detail, whether they had visited a healer and what he said. His face was gloomy. Clearly, he sincerely worried about his sister. Hyun explained that they had visited all the healers in the district, but not a single doctor could explain what this strange ailment was. The young man sadly bowed his head, saying that only one doctor could say something intelligible, and his words completely matched what Shin had determined about the energy. The girl blushed shyly and said that she was fine. She already felt a little better. The attacks happened suddenly. Her hands got cold and her face became pale. She did not want her brothers to see her weakness, so she went out into the yard. She was sad and wanted to be alone. The brothers were very worried about their sister and constantly looked for doctors. They moved precisely because a good healer lived here in Sohin. Ha was also very worried. If they had not moved, she would not have lasted long. The doctor prescribes medicine, and only this way she still holds on. Shaken by the sad news, Shin continued questioning the brothers, trying to learn as much as possible and understand whether this mysterious disease could be cured at all. Inquiring from the healer about the details of Jin's illness, Hyun learned with a heavy heart that it was impossible to cure her completely, only to alleviate her condition, and even then for a very large sum of money. Listening to his brother, Shin finally understood why they lived so poorly. The sister's treatment cost a huge amount, and Hyun's earnings barely covered the expenses in any way. The young man teared up and honestly admitted that if it weren't for the money Ho brought from his dark dealings, there would be nothing to think about, so he had no right to reproach his brother. Hearing such a sincere confession, Ho was deeply moved and felt warmth inside from the fact that his brother understood and admitted his wrong. Shin understandingly placed his hand on Hyun's shoulder and supported him, saying that there is no brother who could calmly watch the younger one walk a dangerous path. The hero turned to his brothers and said that the only one who has no right to reproach anyone is himself, since he had just returned and again sincerely apologized to them. The young man firmly promised that tomorrow they would go to the healer and that now they should not worry about money. With a new spark of hope in his eyes, Hyun looked at his older brother and thanked him from the bottom of his heart for the support. Rising from the table, he calmly went outside to breathe fresh air. The conversation was heavy, and now everyone thought only about one thing: where to get enough money to save Jin. Pouring himself a cup of strong drink, Cholu remembered the good they left after the defeat of the slave trader's estate and regretted that they had taken nothing with them. Looking at his friend, Shin asked with slight bewilderment what exactly he wanted to take. The estate contained many valuable items, but Sin believed that these treasures rightfully belonged to those who were held captive there. As he drained his cup, the hero added that it would also be fair to send part of the funds to the families of the deceased carters and merchants. These money were so repugnant to him that Sin did not even want to touch them. Taking another sip, Cholu suddenly became animated and suggested selling the items they had received at the Buddha temple. A lot of money should come from that. While snacking, the warrior asked what exactly Sin had noticed in Jin's aura, since he had just been examining it closely. The swordsman was not a healer and was poorly versed in such matters, but he clearly understood one thing. The energy balance in her body was completely destroyed, and the yin energy was excessively strong. Cholu knew how extensive the commander's abilities were and suggested simply pouring yang energy into Jin to restore the balance. For Sin, this should be a trivial matter. The hero sadly bowed his head and explained that it was not so simple. He had already tried pouring yang energy, but it had no effect. Surprised, Cholu stared intently at his friend, completely not understanding why he had failed and what exactly he meant. The hero's failure was not due to a lack of strength, but because he did not even see the path through which the energy could penetrate Jin's body. If left as is, she would soon die. As planned, early in the morning the friends went to the healer in Chomsamwon. They stood before the massive gates, carefully looking around. Life was already bustling in the yard from early morning. Many sick and suffering people crowded, and the queue seemed endless. Surprised by such a huge number of people, Shin thought that the local doctor must really be an outstanding master. Ho confirmed that this doctor was indeed very famous in these parts, and he immediately had a clever idea on how to bypass the long queue. Leaving his friends behind, he confidently and happily headed forward. Seeing his colleagues, Ho politely greeted them and cheerfully remarked that they were, as always, working diligently. Observing what was happening, Cholu asked who those armed guys were. It turned out they were from the Tong Simhui Guild. While Ho was explaining to the guard that he wanted to let people through without waiting, Hyun quietly explained that the Tong Simhui Guild only pretended to be law enforcers, but in reality just extorted money from people. Raising his eyebrow in surprise, Cholu thought they were the real support of the city, but it turned out they were just ordinary pawns. He laughed loudly, understanding the whole essence of this scheme, but philosophically noted that everyone started from somewhere. Having agreed with his colleagues, Ho turned around and shouted to his friends to stop chatting and hurry inside. Admiring the young man's resourcefulness, the big guy praised Kwan Ho and said how determined he was and how far he could go. The group slowly moved across the square along the long queue. Everywhere, sick people were sitting and lying down, and many doctors were bustling around them. Shin was extremely surprised by the huge number of doctors in this place. The hospital looked large, well-maintained, and truly professional. There was clearly a serious flow of patients here. Hyun traveled all over Sonpyeoguk in search of a good doctor for Jin, and did not find a clinic better than this one even beyond Soan. Learning the name of the chief doctor of this hospital, Shin was genuinely puzzled. Even the famous San Myeon in the entire district could not cure Jin. Looking around, Cholu was convinced that this place did not resemble a dubious shady office at all, and encouragingly cheered Shin up. The hero perfectly understood how serious everything was, but still did not lose hope. Ho approached the medical orderly with a warm smile and respectfully greeted him. The friends patiently waited while the young man negotiated a meeting with the chief doctor, explaining that circumstances had suddenly changed and they urgently needed a consultation. The doctor nodded understandingly and suggested waiting in the office while he called his teacher. Jun was sitting on the couch and the men stood nearby, noticeably impatiently awaiting the healer's appearance. The young doctor received Jin with sincere joy and was noticeably surprised that they had come earlier than the scheduled time. He immediately began to carefully examine the girl, worrying whether her condition had worsened, and asked if there were any medicines left that he had prescribed last time. Jin's condition remained stable, and Ho explained that the reason was that her older brother had returned, who very much wanted to personally meet the healer. Shin stepped forward, politely greeted the doctor and introduced himself, and the doctor kindly said that his name was Hwang Jong, and he had been treating this family for a long time, but did not even suspect that they had an older brother. At first glance, the hero liked the doctor. He looked modest and decent, but the young man was slightly alarmed by the fact that the healer clearly possessed martial arts skills. The swordsman discreetly scanned the healer's aura. It turned out to be brightly combative and truly strong. The warrior Chilyu also noticed the healer's impressive combat abilities, and he exchanged thoughts with Sin. The commander confirmed that the healer definitely had serious fighting skills. The hero explained that he had been in distant lands for a long time, and upon returning and learning about Jin's severe illness, he immediately hurried to meet him. Smiling, the doctor was glad that Jin's elder brother had returned and corrected Sin, saying that this was not exactly treatment. Hwang gently touched the girl's wrist to feel her pulse and better examine the aura. Friends surrounding the bed froze watching the doctor's actions. Jin's illness lay heavily on Hwang's heart. It constantly made him think about how long his own abilities would last. Hearing how worried the doctor was, Hyun encouraged him, saying that only thanks to him she could live a more or less normal life. The doctor smiled and thanked him for the kind words, but he had only slowed the disease's progression to avoid the worst outcome. Hearing the words about his sister's death, Sin turned pale. He knew she could die, but hearing it from the healer made him almost physically ill. The healer stated that using higher quality medicines could give a better effect. The herbs they are using now yield results, and he was confident that materials of the highest quality could lead to greater progress. Inspired by hope, Shin immediately inquired about which herbs the healer needed. Hwang used herbs with powerful yang energy to neutralize the yin energy that was binding her body. The main ingredient was the fiery spiritual herb, which had a good effect, and there was a high probability that herbs with the same or greater strength would work even better. The absolutely ideal option was the 1,000-year-old fiery spiritual herb, but the healer stated that it was very expensive, and considering its price, obtaining it was practically impossible. There was also gonchan oil. Inquiring whether this oil was available in the city, Shin was upset, as such a place was unlikely to have such a legendary elixir. It is said that even possessing it is dangerous. Shin knew what was being talked about. For martial arts masters, This Ganshan oil was a treasure worth killing for. Looking the doctor straight in the eyes, the hero asked where it could be obtained, making it clear that he was ready to do anything for Jin. With a hint of danger, the young healer asked Jin if he had heard of the Shuren Trading Group. It is one of the largest trading groups of the Central Plains from Hangzhou. Quite recently, the son of the head of this group fell ill with malaria, and Huang was called to cure him. The head, opening a case, showed him this legendary elixir, saying that it could help in treating any disease. Shin interrupted the doctor's story with curiosity, asking if he had used it then. The doctor opened his eyes wide and looked at the young man. Of course he did not use it, because the entire medical world would then laugh at him for using Ganshan oil to cure a disease like malaria. When the doctor said it would not be needed, the leader half-jokingly suggested selling it. Realizing that the medicine would cost a fortune, the hero asked the price. 300 gold liang was the price announced by the head of the Merchants Guild. It was an exorbitant amount. The younger brothers literally dropped their jaws at what they heard. Poor Jin, understanding that they could not afford such an amount, bowed her head in sadness, feeling like a burden that the family was spending all their money on her. A drop of cold sweat slowly rolled down Hyun's forehead. They spent 1 gold yang on 6 months of medicine and barely made ends meet. Thinking about the option of borrowing the medicine, Cholu suggested making a deal, but Shin cut off this idea, politely saying that he was an idiot. The money brought by the warriors was nowhere near enough, but Chol remembered one thing that could be sold. Then maybe that would be enough. Wide-eyed, the brothers looked at the warrior with surprise, asking what expensive thing he had. Tensing up, Shin mentally tried to shut the big guy's mouth, realizing that he was about to start talking about the demonic Buddha. But Cholu could no longer be stopped. Some time ago, when he was working as a mercenary on the Mendok Hill, he came across one thing. He thought he had found a simple glowing stone, but it turned out to be a priceless artifact. Its appraisal showed a value of 400 lion. The guys almost fainted then. Upon hearing this, Hyun and Ho's mouths opened even wider. Such sums simply shocked the brothers, and the realization that there was hope to acquire the medicine. Realizing there was hope for recovery, Jin was delighted and tears of joy appeared in her eyes. The elder brother carefully placed his hands on the girl's shoulders, promising that he would find a way to solve everything, no matter what it cost him. Smiling, he turned to the doctor and informed him that he intended to buy Ganshan oil, asking to arrange a meeting for him. Healer Huan sincerely rejoiced that there was hope to cure Jin and promised to contact the head of the merchants as soon as possible. In a few days, a meeting was to take place, and the hero stood before the impressive gates of a well-known trading organization. Entering the luxurious office, Shin and Shkal met with the guild leader with their proposal. A fat man with several chins was taciturn, saying immediately without bargaining that he would not sell. Shin could not believe these words and asked again, while Shkal made an angry grimace, barely restraining himself. The emotionless fat man calmly repeated his words that their trading group would not sell Ganshan oil. Smiling, he flashed his golden tooth, causing disgust with his huge mug. The swordsman was more restrained than his comrade Shkal and did not show a single emotion. He needed to find out the real reason why the chief refused to sell. Looking at the glowing artifact standing before him on the table, he thoughtfully said that this thing was not enough to cover the cost of the legendary elixir. The hero frowned, pondering how to negotiate with this merchant. He had the thought that this man was not so simple and wanted to inflate the price. The young man confidently said that if the Lord doubted that the artifact was genuine, then let him check as much as he wanted, but the matter was not in that. The head of the trade guild was very knowledgeable about such things. The artifact really consisted of glowing pearls of the highest quality, and Sim did not understand why the merchant still refused the deal. The merchant looked at him as if he had already seen through him and understood that this guy would not leave without explanations, because it was extremely important for Sim to get this elixir. The guild leader really told the healer that he would sell the oil for 300 lion, but in fact he said it not seriously and never intended to sell it. He explained that the healer would never have known about the oil cess if it were not for his son's serious illness. Sim knew that the chief's son had contracted malaria, and the guild leader was ready to use the oil to cure him, and the Lord added that it was the most severe stage. He had no choice. Shkal watched and listened carefully to the conversation. Because Ganshan oil is such a rare elixir, like snow in the height of summer, it can even revive the dead. If it became known that the trading group owned it, all the vultures of the district would flock to them. So the chief kept the information about it secret until the last moment. Looking at the artifact and truly wanting an exchange, he said that he even took an oath of silence from the healer explaining the situation in detail. Sim realized that Juan had set himself up by talking about the elixir and tried to protect him, saying that this doctor was not the type to break promises. The perceptive merchant confirmed this with understanding and noted that the healer must have slipped up, desperately trying to save a patient in critical condition. When the leader said that most likely the patient was a girl, Sim frowned again. He did not like that the merchant was reading him like an open book. Leaning forward a little, the gentleman looked intently at the guy and added that he already had a keen eye in such matters, and since the secret was revealed, he should get rid of the elixir as soon as possible. Understanding that all the cards were in his hands, the cunning merchant smirked. He wanted to get as much gold as possible for the potion and was ready to raise the price. A smile slowly spread across his face, showing golden teeth, as he announced the price of 500 gold lion. Sin looked at him intently, calculating possible options in his head, while Cholu was on edge, ready to explode at any second. With a thick hand, the trader took the stone from the decorative box, admiring the quality of the artifact. Staring at the curiosity, he stated that the stone was too small and that it would take time to find the perfect buyer. It would be difficult to reach the sum of 400 lion. Sin silently listened to the monologue of the trade leader, who skillfully lowered the price, devaluing the item and stating that at best it could fetch only 300. The merchant, with a sly smile, knocked off another 100 lion for breach of confidentiality and 100 for the sudden increase in demand for the potion, concluding that the guys needed to add another 200 gold lion and the elixir was theirs. Exploding in anger, Chikolu called the old man a fraud. He was ready to blow everything to dust here. Pointing a finger at the leader, the warrior could not hold back. Calling the old man a fraud, the scribe sitting at another table turned to the noise and watched the situation with interest. Sim looked strictly at his friend and calmed his ardor. Chikolu was not very restrained in such matters and always tried to solve the issue by force if something went off plan. The warriors had only 120 lion with them, and Shin was ready to negotiate, paying the amount they had. Sim, looking into this merchant's eyes, said that they had only 100 lion, 20 needed to be left for living expenses. Chikolu was literally burning inside at that moment. Piercing the head of the merchants with his gaze, Sim seemed to challenge this greedy man. If he was so good at understanding people, then let him think and say who they really were. Gazing into the swordsman's eyes, the leader noticed something that struck him. This young lad had gone through a bloody slaughter. Sim revealed his secret to the merchant, telling that he and his friend had not gone through the path of the demonic sect of their own free will. Hearing the confession, the merchant's face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He understood that these two could destroy everything nearby in a matter of seconds. Continuing, the young man explained that he had sworn to leave this path and live an ordinary life with his family. But now his family was dying, and he did not have the luxury to keep that promise. In such a situation, he was ready to take extreme measures. Listening carefully to the young man, the gentleman realized that the boy was not lying, because a person ready to reveal a dark past that could ruin him while counting his last money was clearly not lying. The merchant agreed to sell the potion, but on one condition, that in return, Sin would help the Surin Trade Guild in due time. Understanding that he had no other options, Sim agreed to these terms, but he was not happy that he was now indebted to this selfish man. On the way home, the friends set up camp, as they did not want to travel at night. They made a fire and enjoyed the roasted meat cooked over the flames. Cutting a piece and chewing, the big man could not calm down, and if the commander had not stopped him then, he would have torn everything to shreds. Drinking the bitter tea that warmed him inside, Sin apologized to Cholu for spending their shared money. His friend almost choked at that moment, because it was for saving the girl. What else could it be about? The warrior was outraged that the merchant, fully understanding their situation, decided to take advantage of it without remorse. Cholu could not bear it. He wanted to go back and punch the merchant, but Sin asked him to forget about it, as it could stain the medicine meant for salvation with blood. The young man thoughtfully looked at the sky. There was deep meaning in Sin's words, and it calmed the warrior's anger. Throwing small amounts of brushwood into the fire, the hero recalled that they had no choice then. They did everything to survive, and those they killed were not saints. They were the scum of the demonic path. But the truth was that their hands were still stained with blood. The heroes had spilled a whole sea of blood, including the 10 strongest, for the unification of the demonic sect. The boy reasoned that now, having escaped, they would have to leave their former life behind if they wanted to live like everyone else. Watching the sparks rising from the campfire, The hero reasoned that here, in the Central Plains, there was a way of life based on the Murim world and the great clans, and now they had to play by their rules. When Shin gave those 100 lion, he decided to start with a clean slate, and now he considered it the right choice. The hero wanted to save Jin's life, then find an honest job, take responsibility as the head of the family, and build a normal future for the younger ones. He hoped this would be atonement for his guilt before his late mother. Sipping a strong drink straight from the bottle, Cholu listened carefully to his friend, and Shin added that he was not imposing his plans and that Cholu was free to act as he wished. The big guy apologized, saying that he just got carried away and couldn't just leave after everything they had sacrificed to get out of that hell. Cholu thought about fallen comrades. The whole situation with the potion constantly brought him back to painful memories. Skewering a piece of meat on his knife, Sim curiously asked what exactly was troubling his friend's memories. Cholu remembered how Sim saved his life by obtaining Ganshan oil from the Gwimin clan and giving it to him. If instead of drinking it all to the last drop, he had left at least a sip, he wouldn't have to go through all this now. Joking with his friend, Sim said that for a bruiser like him, barely one vial was enough. The warrior agreed with his friend and added that thanks to that potion, he perfected the diamond body technique. Suddenly, the warrior felt a thirst for blood from people approaching behind him and smiled, anticipating the battle. He became curious about who it was and what was happening. The approaching squad raised a lot of noise and dust. Packing his things, the hero decided that he needed to prepare, since it was unclear what to expect, and the premonition was not good. The war horses galloped along the trail, kicking up dust with their hooves, small stones and earth flying in different directions from their powerful hooves. The guys stood calmly, watching as they were surrounded by armed war riders, all dressed the same, indicating they belonged to some clan. The pedigreed selected steeds moved very fast. It was practically impossible to escape such a squad. All the riders dismounted, and it was clear that the squad was purposefully rushing towards the souls of Sina and Shkol, as they were in a hurry and definitely would not stop just to greet passers-by. From their scarred faces, it was evident that these were another bunch of thugs, robbers, or perhaps mercenaries. Examining this gang of cutthroats, Sim quietly said that it seemed it would not go smoothly and that the adventurers had found them themselves. Turning to the guys, the dismounted bandit said with a touch of humor that for a couple of beggars they moved quite fast and that he thought he had already lost their trail. Trying to scare and mock the guys, one of the bandits suggested breaking their legs. Sim asked the humors from the gang if they had really been following them, but the bandit only demanded that they hand over the goods peacefully, and then they would finish them off without unnecessary suffering. The leader with huge sideburns clarified that if they refused, they themselves would beg for death. Trying to fish out as much information as possible, Cholu pretended to be a fool and asked about the goods, saying he did not understand what was being talked about. Pointing a finger at the bag, the gang leader demanded what they had received from the Surin merchants. Recalling the conversation with the merchant, Sim remembered his promise to keep the deal in strictest confidence, but it seemed he himself had betrayed them. No one can be trusted. In a warning tone, the hero asked the bandits to get out of here if they wanted to stay alive. The leader said that they had followed them from the very beginning, making sure that they received the Ganshan oil from Surin, and added that Shin should not play the fool. One of the bandits demanded the oil right now because his master was so worried that the old fat merchant would drink it himself, and if the deal dragged on, they would have stormed in themselves. The bandits drew their swords, slowly surrounding the heroes and threatening that if they did not give up the elixir, their death would be long and painful. The robber called Cholu a bear, slightly amusing the young man, and he in response asked who they were, since they were clearly not ordinary road bandits. The humorist laughingly decided to tell, thinking that the guys were already doomed to death anyway, and satisfying the curiosity of a dying man is the duty of a true hero. This amused the guys, bringing a slight smile to their faces. These fools do not even know what serious opponent they have encountered. Proudly straightening up and throwing his sword over his shoulder, one of the thugs said that they were from the Thousand Killers gang, which rules the nights in Hangzhou. The commander was tired of these senseless talks, and he loudly ordered them to shut up. He gave the guys a last chance, counting to 3, quick death or pain worse than death. Picking his ear with a finger, Shkol provoked the leader, asking when he would stop grunting. The enemy was simply stunned by what he heard. Even his long sideburns lifted in surprise. In rage, he opened his eyes wide. How dare these vagabonds mock him? His eyes flashed with anger, and he commanded his men to unleash hell. The cutthroats surrounding the friends began to advance, drawing their swords. Not even embarrassed that the forces were unequal, they had no honor. Spreading his hands, Chkol humorously addressed Sim, noting that it seemed these bandits really had nothing left to lose. Understanding that he would have to stain his blade with blood again, Sim quietly said that he had warned them. Warming up his huge fists, Chkol continued to anger the leader, pouring dirt on him and reproaching him for exuding a thirst for blood and apparently having taken many lives. The leader was angry and shouted back, calling Chkol a cheeky pup and threatening to tear out his dirty tongue. The bandits, like a hungry pack of jackals, surrounded the warriors in a tight circle, and in their eyes burned only pure, insatiable thirst for killing. Drawing a blow upon himself, Chkol deliberately provoked the enemies, inciting them to rush into attack. Suddenly, Sim noticed something strange, distracted his friend, and stopped him. Something caught the guy's attention much more than the bandits surrounding them. The warrior opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he saw, and raised an eyebrow in surprise, trying to make sense of what was happening. Three strangers appeared on the narrow forest path, two men and an incredibly attractive girl, whose unusual outfits revealed their belonging to nobility or a powerful clan. It was possible to turn the robbers into bloody piles of meat and bones in an instant, but the suddenly complicated situation noticeably upset Cholu. The robbers also did not expect such a turn and shifted their gaze to the strangers, but did not bother to lower their raised weapons. Looking around, the girl assumed that merchants were being robbed, and noticing their battered appearance, felt genuine pity for the poor fellows. Glancing at Sim and Cholu, the girl offered her help, sincerely believing that they were doomed to certain death in this fight. Sim wondered who these strange people were, who behaved so bravely and were ready to help complete strangers. Such behavior was unusual for these parts. In a calm, confident tone, he explained to the girl that before them were people from underground Hangzhou groups. At least that was what they called themselves. The heroes could communicate mentally among themselves and mentally assess the strangers. They had noticeable combat skills, possibly even high-class masters, not top level, but more than enough against ordinary bandits. The true master among them turned out to be this sweet lady, and the guys were extremely interested to see what decision and actions she would take. The young man politely addressed the lady and asked if she could help deal with the brazen robbers. The girl slowly stepped forward and, blocking the path to the heroes, stood confidently, clearly making it known that she had decided to protect them and stand up for the innocent. Two men from the entourage accompanying the lady respectfully addressed the mistress with a question about what they should do now, since the bandits were clearly planning to attack them as well. The lady turned to the bandit leader and in a commanding, cold tone ordered him to get lost, promising to forget that she had even seen them here. Understanding that she was clearly from a noble family and her bodyguards were well armed, the leader hesitated for a moment, but for him now it was much more important to get the Ganshan potion. The leader shouted loudly and furiously, encouraging his soldiers so that they would understand that the girl was nothing and would now get a lesson for not knowing her place. He ordered to kill everyone. The bandits simultaneously rushed into attack from different flanks, but the bodyguard in the wide straw hat reacted instantly and stood in front of his mistress, shielding her from the approaching threat. Realizing that they were no match for him, he revealed his sword with a slight smile and carelessly threw the scabbard at the nearest opponents. Three enemies, gritting their teeth, breathing heavily and growling like wild dogs, rushed forward rapidly, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. The scabbard thrown at them was not just a distraction, but an enchanted artifact that caused a powerful explosion and scattered the enemies in different directions. The wild and destructive magic destroyed almost half of the squad, and the artifact itself remained lying on the ground completely unharmed after the explosion. When the thick smoke finally cleared, the battle mage was still standing on the battlefield, and next to him, barely standing on his feet, was the only surviving bandit. Blood was streaming down his disfigured face, and before collapsing to the ground, he coughed and hoarsely called for his leader. Blood splattered the face of the battle mage, but he only continued to look at the dying man with a cold and merciless gaze. Having been through many battles, Sim and Cholu immediately noticed his skill and tactics, as they had long not encountered such worthy and strong warriors. Realizing he was in a hopeless position, the leader gritted his teeth, understanding that now he would have to personally enter the fight against such a dangerous opponent. Finally deciding, he skillfully jumped off the horse, intending to launch a sudden attack and catch the target off guard. The clang of steel echoed around the area at the moment their swords clashed, and the hero skillfully stopped the opponent's sudden attack with his blade. The opponent flew past and fell to the ground behind the hero, hoping to quickly end the fight with one strike, but his calculation proved futile. Looking sternly at the leader, he reproached him for not accepting the lady's mercy and not saving the lives of his people, although this only made the outcome of the battle more interesting. Sending everything to hell, the rival charged forward again, starting a new attack and intending to break through the master's defense at any cost. He was fast enough to impress, but not swift enough to surpass the reaction of the elite bodyguard, and the hero easily dodged the blow. With a furious cry, the bandit made another wide swing of his sword, hoping to hit the target and putting even more strength and speed into the strike. Slightly lowering his head, the warrior successfully dodged again, and the sword blade whistled past over his head, opening a perfect moment for a counterattack. The master did not even have to resort to complex techniques, as the classic combination of dodge, counterattack, and deadly strike was executed in one sharp movement. The bandit leader fell, splattering drops of blood along the clay path, and even the surviving members of the squad could not help him. The second bodyguard looked at his colleague with a smirk and teased him, noting that he had been messing with those vagabonds for too long. You should never underestimate the enemy, especially since he was the leader, and such opponents rarely turn out to be simple, the partner calmly explained. Now that part of the squad was destroyed, the remaining bandits dropped their weapons and surrendered, desperately trying to save their lives. The lady ordered the bodyguards to spare them, showing mercy, although the warriors wanted to kill them all, understanding that nothing good could be expected from these people. Slightly bowing and striking his fist into his palm as a sign of respect, Sim sincerely thanked the girl for saving their lives. The noble lady turned out to be surprisingly modest and sincere. She was glad to help, and what happened really seemed like a mere trifle to her. Sim did not want to linger because the longer he stayed near this woman, the greater the risk of being exposed. So he politely apologized and said that they needed to leave urgently. The girl suspected nothing strange and calmly let the travelers go, saying that she would deal with that rabble herself. Turning around, Sim could not resist shouting his name, adding that at the first opportunity, he would definitely repay the lady for her kindness. Reacting to this, Cholu mockingly asked if the commander really liked this beauty, but Sim dryly demanded silence, not understanding his own impulse. Watching the departing ones, the bodyguards indignantly noted the ingratitude, since they did not even bother to clean up the battlefield, despite the fact that their lives had been saved. Glancing at the companions, the lady replied that they had politely asked, understanding, so she agreed what else could be expected from commoners. Suddenly, she was enlightened, and her eyes sparkled with interest. The girl realized that she had missed something. The men looked at her with curiosity, not understanding why she froze and stopped mid-sentence. Those two were not afraid. There was not a drop of fear in them. The woman was quite good at reading people and realized that they could not be simple peasants. Looking questioningly at the lady, the warriors understood what was being talked about and were also surprised by the traveler's reaction. Even when there was a lot of blood around, dying soldiers emitting their last groans, they did not flinch once. They watched what was happening as if it were a performance, as if it did not concern them at all. With absolute indifference, the lady became very interested and wanted to meet them again. Arriving in Cheonsimwan, Shin went into the chief doctor's office, looking around and searching for him with his eyes, not understanding where he had disappeared to. Among the many shelves with various boxes, containers with unclear things, it was indeed possible to get lost. Suddenly, Healer Huang appeared from the door. It was clear that he was hurrying to the hero as this was a matter of extreme importance, and he inquired how everything went. Shin did not go into the details of their adventures, said that everything went smoothly, and leisurely began to take the bag off his shoulder, confirming that he had obtained the elixir. Bowing in a respectful gesture, the doctor expressed his embarrassment, saying that he should have gone with them, but the hero reassured him, since the doctor had already done a lot, indicating the exact place to look for this legendary potion. With curiosity, Huan inquired where his sister Jin was, since she was always with Sim. It turned out that the hero had sent her after the younger brothers. The young man smiled. He was confident that everything would be fine and soon everyone would be here. The doctor said excitedly that it was good, but from his appearance it was clear that he was somewhat worried about something. Carefully observing the healer's reaction, the hero thought that perhaps they had rushed, since Juan might have had important matters with other patients. Respectfully bowing in a half bow, the warrior apologized. Sim wanted to start treatment as soon as possible and come as soon as the medicine was with them. Smiling, Juan decided to clarify the situation, since Sim had misunderstood him. He explained that it was not about the time, but that important guests from the main family had arrived, and therefore he could not go for the potion with him. Not understanding which family was being referred to, the hero asked to explain in more detail. Raising his eyebrows and clearing his throat, Juan decided to tell everything to Sim. The doctor did not want misunderstandings between them. Looking at the young man, the healer asked in a serious tone if he had heard anything about the House of the Living Immortal. The warrior understood what was being talked about. It was the medical clan said to be capable of bringing even the dead back to life. The young man looked at the healer with surprise, not knowing that Juan belonged to this clan. Sim admitted that he realized Juan was not a simple rural healer when Juan began treating his sister, since no one could even understand what was wrong with her. But the modest man corrected the young man, saying that he did not treat her, but only supported her condition. Pouring tea, the doctor explained that due to the uniqueness of Jin's illness, he had repeatedly contacted the main family and asked them to send a doctor, and they had shown interest. However, unfortunately, in recent years, the Central Plains suffered from an epidemic, and there simply were not enough people. Sim was very happy to hear that there was an opportunity to show Jin to another great doctor, and he asked hopefully if the doctor had arrived. Huang confirmed that he had been here, but had gone on business to Hangzhou, but he agreed to examine Jin when he finished and returned. The hero thought with joy that this was extraordinary luck, since this was one of the best doctors of the clan, and compared to him, he was not even close to that level. Suddenly standing up and bowing before the doctor, Sim could not contain his emotions. He did not know how to thank Huang, but the latter, trying to stop the bow, said he was just doing his duty. The doctor promised to return as soon as possible, but Huang could not give an exact time frame. With tears of happiness in his eyes, Sim asked not to worry about the timing. They were ready to wait as long as necessary if there was even the slightest hope to cure Jin. But the doctor's face changed. There was something else that troubled him, and it was not easy because he did not want to upset Sim. Looking anxiously at the doctor, the disheartened swordsman asked what was wrong. Thinking about how to present the information, the healer saw how happy Sim was now and did not want to upset him, but with such diseases one cannot be 100% sure. The young man understood what the doctor wanted to say, so that he would not build false hopes, and as he left, the healer added that he would contact him. Smoke from the chimney of the little house rose in a thin snake to the clear sky, merging with large white clouds. The weather was wonderful and the guys decided to have lunch in the yard. The men were busy with their own affairs, and Jin was setting the table. The girl, despite her illness, tried in every way to help her brothers. She knew how to cook deliciously and prepared rice with various vegetables. Learning that Hyun was going to leave, the older brother asked where he was going. Scooping rice into a clay bowl, the young man said that he would be going to Wuxi. This place was very far from Hangzhou, and the brother looked at him anxiously. The trip was supposed to take 15 days, and if all went well, Hyun would return in 2 weeks. Sim understood how dangerous his brother's job was, since he himself had once worked in cargo security, which led to his enslavement. He was worried about his brother. He wanted to have a serious talk with him and asked if he planned to continue working as a carrier. Understanding the concern, the young man bowed his head. But what else could he do? There were no other options with a decent salary. Sim tried to explain how dangerous it was, began to tell that once, after going to escort cargo, he returned only after 12 years. He wanted to dissuade him, but Hyun interrupted him. He started working as a carrier at 17, the younger one said, and tried to convey that danger exists everywhere. If you fear everything, you might as well not get out of bed. Moreover, conditions in Pyeonguk are better than everywhere else. Realizing that it would be difficult to dissuade his brother, he offered an alternative, saying that he had savings and an idea of how to earn good money without working as a carrier. Learning that Sim had left savings and did not inform about it, the young man was upset that his brother had hidden it. Hearing the conversation, Cholu sitting nearby coughed, and everyone was embarrassed by this awkward situation. It turned out that Hyun already knew that Sim had saved money. Cholu let it slip, and the warrior began to justify himself, saying that this guy asked too many questions. The young man waited for his brother to confess or tell on his own. He looked at Sim with resentment, reproaching him not to look at Cholu, who had let it slip, and even if the money remained, what they should do with it. The older brother sadly lowered his head. He realized he had acted wrongly and suggested buying fields with that money and planting rice. The guys continued to argue because what kind of rice could they talk about if none of them had ever even held a hoe, and business without instinct is the fastest way to end up with nothing. Hearing the word business, the enterprising Ho immediately got involved, saying he could find a good place. Rising from the table, the young man declared importantly that although he did not look like an important person, he had some connections. Calming down, Hyun suggested not to rush, since the brother had just arrived and Jin's treatment still needed monitoring. Thinking it over, he added that if Sim was so worried, he should go to work with him. With Cholu's size, the head of Pyoguk would run out to meet them, and the big guy added that being a driver was not for him. If he worked, it would be as an escort. Remembering the past, Sim really did not want to get involved in Pyoguk's affairs again, and that was why he tried to dissuade his brother. Looking at the elder, Jin's sister confirmed that for now it was better not to rush. Looking at Hyun, the hero asked him to think it over. He did not ask to quit everything immediately, just to take it seriously. Smiling and glad that they had ended the argument, the young man promised to think about his words. The guys sorted things out and started eating, while the food that Jin had so carefully prepared was still warm. The next morning, Sim and Cholu went to the center to look around and find themselves some work, possibly to find a job. The city center was quite lively. People were walking everywhere, and there were many various stalls and establishments on the trading street. The big guy sighed wearily. For him, such trips in search of work were very tiring. Much easier to kill enemies than to think with his head. He suggested to the commander to sit somewhere and rest. The hero agreed to the offer without objection. Walking a little further down the street, the friends noticed an unfamiliar man enjoying juicy dumplings. Cholu immediately wanted to have a snack. They sat down at a wooden table, and a cook immediately approached them and took an order for 2 portions of meat dumplings. While the guys were waiting for their food, Chol asked the commander what they would do next, since there was no proper work for them. Talking with Hyun yesterday, Sim realized that after a life with a sword, honest work sounded almost like a joke. Looking at his friend, Cholu asked if it was true that Sim was considering business through Ho. A friend suggested that this could greatly elevate the family if everything went smoothly, but Sim refused. He was going to pull Ho out of the gang and therefore did not want to be their debtor. Smiling, he provoked Cholu, saying he couldn't imagine how he could sit behind the counter and not hit customers in the face. The big guy laughed loudly, almost falling backward. Because Sim hit the mark, he had little patience to bargain or bow to rude customers. The guys were delighted when the cook brought them 2 huge portions of hot dumplings. Cholu cheerfully twirled chopsticks in his hands, eager to try them as soon as possible. The smell was excellent. The dumplings were neatly shaped and smelled of spices and meat filling. Munching the delicious dish with both cheeks, the hungry warrior admired with a full mouth. Sim also liked it very much. These were much better than in the other place when they ate last time. Calling out to the worker, the hero asked what kind of meat the filling was made from. Turning around, the cook replied that it was chopped pork. The young man was surprised because in the other shop the meat was the same, but the taste was vastly different. Unshaven with prickly stubble like a hedgehog, the cook boasted that they had the best meat. The guys tried to guess the secret, wondering what the difference was, in the cutting method or still in the meat. Answering questions, the cook said that it depended on who butchered the meat, which sparked Sim's interest, wondering if there were different ways to slaughter pigs. A smiling man, flattered by the curiosity of the visitors, explained that the method is always the same. The only difference is in the butcher's hands. Distracted by the conversation, Sim did not notice the approaching danger. Cholu jumped up lightning fast, reacting quickly. The young man looked surprised, wondering what had happened, who could have attacked them in broad daylight and in the middle of a busy street. Barely had the hero shifted his gaze when the nimble friend was already fighting a pig running at full speed straight towards their table. One punch, and the poor animal fell to the ground, receiving a blow right to the skull. Cholu turned to the commander to make sure everything was all right. Sim thanked the warrior in surprise, confirming that everything was fine thanks to him. Laughing, the guy wondered where she had even come from and where her owners were. After a few minutes, they appeared too, 4 men running at full speed down the street straight towards the warrior. Running up with heavy breath, the men asked if everything was okay, if everyone was safe. Smiling and pointing at the poor animal, Cholu said that yes, they were fine, but the pig was already done for. Shrugging, the men were clearly upset that the pig was dead, and the warrior asked if they would demand compensation, to which they replied negatively, since they themselves were to blame for what happened, having been careless. Hearing the shout of their boss from behind, the poor guys turned around in fright, realizing that they were about to be in big trouble. An old man, but apparently very strict, furiously and loudly called them idiots, scolding them for the runaway pig. Bowing their heads, the workers apologized to the elder, while the gentleman scolded them that this was not the first time and they needed to apologize to the visitors. Cholu watched what was happening, thanking God that he was not in the place of those guys, as the strict boss scolded them so harshly. After the elders worked, the men turned around and began to apologize to the visitors with a bow. Sim responded with a smile and understanding that everything was fine. No one was hurt. The elder also approached the guys and apologized for the workers, expressing gratitude that Cholu reacted in time and no one was hurt. Curious Sin asked again, clarifying that these people worked for the gentleman. Since he was also looking for a job, he was interested. While the four men were loading the pig carcass, the elder said that he used to run this meat shop, but now he was looking for a replacement. Pointing at the table with his hand, the young man asked the old man if he was the one who butchered the pig for those dumplings. With full confidence that the dish was prepared according to all the rules, the old man confirmed that yes, it was him. The hero asked for permission to look around here and visit the shop. He wanted to see what and how things were done. The elder did not understand why they needed this and warned that the sight was not pleasant. With a slight smile, the young man noted that at least it was rare and did not change his intentions. Having examined the two strange strangers, the old man thought for a few seconds and agreed. He explained how to get to the farm and said that tomorrow morning he would conduct a lesson for his workers, and if they wanted, they could come. The next day, the friends arrived at the farm, which was located near the city in the farming lands. The elder, inspecting the slaughtered pig, carefully studied the mistakes made during the slaughter. After finishing the inspection, he dryly said that the one who did this was hopeless. Slowly passing by the wards, he asked how they thought why this slaughter was unsuccessful. The students guessed that the blow should be to the center of the head, that the hammer slipped, and so on. The teacher said that they were all right, but the mistake was even earlier. Sin and Cholu, standing aside, listened carefully while the elder lectured. He spoke about how the most important thing was that the pig did not understand what was happening. Laughing, the students made a noise. They believed that these pigs understood nothing and that it was worth talking to them. Importantly, passing by, the experienced butcher looked at them with a saddened gaze. The pig brought for demonstration greedily ate the porridge and grunted hoarsely, as if agreeing with the elder. Lowering himself before the pig, preparing to stab, the master told everyone to stand quietly and watch carefully. He calmly brought the iron stake to the pig's forehead, which did not even flinch, continuing to eat. The workers opened their mouths in surprise because just a second ago she was raging at the mere sight of the steak. The master explained her reaction. She simply did not feel thirst for blood from it. The apprentices looked on in amazement, and the master explained that no one feels thirst for blood as sharply as a beast. Even the faintest trace immediately puts it on alert. The elder concentrated for a second to demonstrate with a clear example. The pig immediately became alert, sensing something, and raised its head, looking at the elder. Seeing the old man's skills, the warriors were amazed. Who was he? Showing thirst for blood for a moment and then immediately quenching it. Casting a glance at Sim, Cholu asked who he was, a master, but there were no traces of martial arts in his aura. Again pressing the stake and making a swing, the elder said that only when you stop revealing your intention are you truly ready. The clang of the heavy hammer striking the stake loudly echoed throughout the room, ringing in the ears. Everyone present literally dropped their jaws. The spectacle was truly impressive. Even more important is to finish everything with one blow, so that the pig doesn't even realize it's dying. Making a precise strike, the elder added. The warriors watched impressed, not taking their eyes off. They had seen a lot, but never such a killing technique. The pig didn't even have time to squeak. Shouting loudly at the students, so that everyone flinched, the old man cursed, "What are you standing there for? The real work begins after the breath is cut off." In a stern tone, the elder commanded to quickly drain the blood, urging the students. Clearing his blocked ear, Cholu admired the old man's lung power. He shouted as if through a megaphone. The janitor, who was sweeping the floor in the barn next to the visitors, said that the old man had no children, so he was looking for someone to whom he could pass the shop, to which he had devoted his whole life. Cholu did not understand this. For him, it would be easier to close the shop and let everything go. After all, what's so special about this craft, cutting cows and pigs? If a person has devoted their whole life to this, then for them it is not just a job, Sim reminded the friend of Master Polto, how many he had rejected before taking Cholu as an apprentice. Remembering him, the big guy pondered, is it really the same? Although his voice was no worse. Adding, the hero reminded that his physique was also beastly. Making the big guy laugh, Sim suggested that he liked him because of his size. Firmly saying Sim decided to take this shop, he was attracted by this business and the elder himself. A friend looked at the commander in surprise, asking again what we were, and the friend firmly answered yes. They had been looking for work for the second day, and nothing. He thought it was a good decision. Frowning, the young man added that if, of course, they had taken up a sword, they would definitely have found something, but he wanted to do something he could talk about to the younger ones without shame. The warrior called out to the elder, and he turned to the voice, looking at the boys with a tired gaze. Sim asked him to accept them as apprentices, saying that the two of them wanted to apply. The old man laughed, suggesting that it seemed to him after what he had seen that it was easy. The next moment his face returned to its usual expression, as if he had never smiled. In apologizing, he asked the boys to simply return to their lives. Bowing slightly in a respectful bow, Sim clarified that they had not even thought of underestimating this craft. The young man tried to convince the elder, saying that this strike is called one strike, one death, and in the master's movement, one feels the weight of past years. The old man asked the boys to wait 5 minutes and went somewhere. He wanted to test the skills of the newcomers. After some time, he brought another pig from the neighboring barn. Sim looked at the animal, understanding what awaited him now. But he understood that if he wanted to gain the owner's approval, he had to cope with the task. The gray-haired man looked at the young man defiantly, saying that taking the shop means at least knowing how to slaughter livestock, and asked to show what they were capable of. Looking at the pig, the young man admitted that he had never done this before, but he would try. He sat right in front of the pig, exactly like the master, and tried to calm his thirst for blood. He pressed the stake to his forehead. Slowly and calmly, the pig did not understand what was happening and calmly continued nibbling the porridge. And again, a ringing sound rang out on the farm, ringing out long, echoing from the roof arches, blood splattered. The pig did not even squeak when the hero struck and stabbed it. The master stood over Sim, not understanding how the young man managed to do everything right the first time. The old man looked at the young man in surprise. He had spent his whole life learning this, and the guy did it so easily. He asked again if it was true that Sim had never learned this, because he did not make a single mistake. Looking into his eyes, the young man briefly replied that he simply repeated what he was shown. Suddenly turning to Chkol, the commander shouted for him to hang the carcass faster instead of standing like a statue. The warrior immediately began to carry out the order, running to the pig which had buried its snout right in the porridge. Watching the strong man, the elder could not take his eyes off how skillfully and confidently he lifted it. Usually to lift such a carcass, 3 or 4 adult men are needed, but the strong man managed alone, without even straining. Hanging the pig by its legs, he asked if it was necessary to use these tools. With incomprehension, the old man looked at the warrior and asked what Chol meant. Without answering, the young man simply left the barn and went for the next pig. Suddenly, a dull thud was heard from the stall, as if someone had punched someone very hard. The men turned toward the sound and hurried outside, thinking the big guy had already quarreled with someone. Running out of the barn, the elder was even more surprised than when he saw Sim's result. Holding the dead pig under his arm, Chkol left the stall. He had finished it off with his deadly fist and asked the elder if he understood correctly that the important thing was simply to complete the slaughter. The elder was stunned. He had never before seen such strength, a man able to break through the thick skull of an adult pig with one blow. He realized that the guys were not ordinary and assumed they were martial arts masters, and Sim, without going into details, added that they once were. The old man inquired why masters needed such work. It was unclear to him, since with such skills they could earn much more in fights. They and Shakol just wanted to live like ordinary people and return to family life, Sim answered without hiding. If you try, you can find another job, the old man advised. But the guys were searching, and it was not as easy as it seemed. Frowning his wrinkled forehead, he thought that life had indeed been hard for these guys. The stubborn elder turned away, wondering whether to trust these two warriors, as farm work might bore them. The old man looked at the sky as if preparing to go there and muttered that it was a pity there was little time left, while Sim respectfully asked to be taught everything properly. And smiling sincerely, he added at the end that he definitely would not regret it because they were very capable students. On the roof of the elite house, after a successful hunt, a cat sat motionless watching the clouds. Listening to the subordinate's report, the master's nerves gave out, and the man broke his wrist, ink spreading over the paper in a thick blot. Frowning, he asked the warrior to repeat. He had not misheard. His hearing caught the phrase about the medical house of the living immortal. The warrior reported on the events, saying that a member of the imperial family had fallen ill, and the imperial court had personally appealed to the medical house of the living immortal. And the doctors heading to Hangzhou and encountered a gang of 1,000 killers. After processing the information, Jun repeated, adding that the bastards from the medical house would not just behead people for no reason. The gang of 1,000 killers was hunting for Gongxian oil, and an assistant named Danbek tried to convey the information as accurately as possible to his commander. The legendary artifact immediately caught Jun's attention. He got angry, thinking they were carrying a potion for an aristocrat. Gongxian oil cannot be bought even for 1,000 gold coins, and using it on some old geezer who is about to die is a waste. This fact enraged the man, and he slammed his fist hard on the table. The assistant clarified that the oil was not used to treat the aristocrat. The owner of the oil is another person. There is still a chance to get it. Interested in what was happening, the boss asked who this person was and whether he belonged to the House of the Living Immortal. The gang of 1,000 killers originally pursued him and therefore clashed with the doctors. Upon hearing the details, the commander liked the news and said that this was how it should have started. After emptying a small cup of sake, the commander asked the name of this person and who had the Gongxian oil. A very knowledgeable fighter told everything, that the oil belonged to a man named Sim Jun, and that he bought it from the head of the Surin Trade Guild, who secretly kept it to cure his son. Remembering an old acquaintance, the gentleman smirked, wondering how that old boar got such a thing. A plan began to form in Jun's mind. He thought that such a chance comes once in a lifetime, and the elixir could cure the boy so carefully protected by the Yongho clan. Emotionally striking the cup on the table, the commander ordered to deliver the elixir at any cost. And if the owner had already drunk it, bring him as well. He would not have time to absorb the medicinal power. All the strength circulates in the blood. The young man, trying, butchered the pigs like a real butcher with great experience. He did everything exactly as the elder taught him. Over many years of work, the grandfather developed his own technique and knew different methods. He told and showed Sim everything he knew, and a smile began to appear more and more often on his face because they listened, understood, and diligently learned. Presenting his result to the teacher, the boy was satisfied with his work, and the teacher praised the quality. Now he had passed on all his knowledge and had nothing left to teach him. The elder knew that the warrior had rich experience in wielding blades, but did not imagine that the young man could learn so quickly, and Sim thanked the teacher because it was all thanks to him. The satisfied elder was grateful to the young man for adopting his knowledge. The man had devoted his whole life to this craft and did not want everything he knew and achieved to disappear with him. These methods are no longer so modern, but they are special, and the old man hoped to preserve them. Extending a hand trembling from weakness, the elder said that if Sim failed to preserve them, then let them disappear completely. Thanks to the hero, the old man's wish was fulfilled, and he was ready to leave this world with a peaceful soul. It was not easy for the young man to find his calling after returning home, but thanks to the elder, he settled here and thanked him for the lessons. Dragging another batch of pig carcasses over his shoulder, Cholu stormed into the cutting workshop, grumbling indignantly that they could just hack them roughly and sell them. Throwing them into a special container, he asked the commander if he also had to learn. The grandfather treated Cholu tolerably, but asked that he not be given a knife, let him work on auxiliary tasks. The old man was always grumpy, but still softened his verdict by adding that he still cuts cows and pigs decently, and that is enough. A smile spread across the big man's face, and he straightened up to his full height because it was the first time the grandfather praised him. After a hard day's work, as usual, they stayed to have a cup, relaxing and planning the next day. Shkolyu decided that it was better for him to stay in the position of assistant. He smiled and said that knives were definitely not his thing. Sim did not want to pressure his friend or give him any difficult work. He gave him the right to choose to act as he wished, and if he preferred to hammer, then let him do it. Shkolyu decided to offer the elder a drink, although he was not allowed to, but today they had a celebration for the completion of training. Understanding that the elder might want to but was categorically forbidden due to his health, Sim patted his friend on the shoulder. But the young man insisted, saying that on such a day one could have a glass, and still persuaded the old man, who, laughing slightly, called the boy a rascal. Extending his cup, the old man boldly said, "Pour it, and even if I die right here on such a day, one must drink." Returning a few weeks after he went to escort the cargo, Hyun looked with surprise at the meat shop acquired by his brother. The young man admired the hanging meat, amazed at how quickly his brother had managed everything. Seeing his brother through the window, Jin, with a broom in her hands, ran out to meet him. The girl was very happy to see him. He got angry that she was cleaning and snatched the broom from her hands, worrying about her well-being. She told him that Sim was now the owner of this wonderful meat shop, and now they had their own business. Jin tried to help with the cleaning and was just tidying up. Here she told how much effort her brother had put into the shop and really wanted to help in any way. Yahello was very interested, and he asked how things were going with the trade, but so far there was no result. The previous owner died a couple of days ago, and the shop just opened. Pouring himself some hot tea, the hero expressed sympathy when he learned that the old man had died. He used to buy meat from him. It turned out that the old man peacefully died in his sleep on the very night he handed over the shop, as if he had long been waiting for this moment. Coming out of the storeroom, Sim immediately noticed his brother and asked when he had returned. He was worried that the caravan was taking so long. The caravan had arrived quite recently, and Hyun had already heard about the shop, so he headed there immediately since it was on the way home. The trip was trivial and went smoothly. The young man was a little shocked. He had just managed to return, and here were so many changes. Laying out the meat on the counter, the hero asked if his brother liked the shop. The young man answered ambiguously, saying it was very unexpected, and he did not think Sim would decide to become a butcher. The younger brother asked if Sim was sure that this was a well-known shop and that it would bring profit. The guy was skeptical about his brother's business, worrying that if he made a mistake, he could go bankrupt and at best break even. Turning around, Sim enthusiastically replied that he was confident in his abilities, that they would all work together and everything would work out for them. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the distance. Someone loudly called Sim and ran down the road at full speed. Seeing Ho from the counter, the young man asked in a frightened voice what had happened and why he was in such a hurry. The guy ran headlong into the room, raising his hands and shouting something indistinct, his emotions overflowing. As soon as the guy ran into the room, a strong hand of Cholu grabbed him by the ear. The warrior pulled him close and irritably asked him to calm down and explain normally what had happened. Grabbing his ear, the guy groaned questioningly why everyone here was so rude, and Cholu smiled and said it was a sign of affection. The kid had not yet seen real rudeness and offered to show him. Complaining that he had said the same thing last time, Ho thanked the warrior for the offer and refused. Hurrying to tell what had happened, the young man said he had met a person from the doctor of Chonsimwon. The doctor who had traveled to Hangzhou returned. He said to bring the younger sister. Jin, hearing the news, opened her eyes wide. Taking off his apron, Sim suggested to get ready quickly and leave right now. Such things cannot be postponed. When the friends arrived at Chonsimwon Hospital, Hwan greeted them joyfully. He was very glad to see Jin. Traditionally bowing and pressing his palm to his fist, Sim asked if they had come too soon, since they wanted to arrive as soon as possible after receiving the news. The doctor from the main house also wanted to see the patient as soon as possible. The friends did everything right by coming here immediately. At that moment, a girl entered the room. The healer introduced her as a doctor from the main house of the Huang family inn. Sim saw a familiar face and could not believe his eyes. It was the very noble lady they met in the forest when they were attacked by bandits, thousands of killers. The lady immediately recognized him and smiled sweetly, marveling at the wonderful coincidence. The guards immediately understood why those bastard bandits attacked so fiercely, because the travelers had Gongshan oil with them. Realizing that Huan Yin and Sim already knew each other, Huan was surprised and asked when they had already met. Sim told the curious doctor that when they were bringing the elixir home, they were attacked by bandits, and that was when they received help and met Lady Yin. The young man laughed loudly, amazed at how unpredictable fate can be. Life is full of surprises. Sim still felt sorry. He had to leave then without properly thanking and once again expressed his gratitude. The girl asked him not to apologize, as she understood that the young man was rushing because of his sick sister, and added that there was no need to apologize. The brother smiled, turned to his sister, and asked her to trust Lady Yin. She would examine her. The girl modestly approached the doctor and introduced herself as Sim Jin. She asked for help in a trembling, delicate voice. The disease cannot be defeated alone. Only when doctor and patient fight together. Only then will there be a chance. Yin took Jin's hands and said that she really looked like a fairy. Looking around at everyone, Yin asked everyone to leave for a short while. The doctor needed to examine and talk alone with the patient. The wait turned out to be agonizing. The guys couldn't wait to hear what the great doctor would say and were very worried. After half an hour, Healer Huang came out of the office and Sim was thoughtfully pacing back and forth, immediately turning around and paying attention to the healer. Cholu was not very patient by nature and was the first to ask why it took so long. Then Lady In appeared from the office. She gracefully came out to the waiting guys. Looking at the girl with a piercing gaze, Sim asked what she had found out. The doctor looked quite puzzled and, looking at the young man seriously, said that she had found the cause of the illness. Huangin explained that Lady Sim was born with rare celestial yin veins. Sim frowned. He did not understand what that was. While Jin lay in the ward with acupuncture needles, the doctor told that shortly before her departure, a patient with similar symptoms had come to her. If she had not found records of celestial yin veins in the archives of the main house, she would never have understood what was really wrong with Jin. Wanting to satisfy his curiosity as soon as possible, Chol-yu directly asked if the girl could be cured, but Dr. In could not give a definite answer. The patient she treated missed the right moment, but according to the records of the main house, acupuncture affects the celestial yin. Looking at Lady, Cholu continued with questions about what happened to that patient, whether he was saved. The girl with sadness in her eyes looked at Sim and could not utter these words. She was ashamed to admit it. Sim understood and only clarified what had failed. Hope was fading before his eyes when he heard about it. The lady became sad, remembering the loss of each patient. It was very hard for her, and she confirmed that yes, saving them was not possible. It was already too late when that patient arrived at the main house. She had already turned 21. By that time, the yin energy had penetrated too deeply, and the medicine did not help. Those born with heavenly veins have similar symptoms, and yin energy is much stronger than with the severed 9 yin. This disease is much more severe. Huan was shocked. He did not know about this and thought the opposite, since people with severed 9 yin do not live past 18. Only thanks to Gongxian oil did the patient manage to live until 21. Only it allowed her to survive sometime after 20. Sim completely drooped upon hearing that even Gongxian oil did not help. The previous patient still died. Not losing hope, the doctor tried to encourage the young man, explaining that if they had been able to apply acupuncture earlier, everything would have turned out differently. Understanding the difficult situation, the young man asked to take good care of his sister. For him, she was one of the few dear people. The girl's heart trembled when she felt the young man's sadness. She understood how important his sister's life was to him. The hero sat thoughtfully on the floor, reflecting on what had happened and what to do and how else he could help his sister. He had a bad feeling inside, but Lady In spoke so calmly, and if something suddenly went wrong, what should he do? Sima was plagued by bad thoughts. The guys sat waiting on the terrace. More than 2 hours had passed, and Ho, sitting right on the floor, dozed off. Suddenly, Cholu noticed something was wrong and carefully laid down the younger one, informing the commander that they were not alone here, but Sima was already aware. Turning to his friend, the swordsman said that it seemed the uninvited guests were attracted by the Gongxian oil. There was something in the forest. The guys watched and listened to the silence. A quiet, almost soundless rustle came from the fog-covered forest. Thick and tall bamboo could hide anything, but intuition and experience never failed the warriors. A large group of ninjas was hiding in the fog, only outlines and silhouettes were visible. The scout reported to the squad leader that the target was in the central courtyard and they needed to hurry. Dembek was already here. His main goal was the Gongxian oil, and he ordered to obtain it at any cost, and he decided to deal with the medical house himself. He gave orders and divided the warriors into several squads. One squad stayed with him, and the second was sent ahead. In a strict tone, the hero ordered to first block the main entrance and let no one out. Accepting the order for execution, the ninja expressed his submission. At that moment, the first squad moved out to carry out the order. Fearless killers silently rushed through the bamboo forest. Cholu had already met them, calling out and naming them lousy rats to attract attention and deal with the uninvited guests. Noticing the warrior, the enemies immediately reacted, heading towards him to intercept. Their movements light and fast, they were trained elite assassins. Hardly had the first opponent drawn his sword when Cholu swatted him like a fly, decapitating him with a single swing of his hand. Seeing what was happening, Jun was surprised, though he showed no sign of it, his stone face revealing not a single emotion. The ninjas quickly surrounded the hero, cutting off all escape routes, but the guy had no intention of running anywhere. He stood picking at his ear, waiting for everyone to gather as if preparing a performance. Flicking a booger from his ear into the sky, demonstratively as if the events didn't concern him at all, he mocked the enemies, calling them clowns, and asked what they were even doing here and who they were. Examining the big guy, Jun realized that this bruiser was definitely a martial arts master. One strike causing such damage, The hero's strength was incredible. The warrior stood motionless, looking at the leader and paying no attention to his soldiers who were taking positions for an attack. And Jun immediately determined that this was not Simjan whom they were looking for. He ordered one of the senior assassins to deal with this bruiser, while he himself would go kill Simjian. Giving the order, he jumped up, rising high into the sky as if he could fly or was super light. The young man raised an eyebrow in puzzlement, but he had no intention of chasing after this nimble leader. He had enough targets to deal with right now. Jun flew over Cholu's head like a bird, the guy whistling in admiration at the speed of this devil. The ninja who was ordered to deal with the hero asked in surprise, "Is he not going to chase him?" The guy who uses agility technique, grimacing, the warrior asked again. He knew it was stupid. With his mass, he would never outrun this fast ninja. Pointing the sword at his leader, the ninja clarified that the people of Cholu are now in great danger, and Cholu could not help but laugh. Does he really care about his commander? Smirking, the hero proposed a bet on whose commander would win and who would lie dead. The ninja reproached the warrior for being overconfident and prepared for the fight. Saying that he had no personal grudge, he apologized in advance, and Cholu was already tired of talking and beckoning enemies to himself. He boldly said they should not be shy like maidens and come closer. The ninjas simultaneously attacked the warrior from different flanks. Drawing their sharp blades, they jumped down from the tall bamboo and attacked from the ground. The warrior smiled, preparing to surprise them with his strength and take on a fight with a huge number of enemies at once. As soon as the enemies approached Cholu, suddenly there was an explosion. A flash of bright light illuminated everything around, and the ninjas scattered in pieces all over the perimeter. Dambek was already quite far from Cholu, who was the source of this explosion, but still felt the force of the shockwave. Glancing back, he realized he was right about him. This young man was not so simple. The leader needed to kill Simjan, take the ganshon oil and help the squad, and decided to hurry. But just as he turned around, Sim was already standing in front of him and asking what he was so deep in thought about. The villain immediately grabbed the hilt of his sword, jumping back to a comfortable distance to start the fight. Making no movements, calm like a stone boulder, Sim asked who they were and why they had come here. Looking at the young man, Dambek realized that this was the very Simjan. They thought these were mere butchers, but they turned out to be monsters. With great speed, he launched into an attack, trying to finish the fight quickly, and Sim understood that the enemy was not going to respond. The young man was as fast as a flash of light. No one could match him in evasion. He simply stepped to the left, and the enemy's attack passed by. Dambek increased the speed and power of his strikes, while the hero, holding his hands behind his back like a shadow, dodged all blows, staying one step ahead of the opponent. The enemy was furious, his eyes glowing with a thirst for blood. He gave his all, shouting in rage. Jump, attack, swift strike, swing, another jump. Like a whirlwind, he moved using different techniques and skills, trying to land at least one hit. With one precise move, Sim knocked the sword out of the enemy's hands, perfectly timing the moment when the enemy would loosen his grip to change the trajectory of his movements. Luck or a plan by the master, it is unknown, but the sword fell and precisely pierced Dambek's leg. He howled not so much from pain as from the realization of his own worthlessness before this man, a true master of combat. Grasping the hilt, the hero began slowly turning the sword, moving the blade in the villain's wound. Looking straight into Dambek's eyes, Sim asked once again who they were and why they had come here. Twisting the blade in the enemy's leg, he tried to find out if they had come for the ganshon oil. Clenching his teeth, the ninja endured the pain without uttering a word, sweat drops appearing on his face. Looking carefully straight into the villain's eyes, the young man realized that he had come for the elixir, but where he learned this was still to be determined. Changing his expression, Dambek understood everything and bit into the poison capsule so as not to reveal any more information. Trying to extract at least a drop more of information, the hero offered to spare him in exchange for answers. But the enemy slowly fell to his side, life instantly leaving his body, leaving Sim in ignorance. His eyes turned white, and thick white foam came out of his open mouth right onto the green grass. He bit the poison and ended his own life. Sim looked down at him, understanding that someone had sent him, someone powerful. The young man sharply turned around to tell Chol to spare someone. It was necessary to obtain information. And Chol was already walking towards him, upset that he hadn't had time to watch the commander's fight, and asking if it was all over. The young man looked confusedly at this smiling demon, hoping that he hadn't killed everyone, but the guy replied that everyone was dead. How else could it be? The hero silently froze for a few moments with the thought of what to expect from a friend. Deep down, he knew that Cholu would leave no one alive. Having inspected the battlefield, the guys made sure that no one survived, and the forest was enveloped in silent stillness, not a single moan or sigh. Cholu inquired what happened to the leader. Did he die himself? The guy knew that Sim would not have killed him before getting all the answers. It was a capsule with poison, the friend replied. It's a pity they never found out who was behind it. Who knows when they will strike again like gnats. For some reason, Sim was sure that the new ninjas would not come, since there was no more Gonshin oil, and if they came, they would end the same way, the hero said, looking at Danbek's corpse. He lay motionless on the grass, and the foam coming from his mouth slowly absorbed into the ground. Scratching his beard, Cholu said with a smile that even if those ninjas climb again, he wouldn't mind. He lacks a source of vigor, and battle is just the thing. Sim was embarrassed by his friend's answer. He reproached him that he had seen so much blood and it was still not enough. Realizing he had said something wrong, the warrior blushed and said he meant something else, and it was not about the blood at all. Sim was simply not in the mood for such jokes. He hated when his current peaceful life was being disturbed. The hero, in an authoritative tone but with a hint of humor, ordered Cholu to be quiet and clean up here, and he asked in surprise if he himself would have to remove all the corpses. And who allowed you to make such a mess, Sim said, turned around and went to the hospital to guard his sister's ward. Having examined the battlefield and the amount of work, how many graves he would have to dig, Chikol grabbed his head, thinking when he would finish all this. Finally finishing, he was wearily returning. The fog covered the entire hospital yard. It was strange to see it not in daylight. The creak of the door echoed down the corridor, attracting Sim's attention. The friend returned after cleaning the territory. Looking at the big guy, Sim asked where the smell of burning came from. Did he set the forest on fire to destroy all traces of the battle? And Chikol admitted that he had to burn some bushes a little because there was a lot of blood and ninja scraps on the bamboo. Looking at the door, the friend asked about the changes and whether they had finished. Indeed, the procedure was taking very long. Trying to cheer Sim up, he reasoned that the House of the Living Immortal plus Gonshan oil were involved. Everything should go well. Sim interrupted him, hearing footsteps, and that someone was coming out. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Healer Juan wearily came out of the office. It was clear that he had given his all. The brother immediately stepped forward, anxiously asking what was going on there, and if there was a result. Without delaying the answer, the doctor immediately pleased the friends. The acupuncture was successful, and Jin's condition had noticeably improved. The guys rejoiced as if they had seen a great miracle. They looked at the healer as if he were a messiah. Sim almost kissed his doctor's hands, starting to thank and bow to him. With a smile on his face and a kind look, he asked to enter the office so that he could tell everything in more detail. When the guys went inside, they saw a strange scene. Lady N was weakened and all wet with sweat, as if something was coming out of her body, steam rising as if she had come out of a hot bath. The young man was horrified, realizing how serious everything was. And if such a doctor had taken such damage, how must Jin be feeling? Exhausted and dripping with sweat, the girl looked at Sim and explained that the unpleasant smell was because energy had left her body. Turning to Lady N, the bodyguards asked the lady to be more careful and take care of herself, but Lady N gave a sign to be silent and said she was fine. The doctor did everything possible using the golden needles of the great house in Gonshan oil, but unfortunately it was not possible to fully cure Jin. Not understanding, the hero asked again. Juan said she had gotten much better. What went wrong? The girl really did get much better, but full recovery was still very far away. The disease was deeply rooted in her body. Wiping off the sweat, the lady modestly bowed her head and apologized for not meeting expectations. Sim knew that the technique Huang En used was dangerous for the doctor herself and thanked her for what she did, risking herself. Looking at the young man, the girl said there was no need to thank her. For her, it was a great fortune to work with Gonshan oil and encounter such a rare disease. Healing people was her duty and main mission in life. The healer promised not to leave everything as it was and to continue treatment until Jin was healed. Standing nearby, Holu darkened at that moment and filled with anger. Something was clearly wrong with him. In a cold, harsh voice, the warrior began to speak that from the moment he heard that everything had failed, he was very angry. Everyone looked at him, not understanding what was happening. Lady N's bodyguards immediately reacted, focusing and preparing to subdue the unruly one. Sim asked his friend to stop, but he seemed not to hear him. Anger and rage seemed to possess him, and he continued that in the end the doctors only said beautiful words, but in reality, they could do nothing. Clenching his teeth, he growled that luck in this sad story only befell Huan In, and she even dares to boast about it. The bodyguards became aggressive towards the young man, trying to put him in his place and reproaching him that he had no right to speak in such a tone to Lady In. Veins on his neck swelled, all muscles were tense. Cholu turned into a time bomb that was about to explode, his eyes blazed with wild, uncontrollable power. The guards were already ready for a fight. Just a little more and the irreparable would happen. They would not try to figure out what was going on, but would simply turn the young man into a handful of ashes. The doctors looked surprised. No one understood what had happened and why he was behaving like that. Chol did not even react to his commander's request. Something was consuming Cholu's consciousness, and Sim could not help but intervene on a mental level. He seemed to pour cold water on him, trying to bring him to his senses. The warrior immediately began to come to himself, noticing the commander who was already working on his psyche. Like a fiery demon, he filled all the space in his consciousness, blasting what had possessed the guy, and ordered him to apologize immediately. Examining Cholu's aura, the doctor was amazed to see so much chi energy. The big guy was already a surprise, but this level of chi was simply beyond all possible. Suddenly, the warrior bowed low. Coming to his senses, he tried to explain himself, apologizing, saying that he lost control and was wrong. He made a serious mistake. Commander Sim also bowed, apologizing for his subordinate and comrade. Everyone was emotional now, and the doctor was understanding. Even the slightest chance of losing a loved one can cause unpredictable feelings that sometimes cannot be handled alone. She hoped everything would go smoothly and without serious consequences, but now she understands that she cannot rule out the possibility of relapse and progression of the disease in Jin. Lady In was very dissatisfied with the result of her work. It was visible on her face and how ashamed she was in front of Sim, but her colleague tried to encourage her, saying that no one else could have performed acupuncture better than her, and that it was flawless practice. Jin's disease turned out to be more sinister than everyone thought, even more dangerous than the severed 9 Yin, and Huang admitted that they miscalculated. Frowning, the hero was upset because he had great hopes, and now he hears about incompetence and medical error. Huang overestimated the effect of Gonshan oil and was 100% sure of the result, but it turned out that the disease was stronger. Gonshan oil was not enough to cope with such a powerful energy of the heavenly divine yin veins. Chowu was shocked. He knew from experience how strong it was, and anxiously asked what medicine could help her then. As far as is known, there are no medicines stronger than Gonshan oil. Lady Yin explained that a drug of a different nature is needed. There are drugs that bring yin or yang energies to the limit. Such substances are necessary for Jin. Understanding that everything would not end so quickly and Jin's treatment would be prolonged indefinitely, Sim looked at the sweet lady and who modestly lowered her gaze, not knowing how to tell the hero that an even rarer medicine would be required. The young man calmly asked what would be needed. He was ready to fetch a star from the sky if it would help his sister. Raising her eyes, Lady In replied that the great restorative Shaolin pill was necessary. The next day, going to work, sitting in his shop, Sim and Cholu pondered what they should do. Pouring himself a large portion of meat with vegetables, the warrior asked the commander when they would go robbing them. Drinking and heartily snacking, the guy remembered the Shaolin monks who might have the necessary medicine. Sim threw a butcher's cleaver at him. Hearing thoughts of robbery, the guy dodged and asked again if they would not rob them. The friend asked for some time to think. Cholu wanted adventure and said that sooner or later they would have to anyway. They had no money, and the monks were unlikely to give the medicine for free. But Sim flatly refused robbery. Now Jin had become much better, and since everything was stable, there was no need to rush. The hero had just returned and wanted to be with his brothers, which was hard to blame him for. Moreover, the road to them was very long, and first they needed to get the shop on its feet. If the two of them went to Shaolin, there would be no one to work. Drinking, the guy suggested training people if they wanted the shop not to close while they were away. Glancing at his friend, Sim asked who they could train. Maybe Cholu already has reliable people. With a smile, the big guy said they could train Hyun and Ho. The younger brother was already almost getting the hang of it, and Sim also wanted Hyun to quit his job as a car driver. The young man stated the fact that the trip would have to be postponed until the guys learned to manage on their own. Hyun is diligent by nature, it will be easy with him. But Ho, not finishing his sentence, Cholu noticed how the latter was running towards them down the street. He was very worried and shouting, called Sim. Apparently something serious had happened. Not understanding what had happened, the guys asked him to calm down and calmly tell everything. Drops of sweat ran down his face, and there was panic in his eyes. He briefly and loudly blurted out that the second brother had been kidnapped. The hero was shocked by this news. What to do now, and who could have kidnapped the brother? What do the villains want? Questions flashed in his head along with anger. Not believing what he heard, Sim asked again, "What do you mean the brother was kidnapped?" and asked to tell more details. It turned out that Hyun went on a mission with Chuke Pyuguk, and then they were intercepted by bandits. Clenching his teeth, Chkolu boiled with rage. The veins on his neck bulged. How dare those bastards do such a thing? Taking off the butcher's apron, Sim suggested to figure things out in order and first go to where the brother worked. From the entrance to the yard, swearing and anxious cries of people could already be heard. Apparently, all the relatives of the kidnapped had gathered in the yard. Examining the tall gates and the huge ceremonial entrance, made in the traditional style with a roof with curved slopes. Entering inside, the boys saw a scene where the speaker was loudly explaining something to a worried group of people. Relatives, mothers, grandmothers were worried about their children and bombarded the responding man with questions. He tried to calm everyone down. He explained that negotiations with the kidnappers were already underway, but the people were outraged. What negotiations could there be? The mustache man loudly told stories and fed lies, saying that for their company, the safety of the hostages was a priority and that they were doing everything possible. He asked to trust and wait a little, promising that they would definitely return everyone alive. The outraged Ho realized that these were just excuses and, straightening his shoulders for better effect, headed to the man to talk personally. Approaching, the young man asked if they were preparing other measures, for example, sending a squad for rescue. Hearing the guy, the mustached man from the guild, asked who he was, and Ho introduced himself and explained that his own brother was among the hostages. The speaker was quite skilled in talking to the masses, and at first expressed regret that he was sorry, then added that above all, they were trying to resolve everything through negotiations. Raising his hand, he loudly declared that they were making every effort to save the boys and asked to wait a little. Finishing this phrase, he sharply turned around, ignoring the subsequent questions and protests, and left. Cholu commented that this guy had not a drop of sincerity in his voice, and Ho noted that something was fishy here. He noticed colleague Hyun deciding to approach and ask him. Ho called out to young colleague Hyun by the name Chanson, and he immediately turned around. The young man slowly approached him, wanting to find out more information. Chanson immediately recognized the Hyun brothers because they looked alike, and Ho, slightly leaning toward him, asked him not to avoid the topic and asked how everything was progressing, whether they were really negotiating. The young man babbled the same thing as the speaker and said that everyone would soon be returned, so Ho should not worry, but the hero understood that it was all nonsense. Grabbing Chanson by the arm, Ho dragged him around the corner to talk alone for a minute. The older brother with Cholu, watching this scene, decided to quietly follow them, but tried not to attract attention. Far from prying ears, Ho pressed Chanson, asking him to tell everything honestly and not to say the same thing as everyone else. The guy broke down, revealing that those bastards demanded ransom for the hostages, and the amount was simply astronomical. Looking puzzled at the young man, Ho asked how much they wanted. Then the guy named the sum of 100 gold. Ho's eyes literally popped out and he froze for a minute, worrying whether the agency could afford such a ransom. Hearing someone approach from behind, Chanson sharply turned around, fearing it was someone from the senior guild members, because if they found out what he told, he would be severely punished. Sim and Cholu approached him. They were a little delayed after learning that Jin had lost consciousness from the news about her brother. The guy got worried because he knew this girl, but Sim calmed him down, saying that everything was fine. She was under the care of doctors. The hero frowned. Problems piled up like a snowball. Not having dealt with one, the next appeared. Young Chanson sighed with relief. This pleased him a little. He felt very sorry for Jin. He knew what was happening to her. Thoughtfully, Cholu asked if their small company could cover this expense and where she would get 100 gold lions. The guy believed in the capabilities of his company and asked the warrior not to underestimate the firm. In Chuhai Peguk, they were considered quite large in the region. The warrior asked the boy to be quieter. He started speaking too loudly in his emotions and asked if they were planning a rescue operation. The young youth did not understand how Cholu found out. The experienced warrior determined everything by the atmosphere. It was clear that the soldiers were preparing for something. Worried, the hero asked if they could cope with the forces of only Chuhai Peguk. It seemed unrealistic. The guy explained that they had sent people to different places and were asking for help. Reinforcements should arrive soon. The bandits were clearly expecting an attack, and such a reaction, the guild must have backup plans and tactical moves. With curiosity, Sim asked who was behind this. He believed that agencies and forest bandits had an unspoken boundary. The guy clenched his fist and confirmed that there was a deal, but it seemed that the bandits had gained strength after the destruction of their base and decided to hit the big jackpot. Sim did not know that the Golden Tiger base had been destroyed. It was a well-known place where you could get anything. The young man said that not long ago it was blown to smithereens. Only ruins remained there, building debris, ashes, and a forest burned to the ground. The guy remembered how everyone was happy then because the bandits were divided, and for a long time there were almost no attacks on cargo. They were even afraid to venture onto trade routes. Sim looked at him in surprise, asking if the young man really meant that the Golden Tiger camp had risen again. Rumor has it that the leader who escaped back then has returned and intends to restore the former glory of this place. The hero realized that things were bad and no ransom would help. These ruthless cutthroats could kill the hostages prematurely. He sharply turned to Ho, changing his tone to a commanding one, and the guy was even a little stunned. Sim addressed his brother with an important request, saying he would leave Jin with Lady Yuck next door and told him to look after her properly. The brother was worried about Sim, wondering if he really planned to go to the bandits alone and leave him here by himself. But Chol immediately calmed him down, saying they had good connections and that they would definitely get Hyun out, and he himself was itching to punch someone in the face. Behind the closed doors of the guild leader Chuhai Paguk's office, loud voices discussing tactics and ongoing events could be heard. A stern bearded man, the head of the guild, was very glad about the news he heard from his scout. The scout reported that a message had arrived from neighboring Paguk Flame. They agreed to help since they had scores to settle with the Golden Tiger. The leader was glad, clenching his fists. He was sure that now they could definitely rescue their prisoners. The fierce warriors of the Namgun clan had already moved towards the Golden Tiger's camp and would assist them. The leader could not believe his ears, as before requesting help took a lot of time and diplomacy. The leader understood that Paguk Flame had also suffered from those bastards, and perhaps that was why they responded so quickly with a positive answer. Having decided that they could not delay either, the commander gave the order to prepare everything immediately. Among the mountains and hills densely covered with forest was the Golden Tiger's camp. Previously, only the informed knew the exact location. On the old stone steps stood cutthroats who took positions from which the entire area was well visible. Sentries walked back and forth. The bandits knew and felt that they could be attacked. The bandit leader sat in one of the huts, drinking and snacking on fried chicken. He was a tough, daring man with a devilish pride. Asking his subordinate if there was any news from Paguk, he ordered to cut off and send them another pair of ears. This was already the fourth time, and he still could not calm down, leaving people crippled. He frowned and was angry because he was not getting answers. He thought maybe he should start killing hostages one by one every day. One-eyed thug covered all over with scars suddenly said that actually they put forward one proposal. The Paguk Guild reported that they cannot collect the full amount right now and are ready to pay half first. Drinking a strong drink straight from the bottle, he became interested and asked what else they say. The subordinate explained that they promised to collect the remaining amount as soon as possible once half of the hostages return home. The commander, without answering anything, only got angry that his great name, No Gek, was trampled in the dirt and the camp was destroyed while he was away. He was angry at everything, how they allowed this, and looked for the culprit. A warrior resembling Frankenstein said that they then raised the entire guard in search of the traitor, but found no one, British Quentin. In anger, the Lord crushed the strong bottle with his powerful hand, the glass shattered, and the liquid splashed in different directions. His eyes burned like a demon's. He promised to personally find and tear this man to pieces, but now it is important to restore the camp. His rage knew no bounds. The villain had to humble himself before the Green Forest to gain their support. He wanted to take revenge on everyone and squeeze everything out of his enemies to the last drop. If ears are not enough for them, the leader ordered to tear out the eyes and send them. The servant accepted the order and nodded. In the broken door frame appeared another lord. Having heard the leader's reasoning, he suggested why not simply cut off the heads of several hostages. It was the patrol chief. No Gek looked at him with a piercing gaze, expecting good news. Rising from his chair, the leader respectfully greeted the man and replied that if they went too far with beheadings, the sects and clans might send a punitive squad. A long smile spread across the hero's face. He wanted them to send that squad. Apparently, he had a plan. He saw no problem with the punitive squad, since the elders and supreme masters of the 18 fortifications of the Green Forest were with them. Two rather dubious individuals standing behind nodded to the leader, acknowledging that he spoke wisely and that this was exactly what was needed to show everyone their strength. But Geika understood the madness of his new allies and decided not to argue. So be it, and he ordered the hostages' heads to be cut off immediately. Frankenstein accepted the order and bowed respectfully, ready to carry it out. Suddenly, the adjacent wall exploded into pieces. The shockwave with stones and beams knocked down a nearby warrior. But Geika looked attentively into the opening, waiting to see who dared to burst in so boldly. The warrior thrown by the explosion fell right at the feet of the patrol leader. The man did not even flinch, only furrowed his brows. Proudly and fearlessly, Cholu was the first to enter the opening, looking around with surprise at how quickly they had all restored everything here after they had destroyed it all. Pointing a finger at the heroes, Leader Geika shouted questioningly who they were, calling them bastards and asking if this was the Paguk Rescue Squad. Smirking, the patrol leader looked at the guys with intrigue, wondering who these brave ones were if not the rescue squad. Sim, examining all the standing villains, did not reveal any information and briefly replied that they were just a couple of butchers from the market, and looking at the patrol leader, coldly asked if he was the leader of the Golden Tiger. Not feeling threatened, the man replied, "And what if I am? What could this young man do to someone like me?" Burning the enemy with a cold gaze, Sim unemotionally stated that then he must die. With a scream and reproaches, No Guika grabbed his sword and sprang up, ready to tear apart this insolent bastard Sim. Stopping Baka, the patrol leader asked to hand over these guys to them, since the elders were completely bored. He laughed loudly, believing that these two were doomed to death. Now they would see true power. Putting the sword back, Geika retreated, giving the opportunity to show strength. A toothless old man with a pipe stepped forward, smiling at the chance to have fun and stretch his joints. Turning to the commander, Chikolu clarified with him, since it was a matter with the leader, and said he would take care of all the remaining trash, and Sim realized that his friend just really wanted to fight. Sneering, he confirmed that was also a reason, so Sigma allowed him to do as he wished. Preparing to attack, the old man took a fighting stance, holding a smoking pipe as a weapon, apparently charging this artifact with energy. Chikolu and his Steino rushed forward in a rough frontal attack, ready to deliver a crushing blow to the old man with his fist. The agile old man dodged the attack. He was clearly no ordinary person and possessed many years of skill and cunning. He swung his pipe in a counterattack. The movement was fast and precise. The magical artifact could crush any opponent, and the old man was 100% sure of it. As soon as the pipe touched Cholu's body, something happened that he did not expect. The protective energy in the warrior's strong body reflected the attack. Only blue sparks from the collision and the deflection of the blow scattered around. The elder was stunned. His weapon, with which he had destroyed thousands of enemies, did not leave even a scratch on the opponent's body. The old man's strike was quite strong, and Cholu's energy activated, illuminating him with a powerful force field. Stepping back for a moment, the old man realized that this was not an ordinary person, for he had stopped a strike that contained more than 60 years of internal power with only the protective chi energy. Focusing and gathering all his will, the grandfather prepared for a new attack. The power he gathered was so great that it lit him up with tongues of red flame, and small chips and stones scattered around began to rise. Smiling and cracking his knuckles, Cholu said that it seemed he needed to become more serious, for the old man was no ordinary person, having at least the level of a master of the demonic path. The elder looked cautiously at the youth, who was calm as a rock, even feeling the pressure from the old man. With a sly grin, Cholu provoked the old man, wondering if he had frozen in fear and was provoking an attack. The old man rushed at him with fury, calling him a juvenile pup. Opening his toothless mouth, he quickly closed the distance to strike. The hero knew that the opponent's most powerful strike was about to happen and gathered all his strength to raise an energy block. Cholu's shield was even cracking from the force of the energy he put into it. It was impossible to let the old man break through it, for his pipe was an extremely dangerous and sinister thing, a single touch of which promised a painful death. The old man shouted for him to die and was sure he would definitely break the warrior's defense, putting all his anger and dark power into the strike. Barely touching the hero, the pipe cracked and shattered into pieces. The youth's shield held but was also nearly exhausted. The grandfather's eyes widened in amazement. His artifact possessed incredible power. He had put his whole soul into it and had guarded it for so many years, filling it with his strength. At that very moment, Cholu decided not to miss the moment because it was unclear what to expect from the elder and what other surprises were hidden up his sleeves. The warrior made a powerful counterattack with an uppercut. The old man's remaining teeth flew after their owner to the opposite side of the room. The narrow four-headed thug guarding his elder screamed in rage and surprise. All this time, he was confident in his master's victory. Catching the old man in his arms, he held him while he groaned in pain, stunned and weakened from Cholu's blow. Trying to bring the old man to consciousness, the strong man shook him and asked if he was okay, what that was, how the elder could fall from a single strike. Warning the thug to be careful, the old man breathed his last and his head bowed on the warrior's hands. Looking at the hero, the villain pondered. Elder Yosin was one of the strongest masters of the Green Forest and had fallen after one encounter. Cholu grabbed his head, realizing that the old man had almost broken his defense. What had happened to him? Had he really weakened? Running up to Sim, he anxiously asked the commander if he had really weakened or if this old man was that strong, and Sim, encouraging him, replied that it seemed Cholu had lost his skill. The warrior clenched his fists in despair and became very worried, thinking that he had really lost his form and that training with just cows and pigs was not enough. Turning to the enemies, the hero said that this would not do and shouted for them all to attack together. Puzzled looking at the invincible enemy, the villains did not know what to do. You cannot defeat such a one in an honest fight. A joint attack was necessary. The ninja squad was already ready, peeking through a gap in the roof, preparing to pounce at any second. The thug was the first to rush into the attack, giving the signal for the others to attack all at once, and suppressing the enemy's defense was the only way out. Cholu was already ready to take the blow and looked at this rapidly approaching enemy like a mad boar. At the moment the enemy came within arm's reach, the hero raised his strike, ready to crush the enemy's skull. Diving under the opponent's arm, the warrior successfully drove his fist straight into the jaw, making the thug swallow his own teeth. The opponent flew across the entire room and broke through the wooden wall behind him, splinters and boards scattering in all directions. Commanding all the ninjas to attack, the patrol leader pointed his sword at Cholu and rushed at him. About a dozen swords simultaneously tried to break through the hero's defense, but it was all in vain. The swords shattered like toys, leaving not a scratch. The hero smirked, comparing the ninja to sticky and annoying flies. He was already ready for a counterattack and wished to use his skills. Sensing what was about to happen, the elder commanded to prepare to dodge the attacks, for the strikes would be simply deadly with incredible force. The hero's eyes flashed with chi energy. He became like the embodiment of a hurricane, with fast and precise strikes scattering everything around, leaving no one alive. It was a true whirlwind of death that swept away everything in its path, from people to walls and boards torn from the floor by gusts of wind. Retreating, the warrior looked in horror at what was happening, not understanding how such a thing was even possible, doubting that he was seeing a human and not some mythical creature. Coming to his senses after the blow, the bruiser launched a new attack on the opponent. Gathering all his rage, the hero was surprised that he had not yet surrendered or fled. The opponent almost hit the young man, and the hero admitted that the enemy indeed turned out to be strong. Maneuvering, he made sweeping attacks. Considering his size, the speed of this narrow four-headed one was impressive. His movements and combat tactics somewhat resembled Cholu. Retreating and gathering all his power, he flared up with the flame of rage, promising that even if he died, he would take the hero with him. Standing like a stone boulder, the hero was ready to measure strength with the opponent. He had not met anyone in a long time with whom he could spar like this. The two warriors rushed toward each other in a deadly clash like a hammer and anvil. Time around seemed to stop, waiting for the answer as to who would win. Two energies collided, causing a surge of power and an explosion that spread around them with deafening force. Without waiting for the next attack, the hero made a quick counterattack with the other hand, leaving no chance for the opponent to react and block. A blow of terrible force, like a heavy hammer, pierced the thug's skull through and another strongest one fell. Seeing what was happening, the patrol leader retreated, afraid to continue the advance. The strongest were defeated, and he had no chance to resist such an opponent. A thug collapsed at his feet, raising a cloud of dust and breaking the floorboards. Seeing the broken, mutilated head, the man was stunned. Approaching the next target, Cholu moved like a lion among cattle toward the doomed prey. The frightened patrol leader pressed against the column behind him, and Cholu called him a coward who retreated to save his own skin and abandoned his comrades. Trying to save his life, the man began to babble about his father, who was the head of 18 branches of the Green Forest, and begged for mercy. But the warrior covered his mouth with his large hand, tightly squeezing his face. Looking sternly at the villain, the hero slowly crushed his skull, pressing the head to his knee, causing convulsive spasms in the dying man's hands. Throwing the body aside, the hero noted that sometimes such adventures are even pleasant, especially when such freaks fall into your hands. Brushing off his hands, the warrior loudly shouted to the commander that it was all done. He had already managed, and only one remained. Looking at Gik, Sim said in a calm tone that now it was his turn, and he was the only one left. Looking at the youth, the villain wondered what to do, since one of them had dealt alone with all the best masters of the Green Forest, and this man had not even entered the fight yet. He did not know what to expect. Gik decided to sacrifice the guards and retreat to fight another day. He understood that even if he defeated one, he definitely could not handle the second. Sim remembered that the villain asked who they were and said that they were the ones who destroyed this place last time. Upon learning this, Gik forgot about retreating. The thirst for revenge took hold of him, and rage began to cloud his mind. The villain's eyes flared with fury. What he had built, his Golden Tiger camp, was destroyed by these bastards. He could not leave. He shouted fiercely that he would kill them or die himself. Now for him, this battle was life or death. The forest on the way to the Golden Tiger's lair was constantly shrouded in fog that forever swirled at the foot of the mountains. The squad slowly advanced through the thorns, hiding in the bushes and trying not to attract attention. The warriors walked in a long column, 1 or 2 people at a time, trampling the path and clearing the way of branches. A young youth named Min from the Namgun clan indignantly pushed away the prickly vines. Hearing the youth's indignation, the head of Paeguk, Ho Yugun, turned around and apologized. They had to choose this path to avoid extra eyes and reach the Golden Tiger faster. The leader of the Namgun clan apologized for his nephew. Understanding that he was showing weakness, he explained that the boy was still too young, and he took him along for training in the art of war. They were almost at the designated place, and the squad stopped to listen to the commander's instructions, who said that the most important thing was the safety of the prisoners. He demanded not to act rashly and not to put them at risk. In response, the warriors nodded, understanding the order. Thoughtfully looking at these young lads, who had never even seen serious battles, he sighed. Ordering to advance quietly, he turned around and went further, choosing a path through the thick fog. After a few meters, he stopped, and his young nephew quietly asked what happened, not understanding why he froze. Listening to the silence and observing the movement of the fog, he realized that a fight was ahead. The youth curiously asked again, noticing nothing. The boy knew that Paeguk Chuke had gone out before them and assumed that they had engaged in battle earlier. But his uncle Guian added that the fight seemed to have already ended. The guild leader Namugun did not know all the circumstances and details, but clearly understood that they needed to hurry. Meanwhile, the battle between Sim and Gik was in full swing. The villain attacked tirelessly again and again, and Sim in his usual style lightly danced, dodging all the enemy's strikes and tricks. The hero did not even change the position of his hands, keeping them behind his back. The enemy's blade whistled through the air at great speed, cutting everything in its path. But Sim was so fast that his movements merged with the surrounding space. He seemed to teleport at certain moments. Gik called him a snot-nosed kid and reproached him for only dodging and being afraid to clash swords. The youth, without changing the tone and volume of his voice, not even showing signs of fatigue or breathlessness, calmly asked why he was so angry. Gik did not understand what this guy wanted from him, and Sim clarified his question by asking if he was so furious because they destroyed this place. Clenching his teeth, he explained that he had built this fortress all his life, and some puppy had blown it to smithereens, and he swore to wipe out 9 generations of his family and destroy his village. The young man significantly repeated the villain's words, so he had built it all his life. He was sorry to lose a place gained by robberies and kidnappings of people. The villain did not care what Sim told him. For him, it was just the work of a bandit. Sim struck with his fist as if anticipating time, knocking out the opponent's teeth. He stood up again in a fighting stance, as if he had not moved at all, ready to deliver the next blow. The opponent flew face first to the floor, without even having time to understand what was happening. Sim mocked him by applying psychological pressure and pain. The enemy's face was pressed into the floor, breaking the boards. It was a significant humiliation for the leader. For him, it would have been better if Sim had just plunged a blade into his chest. The hero looked at the enemy without showing any emotions, but something terrible was happening inside him. With a hard blow, he shattered the bone and broke the opponent's leg. A strange cruelty took hold of him. Gik howled in pain, and the young man told him his story about how people like him kidnapped him and sold him to a demonic cult like cattle. The hero did not stop and broke his second leg, continuing the story that their people are valued worse than beasts, and he balanced between life and death hundreds of times before getting out. Breaking Jik's arm, Sim said that because he was not there, his family suffered and lived in poverty, and his mother died from deprivation. The guy kicked the villain like a football, tearing internal organs with the blow and smashing him into the wall, saying he couldn't even be by her side in her last moment. Remembering what happened to him and his family, the anger inside the young man flared into a huge fire. Outwardly, he was calm, hiding all emotions inside. On the brink of death, Gik recalled the time when he was involved in slave trading. And just think, among so many people he sold, only one survived and returned. And now he had kidnapped his brother, the hero continued, making Gik understand that he was doomed and what a mistake he had made. Realizing that his torment would not end quickly after what he had done, the villain began to beg for mercy. Looking at Gag lying on the floor, the hero had no intention of leaving him alive and promised to make him beg not for mercy, but for death. Looking at the dying Gik, the young man asked where the prisoners were kept and promised that when he told him, he would allow him to die. The opponent was silent, and Sim touched the enemy's chest with 2 fingers. Energy began to slowly enter the villain's body. Sim's eyes shone, something ancient possessed him, and he did not stop, causing hellish pain to Gik. The hero seemed to be sucking the life out of the man. Gik's body dried up right before their eyes, and his skin clung to his bones. The young man mercilessly continued his ritual, and he could not be stopped. Perhaps at that moment it was not even Sim. At that moment, the Mun clan burst into the room and the leader tried to stop Sim with a loud shout. The hero heard that someone was trying to stop him, but he was not going to stop. At that moment, he felt so good. Cholu turned around seeing a stranger and asked with surprise who this old man was, while Sim, engrossed in the ritual, ordered to figure it out. The guy was only glad to fight new opponents and began to defend his commander. Rushing into attack, Gyeon drew his blade from the sheath with a clang, swiftly approaching the young man. With sweeping strikes, the warrior easily repelled the master's attacks and let him try to stop him. Gyeon could move very fast, and unlike the warrior who simply blocked the master's attacks, he dodged. Gyeon's strikes were precise and graceful. His movements showed style and thoughtful tactics, each strike delivered with a changed, unpredictable trajectory. Both had top-level defense, and the clashes were with incredible force. With each second of the fight, they increased the attack power to probe the opponent's defense. The swordsman stared piercingly at the enemy, studying every movement and looking for a vulnerable spot where the blade could strike. With great speed, he drew patterns with his sword, changing combat stances and applying different skills. Stepping back for a second, the master thought. Although he was not hitting at full strength, he was surprised that Cholu easily repelled all attacks. Calling Gyeon an old man, the young man mockingly said that he dodged pretty well for his age. Looking at the toothless old man's body, the hero added that the fight would be more interesting than with this one. Noticing Yosin lying on the floor, the swordsman became alert, for this old man was a true master of assassinations. Focusing, he gripped the sword hilt tighter, on which a Chinese dragon was engraved, the symbol of the Nagman clan. Adopting the blue sky combat stance, he decided to use the art of unified chi. Seeing Gyeon's combat skills, Cholu realized he was not an ordinary opponent and was glad that he could fight without holding back. Using his strongest skill, the 12 swords of the blue cloud, the swordsman charged into attack with a fierce cry, applying a series of strikes. 2 martial arts masters clashed in a deadly dance of battle, sparks from blocked sword strikes flying in all directions, and the air around was electrified by the power of their shields, as if lightning was about to strike. Cholu's fists moved like jackhammers. One missed hit guaranteed a knockout with no chance to get back on his feet. The swordsman skillfully parried his attacks with the sword, letting them graze past while simultaneously delivering strikes, trying to break through Cholu's defense. Cutting through the air with the blade's edge, he planned such a trajectory that it was simply impossible to dodge, and the blade sped toward the enemy's weakest point. The movements were simply insane. Both warriors were already fighting at full strength. The swordsman's strike reached the enemy. Sparks flew around them, and the clang of steel filled the entire space. Landing after the whirlwind of strikes, the swordsman carefully examined the opponent, assessing the damage inflicted. To get to the right place, he had to dodge a strike from Cholu, and Gyeon spat blood, recovering from the injury. Slightly battered, he gathered his will into a fist to launch a new series of attacks and was disappointed as he hoped to inflict a fatal wound. Cholu touched his neck and felt a slight cut. He smirked, seeing his own blood, saying in surprise that no one had managed to hurt him like that for a long time. All the warriors of the Ungmun clan opened their mouths in astonishment, wondering what kind of monster could withstand the strongest strike of the elder and get away with just a scratch. The young boy Min, deciding to help his uncle, grabbed his sword with a shout, ordering everyone to protect the elder. At that very hour, the warriors took battle positions around Elder Gyeon, ready to give their lives for him. The hero laughed at them, saying that as always the weak rely on numbers, but that doesn't always help, especially against a strong opponent. Gyeon did not want to lose his people in battle and ordered them to retreat, saying this was not the end yet. The youth, worried about his uncle, turned to him, trying to argue and still join the fight with the squad. But the man, in a commanding tone, strictly ordered a retreat and no arguing, reproaching him, asking if Min really wanted to disgrace the honor of the Ungmun clan. Warming up his fists, Cholu smiled, saying this was a completely different matter, wishing to continue the battle with an experienced opponent. Finally finishing torturing Gik, Sim called out to his friend, ordering to stop the fight. Chkolyu turned around in surprise, not understanding why the commander was stopping him. Looking at Sim, he was suddenly distorted. The warrior shuddered and was horrified to see his friend's face. The hero slowly approached the leader Nogman, dragging the exhausted Gik behind him, wanting to stop the battle and clarify everything. The young man's face was changed beyond recognition. He turned into a stern thug with a mutilated face and a scar. Sim asked the swordsman in a calm voice which clan he was from. Studying the stranger standing before him, Gyan was surprised why a fighter of such a level obeyed this thug. The swordsman introduced himself to Sim and said that he was the leader of the Nagman clan. He also wanted to know all the details of what was happening and willingly went into dialogue. Sim, in a strict tone but quite delicately, inquired why his clan had arrived here and for what purpose. Glancing at the barely breathing Gek, Gyeon asked if this was the head of the Golden Tiger, understanding that these two had killed the entire elite of the bandit gang. The leader explained that they had come here to avenge Piguk Flame and free the prisoners from Chuke Piguk, and asked to introduce himself as well. The hero explained that they had arrived with the same purpose. Too many pleas for help had come to them from different sides, and they decided to help the people by freeing the poor from the evil of this degenerate. Gyan thought that before him were bounty hunters, and they had a contract on Gek, but it was strange that they had such a level of combat skill. The elder tried to stop Sim when he demonstratively finished off the enemy and said that many people had asked for retribution for his villainy, specifically death. The young man broke his neck with a kick. The cervical vertebra cracked, and Gek let out his last groan. Desperately shouting what he had done, Gyeon did not manage to prevent this murder. Before, he wanted to find out where the prisoners were kept, and apparently they had already managed to kill all the bandits in this camp. Understanding why the elder was so nervous, the young man calmed him down, saying that he had long ago received this information from Geek. The cutthroat said that next to the collapsed building, there is a large tree hiding the entrance behind its trunk. There is an entrance to the dungeon with prisoners. Having learned where the prisoners were, the Nagmun warriors immediately went to free them. The people rejoiced and cried with happiness that they had come to save them and that they would survive. After freeing the hostages, the leader approached Sim and said that he was right. The prisoners were exactly where he indicated, and the hero, saying goodbye, saluted the Nagmun clan and added that their work here was done. Gyeon suggested looking at the prisoners who had been freed, but the young man refused. They did not come here for that, so there was no need to look. The heroes turned around and stomped down the road, hurrying to get away from prying eyes so that none of the prisoners would recognize them. Yeon and Min wondered who they were. It was very strange that no one knew such masters. The young man noted that according to their words, they were bounty hunters, simply resolvers. But for resolvers, they had too frightening a skill. Min admitted that when he saw that the big guy withstood the uncle's blow, he was shocked. The master was also surprised. Only a warrior who had brought the defensive art to the level of a diamond body or close to it could withstand such a blow. The master regretted that he could not finish the fight and that they would never find out who was stronger. The heroes were returning home along a narrow path that led through an old, mysterious forest. Cholu asked Sim why he had changed his appearance. The face was so terrible that he was actually scared, and Sim had forgotten about it. The hero covered his face with his palms to return back and said that he did not want his identity to be revealed. It was truly frightening magic, and the young man asked if he really thought that he would be remembered. They were unlikely to meet these people again, but it was worth being cautious. Among martial arts masters, everyone knows each other. Cholu looked thoughtfully upward when his friend said to imagine what would happen if they found out that two butchers from Kim Hoche had clashed with the master of the Nagman clan. Sim was also worried that their past might come to light, and Chol confirmed that it would be very bad because people shunned just at the mention of the word Madao. The big guy now began to worry that he might be recognized since he had not changed his appearance, so it would not be very effective. It was already too late to change it, and Sim tried to somehow reduce the risks. The young man laughed, saying that it looked quite plausible. Resigned to this, the friends hurried home to get ahead of Hyun's return and avoid arousing suspicion. When the brother returned, they were already home and doing household chores. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the heroes turned around simultaneously. All battered, exhausted, and emaciated, Hyun appeared in the doorway. He looked sadly at his brother and Cholu. Sim embraced him brotherly, and Hyun apologized for making everyone worry and be anxious. Hiding the truth, he said he believed that he would return alive and heard that the clan sent a squad for rescue. Hyun clarified that it was not actually the clan who saved them, although help came from them. Feigning a surprised look, the guys asked who saved them and what he meant. Stuffing his mouth from hunger, the young man explained that the Nagman people really came to clear out the bandit camp, but the bandits themselves were killed by others. The younger one told him that there were only two of them, and rumors say they are incredibly strong. They even dealt with the masters of the Green Forest. Tearing his gaze away from the plate, the guy looked at Cholu appraisingly. Looking at the warrior, he said that one of them was so huge and had a terrifying face. Taking his chin, suppressing a smile and laughter, the hero said that it seems he has found a worthy comrade. They didn't really tell much about the second one, only said that he was also very strong, but not at all like Sim, Hyun said, looking at his brother. Hyun said, looking at his... With a slight smirk, the elder asked if he really thought it was actually him and Cholu. Finishing with the food, he carefully placed the chopsticks on the table, confirmed that, yes, at first he thought it was them, but by the description, one does not fit. Sim has no scars on his face and his cheekbones do not stick out. Looking at Hyun, the brother repeated once again that whoever saved him, in any case, he is very glad that he returned. Recalling his feelings when he himself was held captive, he asked if the escort's work was finished. Sighing heavily, the young man gave up and admitted that it seems he will now have to learn the work in the butcher's shop. Ho had a big smile and he said with interest that he would teach him everything. His eyes lit up with wild excitement that now he had the opportunity to tease his older brother a little. But Cholu immediately put him in his place, pulling him by the ear and saying that he himself still does not really know anything and already wants to be a teacher. The big guy pulled him into the yard so that he could show and tell everything about how the shop was managed while they were gone, and Hyun could not hold back laughter watching this performance. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked if he would really get the same. Why so strict? But the brother replied that no, he would not have to take up the knife. He and Cholu were quite enough. Sim knew that his brother did not really want to poke around inside pigs, and decided that he would like the job of a seller and said that he would stand behind the counter. Smiling, Hyun sincerely rejoiced at this appointment. Now he would have the opportunity to practice trading. The yard of the Yeonho clan was located behind a very high stone wall. At the entrance, there was always a guard who was regularly changed. The leader was passionate about painting. He often painted landscapes. In this, he found peace. Behind the wide door, a knock was heard that caught his attention, and the ruler allowed entry. He was already informed who had come and did not even turn around, continuing to paint without distraction. The head of the Yeonho clan, Jun, sent his scout for information, and when he entered, he simply asked what he had found out. Turning around, the man looked at the soldier standing by the door and allowed him to speak. Before him stood Den Beck. He survived the fight with Sim. According to his report, the operation failed. Everyone was completely destroyed and the bodies buried. Biting his lip bitterly, the ruler asked if there was information on who did it. Could it really be the work of the medical house of the living immortal? Without raising his head, the scout reported that there was no certainty about this, but they definitely could not have done it. They went to Cheonsewan, and even if they had encountered Hokudan, they would not have been able to win. Drinking sak, the leader believed that they had not raised them so weak as to lose to some medical clan. Speculating who it could be, Jun thought it was Shinjan, who had snatched the Gonchon oil from his hands. But Dan Beck refuted the assumptions, saying that according to the check, Simjan was just a butcher. Grimacing, the ruler was surprised how some riffraff could have gathered money for Ganshan oil. The gentleman kept wondering who it could be, and Danbeck explained that besides the involvement of a third party, there were no leads yet. June from under the brow watched and thought about what to do next. His best scout had found out nothing even with his connections. After drinking, he tapped the cup and ordered to send people to Yahello to sort everything out. Danbeck asked in surprise, and the ruler explained that they should put a bounty on the culprit's head. Just as he was about to let the scout carry out the order, he suddenly remembered one more thing. He wanted to vent his anger, thinking about the butcher. If not for him, the Hanshan oil would have been theirs. Turning to Danbeck, he said to order the head of Simjian as well. He could not fail to repay the man who ruined his plan. Business was going well at the butcher's shop. Everyone worked smoothly. Some sold, some butchered pigs. The guys had practically set up an assembly line production. Hyun also helped with slicing the meat. He tried very hard, but it did not come out as well as he wanted. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the young man admitted he was exhausted. He still had not recovered after being held captive by bandits, who fed them nothing, and the young man needed more time to regain his strength. Deciding to encourage him, Cholu said there was no brother more reliable than an elder, and he proved it much better than that idler Ho. Seeing his crooked meat slicing, the young man admitted he needed more practice and said he now understood why Sim did not want him to work with a knife. Approaching quietly from behind, Sim caught his brother off guard and explained that he didn't want him to take on the butchering because he and Cholu were already busy enough, and jokingly added that, looking at his work now, it seemed he was right. Looking into the bowl with crookedly cut meat steaks, realizing it was no good, the young man asked what to do with it now, and Cholu asked him for a knife to trim it. Correcting Hyun's mistakes, he asked where that idler Ho was now. It felt like he hadn't appeared at home at all and was constantly dodging answers. Hyun also asked what was going on with him, but the brother said nothing. It seemed something was happening in the Tun Simhui guild. Glancing at his younger brother, Sim became wary. With Ho's character, he could have gotten into some trouble. The young man told that the Haisel Bufa and Tun Simhui clans never got along, but recently the clashes had become too frequent. Turning to Sim, the big guy barked that they should straighten the kid out and make him quit this business. Suddenly, everyone turned around. A pleasant, gentle voice suddenly joined the conversation and added that a rascal like him should have his legs broken so he wouldn't stick his nose out of the house. Before the guys stood the beautiful Jin and all the passers-by turned to her, drooling, she added that it was unlikely to help such a street thug as he couldn't stay at home. The guys ran to meet her, not even knowing that she had gone somewhere. The girl was on bed rest, but she went for books. Cholu, worried about the girl, began to protest that she already read day and night, and now this on top of it. Jin shouted irritably so that the guys even stepped back. That was not the main thing now. She was worried that something might have happened to Ho. Sim, suspecting something was wrong, looked at her carefully and asked what she knew. With tears in her eyes, she told that there was a brutal massacre near the bookshop. People were falling one after another right before their eyes. The guys looked surprised, wondering who could have committed such an act in broad daylight in the city center. Sim's brother hugged her reassuringly, saying he would figure everything out and everything would be fine, and she asked him to be careful. The hero said that he and Cholu would go and check, and she should return home, asking Hyun to look after her. Hyun reassuringly placed his hand on her shoulder, saying that the elder brother would handle everything and suggested going to have some tea. Removing the work bandana from his head, Sim told Hyun that he was counting on him and hoped everything would be all right. The younger ones went home, and the guys decided to quickly close the shop and go check what had happened there. Sim watched his sister go, thinking that she really felt much better after Lady In's treatments, and he had to give credit to that lady. Closing the shop doors, Chol noted that at this rate, Tun Simhui would simply disappear without a trace. At the scene of the massacre, there were piles of corpses everywhere, broken windows and furniture, and the mutilated bodies showed that a brutal massacre had indeed taken place here. Coughing and bleeding, the head of the Tun Simhui guild was still standing on his feet. Two unknown thugs stood before him and mocked. They easily dealt with everyone who was in the building. Pressing his hand to the heavy bleeding wound, but still ready to fight back, the leader assumed that these two were not from Hobupka. He asked, if they were not from the enemy clan, then why were they doing this? Grinning widely with a toothy smile, one of the thugs explained that Tun Simba must disappear so that the Hobupka clan could take all the streets of Sokin. Hearing the bold threat, the leader with his last strength rushed to attack the enemy, desperately defending his clan. The villain stood motionless, looking calmly at the swordsman, even in the very last moment when the sword was already in front of his face. With a light and quick movement of his hand, he stopped the sword with 2 fingers, catching it by the blade. It was impossible. The leader put all his remaining strength and all his anger into that strike. Yet he was stopped as if he were a child compared to this warrior. With disgust and a shout of, "Get lost," the warrior delivered a strong kick. With the blow, he pierced the poor guy's sternum, looking with pity at the guild leader flying to the side. The body flew out of the building, breaking through the wall, almost falling on Chol's head. Catching the corpse with his hand and lifting it to see who it was, he said in surprise, "What nonsense is this? What is happening here?" The cutthroats peeked out of the breach to see who was protesting there, thinking that they might have to kill the witnesses as well. Upon learning who this man was, Chol told Sim that he was the head of the Tunsimwe Guild, who had been with their idler Ho. The warrior shouted questioningly to those standing above, asking what they had done here, inspecting the corpses and searching for Ho with his eyes. Ignoring those standing above, Sim also examined the corpses, hoping not to see his brother's body here. The corpse slapped onto the stone floor with a characteristic sound when the warrior let go of him. Now it was all over. In this state, the leader could do nothing. Looking up at the culprits, Chol guessed that they were guys from Hilbupki and noted that their killing technique was quite excellent, without unnecessary movements. Examining the bodies, the hero added that they had been struck exactly at vital points and that in alleyways they did not fight like this. So it was definitely not Hilbupki. Approaching the cutthroats, he asked strictly where the other clan members were and suggested that since the headquarters was practically empty, they were planning something big. Drops of cold sweat ran down the faces of the bandits. They realized that a martial arts master stood before them in frozen fear. Deciding to scare the guys, Chol added that if they remained silent after the next question, he would take it as consent to die. Sim asked again where the remaining clan members were now, and the cutthroats answered that they were in the Guan Yu Temple. It was one of the Hyol Bupki's dens, and they were heading there with a raid, explained one of the bandits. Choryu understood the tactic and, making a gesture of beheading, decided that they were lured there to divide and remove the clan's head with one strike. Sim decided to intervene after all. If it were a street gang fight, it would be fine, but if such people were involved, he could not stand aside. The hero asked strictly, looking at the cutthroats, if there were any other experienced warriors like them there. Maxine immediately answered, not hiding that there were only 2 of them in Sakin, and his accomplice tugged him by the shoulder, hinting not to reveal all the information. Frightened and desperate, he said not to be a fool and not to disclose secret information. Before he could finish speaking, his head flew off his shoulders with one strong blow. Choryu knocked it away like a volleyball. The head flew across the entire room, splattering blood in different directions, and flew out the open door. Realizing that things were very bad, the remaining bandit was already trembling with fear, ready to tell everything they asked just to save his skin. Cleaning his ear, Choryu humorously addressed Sim, saying that now that he had swatted the annoying mosquito, the commander could continue. Realizing that this guy was hiding something, Sim said that from his reaction it was clear he was not from Hilbupki and was just using it as a cover. And hitting the mark, the villain admitted they were using this clan as a cover to take Sokin for themselves. Looking down at the bowed enemy, the hero asked strictly where they were from and who they really were. Not knowing how else to get out of it, the killer said he was from Hangzhou. It was hard to hide the truth from a true master. Thinking that it might be true, Sim asked if they were from the Thousand Killers gang. Cholu began to warm up his fists upon hearing this lie, since they definitely knew that the leaders of the Thousand Killers gang were dead, and with a threat said that he should not try to deceive them. Without raising his head, the opponent said that they had wiped out the remnants of the gang and taken power there, thereby taking control of Hangzhou. And they themselves were from Nanjing, from the Pidohui clan. The bandit tried in every way to confuse the heroes so that they would believe him. Sim pondered upon hearing about the Pidohui clan. They were dangerous and little-known people. Their presence in Sohin could harm everyone. And the villain was glad that he managed to fool the enemies. It was necessary for rumors about such people to spread throughout Sohin. The friends learned everything they could from the thug, and Cholu stabbed him into the floor, making a huge hole. Smiling, he looked at the commander, asking what they needed now, to the Guan Yu Temple. Sim confirmed and added that they could not delay. They would have to go right now and possibly all night. Cholu did not mind such adventures but grumbled indignantly that first Hangzhou, now they were getting into Sohin. It was some kind of mess. Events were developing very quickly, and Sim urged the warrior that they needed to get to the temple as soon as possible. The hero turned around upon hearing his brother's voice. He was surprised where he came from since he had ordered Hyun to be with Jin. He was standing around the corner of the neighboring house, out of breath. The boy bent over, trying to catch his breath. He had to run quite a lot. It was Hyun. The hero immediately ran up to him, asking what happened and why he was here. Sim quickly ran home, having found out what really happened. Within a few minutes, he was already near his house. Suddenly flinging the door open, calling his brother, he really wanted to see him, what was with him, and in what condition he was. Ho was even scared by Sim's sudden appearance. He immediately sat up in bed, all bandaged and beaten. After a while, Cholyu entered the room behind Sim, looking at the boy in surprise. The warrior was angry. He loved this young guy. The young man asked in surprise how they got here so quickly. Hyun said that they went to the guild to check everything there. Cholyu lightly tapped him on the head, saying that they treated him like a training rice bag. The boy did not want all this to happen. Those bastards from Hyobufa brought strangers with them as reinforcements. The boy hoped that as long as the leader was alive, not everything was over yet. The warrior upset Ho. With a sad expression on his face, Cholyu said that the leader was dead. The younger could not believe his ears. Lately, the young man was like a drowned man. His hand had not yet recovered and he could not get up for work. Noticing that Ho entered the shop, the hero, without taking his eyes off his work, asked how he was feeling. Replying that he was recovering, the younger asked where the older brother was. It turned out that a large order came in yesterday and Sim has been up to his ears in work since early morning. He is still busy with the butchering. The order was indeed large, the biggest they had received since opening, for 3 cows and 10 pigs. Sighing, Ho replied that it was hellish work. Sticking the cleaver into the table, the warrior crossed his arms over his chest and, looking at Ho, said that the funniest thing about this order was that it was from Hyobufa. The younger one flew into a rage, shouting what they were even doing, taking orders from those degenerates. Calming the younger one with a flick, Cholyu remarked that the money for his treatment doesn't fall from the sky, and if he gets into fights, at least he should try not to come back half dead. Noticing that the big guy had flicked his younger brother, Jin sneaked up from behind and pinched him hard on the side. Cholyu flinched and howled so loudly that his bandana flew off his head and the veins on his neck bulged. The girl, continuing to pinch him, reproached him for attacking him, saying Ho was already having a hard time. A little embarrassed, she looked at the big guy and said she couldn't help herself and someone had to protect Ho from him. Seeing that the brother was very sad, Jin asked if he was still worried about that man named Chan Hyun. The guy couldn't understand how she found out about it, since he had never told anyone about his friendship with Chan. Jin explained that Ho calls him every night in his dreams and shouts. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't know and felt ashamed. With her huge eyes, the little sister looked at him and asked questions. It turned out that the man helped him escape. Recalling the events, the young man was sad. He silently lowered his gaze and did not really want to reveal his feelings. Before Ho's eyes immediately appeared the scene of that night, his first serious battle. Smoke, dust, and sounds of fighting enveloped the entire courtyard of the lair. Grabbing the knife, the young man stood unable to move. He was very frightened, and the instinct of self-preservation did not allow him to rush into attack. The senior warriors were more experienced and fought like real tigers, blocking enemy strikes and attacking. The clang of steel rang in the ears, and the speed of attacks was incredible. Chon Hon and several other swordsmen held the flank, signaling retreat. They were ready to sacrifice themselves to save the others. The warriors shouted at that moment for Ho to escape, to run away. Before the young man's eyes, he was pierced by a sword. He gave his life to save him. This moment remained in the young man's memory and constantly appears in his dreams. Ho could not hold back, and bitter, salty tears flowed from his eyes. The young man's heart ached. He told everything, including that this man had been watching over and caring for him from the very beginning. Hearing the sad story and understanding that this person was truly important to his brother, Sim offered help. Standing in the doorway, the brother said calmly that if he wanted to take revenge, he was in and would help. Hearing the commander's words, Cholyu looked at him joyfully. For a warrior, punching someone in the face was the best entertainment. Ho hesitated, not even knowing what to answer. He wanted to take revenge but was worried about his friends. He knew that they could help, even when the second brother was kidnapped. They were ready to gather people and go rescue, but Pidohue are not street thugs. Only 2 of them wiped out an entire clan. Swallowing his thirst for revenge, the young man waved it off, saying that everything was fine and that it was all over. Ho did not want his brother and Cholu to stain their hands with blood again. They had just escaped that life. Putting his hand on his brother's shoulder, Sim smiled and asked him to forget about Tom Suhui and not to go where he could be killed. The young man understood that he really should take care of his life and asked his brother what he should do then. The hero knew that the butcher shop was not to Ho's liking, and he suggested work on the farm. Old man Zhang, who supplies them with livestock, is selling his farm. Sim was thinking of buying it, and Ho could work there. Cholu was surprised, worried about the old man. He had seen him a few days ago, and he seemed completely healthy. The hero corrected the warrior, explaining that Zhang was not sick. He was just tired of everything, fed up with the same life all the time. So Sim thought of buying his farm. Looking at his older brother, Ho asked with surprise where he would get the money. The old man promised to make them a profitable deal, and considering the savings and payment for this large order, the money should be enough. The young man thought it over. There was no decent work in the city, the shop really was not to his liking, and there were not many options. The younger one hesitantly agreed, and the brother was very happy that now Ho would have his own business too. There was a light knock on the door, and Hyun and Chan, the friend who saved Ho's life, appeared in the doorway. The young man's hair stood on end as if he had seen a ghost. The guy was sure he was dead. The friend was also glad to see him. He had heard that Ho was wounded and was worried, but he looked as fresh as a cucumber. The boy could not believe his eyes, looking at Chan, and asked why he was here. Hyun slapped the younger one on the back of the head to bring him to his senses, saying enough with the tragedy and sniveling. He thought the brother would get into some foolishness because of this guy. Cholu asked in surprise if this was really the very Chan Hyun, and the brother confirmed. It turned out that Ho didn't really know anything and walked around as if the world had collapsed. Cholu stood with a blank face, silently laughing inside, because he and Sim were already planning to go avenge him. Suddenly, the sister poked the younger one from behind with a broom, and the guy realized that now he would also get it from his sister, who was worried for nothing and couldn't sleep at night because of his screams. Looking sternly, as if ready to smack Ho's face with the broom at that very moment, she called him a fool. The guy suddenly dashed into the yard, and Jin chased after him with the broom, wanting to teach the younger fool a lesson. Late at night in the gloomy lair of Pidohui, no one was sleeping. Important matters were being discussed and decided. In tight wooden boxes were delivered the mutilated bodies of 2 assassins sent to Soin with the purpose of killing the head of Ton Simhui. Carefully examining the bodies of their men, the head of the hidden dragon Cha Ryun and the head of Pidohui Yang Ho-chun realized that the assassin was a master. Both were killed with a single blow. The bodies had already begun to decompose, but they were easily identified as some of the best fighters of the hidden unit of the Yonho clan. Ribs crushed, hearts and lungs torn by the force of the blow, Cha Ryun was struck. So many injuries and not a single stab wound, he thought. Could there really be someone so strong in Soin? The cause of death was the same for both, a single blow to the head. Ho-chun added that even among the hidden dragons, such fighters are rare. Looking at the corpses, Cha ordered scouts to secretly check the surroundings to find out whether it was a chance encounter or if someone was plotting something more extensive. Looking at the leader, Ho-chun asked if he had any guesses or perhaps suspected someone. He suspected Hyukudan. Furrowing his brow, he recalled all the strongest he knew who could have done such a thing. Hokon immediately refuted this idea because he knew that Yukudan had been destroyed and suggested that it could have been done by the same person. Assuming this might be true, Cha accepted this position. The probability was high, the styles of the killings were very similar. He turned around, casting a glance at everyone present at the secret clan meeting, carefully inspecting for spies. He was surrounded by trusted and loyal people, all in the clan's battle suits, skilled warriors, and a squad commander. In a stern tone, the leader ordered everyone to hide, stop any external actions, and behave quietly until the identity of this person was clarified. The heat outside was unbearable. The sun's rays heated the roof of the store, and inside it was like a steam room, as if in a bathhouse. Cholu was simply boiling like a kettle, trying to create even the slightest breeze, waving his palm in front of his face. Sim gave him water with ice so that he could cool down a little. The big guy's eyes popped out, and he asked in surprise if that was really possible. Rejoicing in the cold water, the big guy said he wanted a drink, but the pitcher was as hot as boiling water, and he asked Sim if he had taken a block of ice from the cellar. After drinking the water, he warned the hero that Hyun would tear his head off, but the guy replied that he was not home. He had gone to get payment from Hyobufa. As soon as Cholu finished drinking, a voice was heard at the door and Hyun returned home, and the warrior greeted cheerfully. Looking at the young man, the warrior was taken aback. He did not expect to see Hyun in such a state and did not even recognize him at first. The guy returned home all beaten, with bruises and hematomas, standing sadly in the doorway. The brother was applying ice to the bump, and he, in turn, grumbled that he had told them many times not to take it, as they wouldn't last until winter. Sim no longer cared about that ice. He was more interested in what had happened to his brother. The young man denied it was anything serious, but Cholu tensed, assuming that Hyobufa was the one who had beaten him up. The hero clenched his teeth and began to get angry because Hyun was withholding something. Moreover, he himself said that he was going to collect the debt. Looking sternly at his brother, Sim asked him to tell the truth, since they are family and must protect each other. Hyun shamefully admitted that the whole Bufa refused to pay the second part. He tried to insist, but he was persuaded otherwise. Chobu boiled over again like a kettle. He could not calmly accept this, and his brother asked how much money he managed to collect. The pouch with coins rang loudly when Hyun threw it on the table. He managed to get only half of the promised money. Taking the bag, the young man said that half is not so bad, but Hyun said that it was nothing compared to how much time they had wasted on it. The big guy was already starting to take off his apron and get ready to go beat some faces. Those bastards had planned it from the very beginning, but Sim stopped him, asking what he intended to do. Turning around, the warrior looked at his friend in surprise. He was determined to go there and get the money back. The hero glanced at his brother, who was listening to them attentively, and mentally asked Cholwoo if he knew who was behind this. The warrior realized that the conversation was not for extra ears and, answering Sim, suggested that it was Pidohue. The guy didn't care about this little thing, but Sim tried to persuade him otherwise. If guys like the ones they had seen got involved, everything would become much dirtier. The young man did not back down. He saw nothing dirty in this. Just cut out this riffraff, and that's it. But Sim added that then new ones would come looking for those who did not return, and they would cut them again and again. Pondering, Chikolu realized what the commander was hinting at and admitted that he was right, calming down and deciding that they needed a plan. Hyun did not hear what the warriors were talking about. They could communicate without words, and not understanding, he asked what they were talking about at all. The brother asked him not to be upset. Losing money is unpleasant but not fatal. Consider that we were bitten by a stray dog. Tightening the bandana, the big guy added that a rabid dog only understands a stick and a kick in the rear. Sim thought that the guys needed to relax a little and distract themselves and decided to get something strong from the cellar. Looking at the commander, Cholu asked, if they repeat it, will we really endure it again? Without turning around, the guy froze for a second, realizing that this could really happen. If it happens, then they will do everything as Cholu said, and he will not hold him back, Sim promised. While the guys were talking, uninvited guests came to them and with a loud bang, kicked the door down. A gang of grim-faced stranglers barged into the butcher shop. The biggest of them, looking around, said that it was hard to find them. Beaten Hyun immediately recognized the people from the Hyobufa clan by their clothes. The brazen bandits entered as if they were at home. The guy looked at them in despair, thinking that they had come for him. The young man could not resist these thugs. The older brother led him out of the room, assuring that they would handle it themselves, that these bandits would regret coming here. Cholu smiled and asked why they had come here, and one of the villains explained that it was time to pay the tax and that he knew they had money. The butcher shop operated honestly and paid taxes to the state, which Cholu informed them about, and the man smiling said that the state had nothing to do with it. The warrior realized that these were racketeers shaking them down, and he expressed his suspicions with contempt. According to the bandit, their shop stood only because they were protected by them, and the payment for this had to be decent. With a threat, he demanded money for mutually beneficial cooperation. Cholu laughed at how the villain was preaching and asked him to just call things by their names, that is, payment for protection. The hero took a few steps forward to get close to the opponent, intending to scare him. He looked him in the eyes openly, showing strength, and asked if he looked like a person who needed protection and hadn't ordered it. The enemy almost soiled himself upon seeing the warrior's aura. He trembled with fear, wondering where an ordinary butcher got such an overwhelming aura. Holding this rabble by the head with one hand, the hero grabbed a piece of meat behind his back, wanting to smear it on his face. A moment later, a large piece of steak with a characteristic sound was strongly embedded in the extortionist's face. Like bags of garbage, one after another, the racketeers flew out of the doors. Cholu had a good time. Standing in the doorway, he shouted loudly after them that if they tried again, he would break every single one's neck. Looking around and watching the extortionists, like beaten dogs, limping away, the guy chuckled cheerfully. While the young man was having fun, Sim had already brought drinks and sliced some meat snacks to relieve stress. A crowd of beggars came to demand protection, and he couldn't resist telling the big guy, having a little fun. The hero laughed, talking about them and saying that if no one was around, he would crush them like bugs. But he tried to be polite. Sim looked at his friend in surprise and added that he literally threw them out the door, which is called being polite. Hyun was still worried that they would show up at their home. The guy felt that these degenerates would not leave them alone. According to him, these guys have been moving too actively lately and increased pressure on the city and the poor. Looking at the commander, the friend hinted that they shouldn't tolerate this. They are already kicking doors open. Frowning, the young man thought that Cholu was right, and he understood that they would come again, intending to take revenge, and might even burn down the shop at night. He didn't like this, and Sim, poking the big guy in the side with his finger, said it was time to take the stick. The warrior brightened up at this news. Having planned their actions, the friends went out. The gray night would hide them from prying eyes, and the moonlight would illuminate the path. The Yahello camp was quite well fortified, with organized guards and sentries. Smiling and laughing, Cholu commented that they were pretending to be real soldiers, but in fact they were nothing. The guys, like ninjas, quietly, quickly, and without unnecessary noise, slipped over the heads of the sentries right into the camp yards. Jumping over the fence, they gracefully landed without making a sound, as if they were weightless. The big guy was in a great mood, enjoying the atmosphere of the night and the huge moon, which illuminated and added mystery to this night. They quickly found the main building of the garrison and, deciding to do everything quickly and quietly, silently approached the entrance. 3 board guards were guarding the entrance to the main building. None of them expected an attack, and they were lazily hanging out on the steps. The friends decided to quickly knock them out from afar, using what was at hand, stones. Hitting the targets precisely was no trouble. The heavy granite easily fulfilled its simple task: 3 throws, 3 hits. The opponents fell on the steps without making a sound. The passage was free, and the heroes calmly approached. Looking at these poor fellows, Sim asked Cholu to remove them so that the bodies would not attract attention. The big guy scooped them up in a handful and dragged them aside, reasoning that if guards were posted here, then the chief was most likely here. Not finding a suitable secluded corner, the hero simply decided to throw them out and with one motion tossed them all over the fence. Entering inside, the friends wondered if it was creepy for the leader to be here. Recently, there had been a brutal battle here, although if he cared about that, he wouldn't have come here at all. The leader was snoring sweetly. Drooling next to him in bed lay several young girls, warming their master. He had no idea that uninvited guests were already in his chambers, holding his life in their hands. The guys looked down at him disapprovingly. With a simple magical action, Sim completely isolated the girls and the entire room from sounds so that no one could hear what was about to happen here. The beauties were sleeping sweetly, pressing their fragile bodies against the man, while the leader snored like a pig. Looking at the enemy, Sim ordered Shakal to wake him up. Enough sleeping for this pig. With a strong kick to the testicles, the big guy gave him a quick awakening, interrupting the blissful sleep. Bulging his eyes, the leader howled in pain. Not understanding what had happened at all, hellish pain pierced his groin. Jumping out of bed, he grabbed his valuables. Veins on his neck and temples bulged from tension and pain. Shkol grabbed him by the hair with a strong hand to pull him off the bed. The enemy finally realized what was happening. With a sharp and strong movement, the warrior threw the leader by the hair, and he, flying across half the room, slapped onto the floor. Looking at his friend, Sim laughed at him, saying that he understood that he envied him. But hitting there was completely unnecessary. Cholu shrugged, justifying that it was pure chance. Crawling on the floor to the door, humiliated and angry, writhing in pain, the master called the guards, shouting, "Where is she?" Ordering him to shut up, Sim explained that shouting was useless. The room was completely isolated and asked if he was the head of Helbufa. Taking a bottle of wine from the table, the warrior drank it straight and added that he should answer, otherwise he would never be able to use his device again. The frightened poor fellow bowed to the floor, hoping that this would soften his tormentors, and admitted that it was him. Sim sat on the steps in front of the leader and began the conversation, clarifying whether he guessed why they had come, and the leader had no idea who was in front of him and why the warriors were here. Reproaching the leader for acting like an idiot, Cholu threw a glass at him, trying to show that his life depended on how he would answer. The glass flew at great speed straight to the head. It was meant to scare the leader so that he understood that his life meant nothing to Cholu. Sim stopped the object above the opponent's head with the power of his mind and crushed it into small shards. Shards demonstrating his power. Turning to the warrior, he frowned and asked him to stop the act, implying that he needed to calm down. Pressing to the floor, the villain did not understand who they were at all. Drops of cold sweat ran down his face. The young man decided to explain to the leader that he did not care about his clan, about power, and about who he was. He just wanted to live a quiet life, quietly like everyone else. But lately he was constantly disturbed. The leader was bowing at his feet, begging for mercy. He insisted that it was enough to say just a word and he would settle everything. Smiling, Sim caught him on his word and mentioned that he had recently been collecting money for protection at the market. He raised his head and remembered, admitted that he had collected it and, not understanding, asked again what he wanted. The hero did not ask to stop, but only to know the measure and take exactly as much as the people from Sekfe took. Then there would be no problems. Standing on all fours, the leader tried to object, explaining that he could not make such a decision himself, but Chikolu threatened him again. The warrior grabbed his head, squeezing the skull tightly, asking what nonsense he was talking about, whether he was the leader or not, and he kept babbling that it did not depend on him. Sim thought that his overlords were from Pidokfe, and Chikolu clarified that these were the types they had already met and lately suspicious people had been hanging around the market. At that moment, the leader realized who was in front of him and what they knew about the Hidden Dragon Squad. Looking into the enemy's eyes, trying to figure out the truth, the hero asked if there were still people from Pidokve in the city and found out that most had left, but Senve still paid a monthly share. The man screamed in pain and fear as the big guy squeezed his head, insisting that he reduce the tax. Sim demanded to reduce their share, trying to reach reason and explain that even so it would be enough for him. The leader still did not want to agree, and Chikolu pressed harder on him, saying that if he did not like it, then they would find someone else to take his place. On this, the villain agreed, and the warrior gave him another cuff on the head, saying that it was a good choice, and if he had thought to dodge, he would have already rolled his head on the floor. Recalling recent troubles, the big man reminded the commander about the bill for the meat. Looking at the leader, the young man reminded him that they had recently held a feast and ordered meat, to which he admitted yes. Looking sternly at the scoundrel, the hero said that if they eat like lords, then they must pay like lords, and reminded him that he was going to cheat them. Understanding what awaited him now, the leader seemed to swallow his tongue, unwilling to part with his money. Feeling something hidden, Sim easily discovered a stash in a hidden room behind the wall. This place was hidden behind an arch, inside lined with stone masonry. The hero felt that the pig kept his goods there. The leader was silent, hoping that the uninvited guests would not be able to open and find the hidden mechanism, and Cholu said that there was only one way to check. With a strong punch, like a sledgehammer, he broke through the tightly built stone wall. Realizing that it was the end and his treasury was found, the bandit clenched his teeth tightly. For him, parting with his gold was the worst thing. When the wall crumbled, a tall shelf appeared in the opening, on which bags of gold and chests with various jewels were neatly stacked. Chikolu turned around, looking at the fat degenerate, reproaching him that sitting on such a pile of gold, he still raised the tax. Smiling, Sim threw down 3 bags of gold, saying that they would only take their own and that it was for the meat. The leader couldn't stand it and shouted, asking what kind of meat was worth 3 bags of gold. Amused by the enemy's agony and anger, which gripped him and took the most precious, the young man calmly replied that it was with interest. The leader could do nothing but was incredibly angry. He clenched his teeth until they cracked. His rage from hopelessness felt from a distance. Packing everything into a large bag, Cholu reminded the commander that they also needed to take moral compensation and for the treatment of Hayun, who was brutally beaten when he came for the money. Looking at what was left, the leader choked on his own anger, cursing the butchers to himself. Approaching him, the big man grabbed him by the collar. The enemy, like a frightened puppy, looked at this huge man. The warrior threw the fat degenerate across the entire room, straight into the treasury shelves, so that he would hand over his money with his own hands. Smiling slyly, Cholu asked the leader to calculate the price for his own life and not to be stingy. The miser, asking how much, took another bag from the shelves, realizing that now everything would be taken from him. Without much thought, the big man replied that it was up to him to decide how much. If it wasn't enough, then he would start with the limbs. The villain gave everything that was in the treasury, hoping to save his miserable skin, and filled a huge bag to the brim. Laughing with the leader, Cholu tousled his hair, saying that a great future awaited him and that he should cherish his life. Looking at the ransacked treasury, the villain could not utter a word. Everything he had collected was taken by these two. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his head, as if Sim had penetrated his mind and told him to be smart and keep his mouth shut. He was even afraid to turn around, and the voice insisted that this way he would have a chance to live a little longer. But if even a word about tonight got out, something terrible would happen. He slowly turned his head to look back and caught a glimpse with the corner of his eye that there was no one there. At that moment, a small green leaf flashed before his eyes and pierced the brick wall of the treasury like a reminder. The leader's jaw dropped because it was simply impossible. He trembled and could not take his eyes off that leaf, not knowing what would happen now. The heroes left quietly, as they had come. Having dealt with the head of the guild Tumsinhui, they thought they would not be disturbed for some time. The building of the Tushan demon sect was located high in the mountains, with impregnable sheer cliffs protecting it from outsiders. The main building was in the courtyard, impressing with vintage architecture that spoke of the great history of the house. The guard protecting the entrance to the main hall knocked the door down with his back, epically flying inside. The sword fell from his hands and his body slid across the stone floor right to the center. The sudden intrusion made the leader wary. Following him, the killer reproached him for not simply stepping aside and letting him pass, saying that he wouldn't be lying on the floor in such a state now. Guanun greeted his uncle sitting on the throne, but the guild leader was not very happy to see his nephew. The ruler sat calmly, looking piercingly at the audacious young man. He did not expect this meeting. He knew that Guanun was a talented guy, but for even the squad leader to fall so pitifully was astonishing. The nearby bodyguard grabbed his sword, wanting to teach the boy a lesson for his audacity and intrusion. The hero was familiar with Guanpa's bodyguard and reminded him that he always said he couldn't sense the situation, as was the case now. The warrior began drawing his sword from its sheath, and the boy, mocking, reproached him for not understanding the situation at all. He should be saving his own life now. The warrior rushed into attack, not understanding where this freak even came from and why he appeared here. Barely having taken a step, a sword pierced him under the ribs, as if materializing from nowhere, easily piercing the warrior through. Guampa collapsed to the floor and curled up, while the nephew loudly declared that the clan now belonged to him and that he was the direct heir of the former sect leader. Looking at his uncle, he accused him of having obtained the throne dishonestly as soon as his father died. The ruler was silent, understanding that this was a revolution, and the boy clearly did not come alone. He was very curious how this rascal managed to pull this off. He did not try to justify himself before the young man, for every word of his meant nothing to this person. Looking at the bodyguard who was writhing in pain, the nephew laughed, saying that the uncle understood everything quickly, unlike this one. The ruler had only one question for the young man that he wanted to ask, and the boy curiously asked what it was. The leader asked why his people had turned away from him, since he was not so weak as to fall like that. Behind Guanun, there was already a squad of warriors standing. The boy smiled at them, understanding that the entire guild was captured, and now everyone obeyed him. He explained that the heads of the Cheonma and Zhongma squads had long been his men, and even a third of the elders had been on his side from the very beginning. This was his father's last order, and one person helped him lure the rest. The warriors parted, and a stranger entered the building, slowly dragging someone's body, bleeding, leaving a long, dark trail. The daring nephew, looking at his uncle, said that he knew this person very well. They had known each other for a long time. The stranger concealed his face, creating intrigue, and slowly moved through the hall, dragging the poor man's body by the hair. The man demonstratively threw the body forward with a strong jerk right at the ruler's feet, trying to instill fear. The poor man collapsed right at the foot of the throne, causing the clan leader to startle and rise to his feet. It was the leader's old friend, with whom they had been through a lot. The ruler lifted him into his arms, shouting in anger. The stranger lifted his hood, revealing his face, and asked the leader not to shout so much, as the boy was still alive, just badly beaten. When the leader saw who stood before him, he could not believe his eyes. It was his longtime enemy, who was thought to be dead. One of the strongest Modao, the northern heavenly sword demon, returned safe and sound. The leader asked how he ended up here. The gray-haired elder with a long beard returned as if from the dead. Looking at his enemy, he reproached him, asking if he really thought it would all end so quickly, and if so, then he did not know him at all. The ancient Modao uttered one word, Sim Jian. This was his main goal. He was searching for the youth who destroyed his kingdom to take revenge. Flashing with rage, he roared across the hall that he could not die until he repaid this man, and even the Lord of the Underworld could not hold him back. The blade, sharp as a razor, flashed like a mirror of steel. In a moment, a sudden deadly attack left no chance to the opponent. The guild leader could neither anticipate nor resist such sword speed and took the fatal blow. The youth's hand did not tremble, and the nephew killed his uncle, seizing the throne which he believed rightfully belonged to him. With a slight smirk, he was finally satisfied. For many years he had waited for this moment, dreaming of sitting in that chair. Now that the sect leader and the council of elders were eliminated, the cult's takeover was only a matter of time. The warriors parted again, letting the messenger through. The man hurried, carrying important news for his commander. Falling to one knee before Guanun and making a greeting gesture, he reported that the remaining defense forces were destroyed. He loudly and clearly reported everything that happened. Most were destroyed, but several people escaped from the treasury with the sacred relics. The hero became nervous, worrying about the ring of the heavenly demon, and inquired about its condition and whether it was in place. The warrior reported that the ring was taken away. They managed to track them, and the squad pursued for a long time, but one warrior separated and managed to escape. The leader was angry, gritting his teeth, thinking that without the founder's relic, the ring of the heavenly demon, and the sword of the leader of the Tunshin demonic sect, he would never gain the legitimate right to be called the successor. He strictly asked the messenger reporting the news if it was known who was responsible. It turned out to be lightning from the squad of the divine demon. The hero was not surprised. He knew the fame of this squad and what kind of people were there. Guanpo was almost certain that this person was heading to Xinjiang. In the butcher shop, ordinary weekdays passed. Business was good, and the guys worked like a real family. A strange visitor came to the shop. Seeing Jin, he immediately asked who ran the shop, and the girl, without hiding, answered that her older brothers did. The man, explaining nothing, wondered what to do with this now. He had an unusual task and did not expect that the shop owners had changed. Already about to leave, he bumped his forehead on the broad chest of Cholu. He walked forward thoughtfully, not paying attention to what was ahead. Raising his head, he was first frightened to see such a big guy, then apologized to the young man, and the guy laughed loudly, replying that it was nothing serious. Sim entered the store for Cholu, smiling with interest, asking what the man needed and offering his help. The elderly man surprised the young man. He did not come for meat, and the boy curiously asked what he was looking for in the butcher shop. Turning to his brother, Jin explained that this traveler was a messenger from the Hahu clan, and they wanted to invite the butcher. Sim, asked the man again. It turned out he was looking for old man. So who used to work here, they had known each other for a long time, and he did not know that there were new owners now. The old man explained that every year at this time for the main family's banquet, they ordered Shaoxing wine from the local winery and invited old man So. Sim understood what was being talked about and asked again if he had come for the banquet for the family head's 70th birthday, which surprised the old man, who did not understand how the young man could know that. Before his death, old man So asked them, saying that the Hahu clan would send a person and instructed him to help as much as he could and was able. The man was stunned. He did not think that So respected their head so much that he even took care not to leave them without meat after his death. Looking at Cholu, Sim asked to bring the letter that grandfather So had left. He asked him to deliver it to the messenger of the Haku family. The letter was neatly wrapped in an envelope and sealed on the flap so that it was clear that no one had opened it. The letter said that So carefully chose a successor and his skill was in no way inferior to his own abilities, so the work could be entrusted with confidence. The traveler said that every year they hold a banquet for the birthday of the head, but this time the scale was different. The amount of food and meat would be beyond imagination, and he asked if the guys were sure they could handle it. The hero knew that they would do everything well, but he did not make promises. The young man only said that he would do his best. The old man wanted to believe this guy and had no better options, so he told him how to get there and that the banquet would take place by the next full moon. The city of Jinhua was much larger than Sokfa, that small town where the shop was located. The main street was decorated with flags and lanterns in honor of the holiday. The estate grounds of the family were simply huge. It was not a house but a whole castle. It turned out that this family was in no way inferior to the imperial one in terms of wealth and importance. The heroes looked around everywhere and marveled at the affluence of this clan. The buildings were impressive and the guys wondered why one family needed such a huge territory. The hero's attention was even drawn to the guards. Their auras were very strong, which spoke of high professionalism and skill. Looking at one of the warriors, Cholu almost made a mistake. He remembered lightning, an acquaintance from a past life, and showed him to Sim. The hero was struck by the resemblance and was also surprised. Even the physique and posture were similar. He even thought they were twins. The big guy smiled, remembering that guy. He found it funny to trample him during training when he tried to get up, and he wanted to meet him to find out how the others were doing. The guys did not like large crowds, and there were really disgustingly many people. The city was huge, and the scale of the banquet was impressive. It was said that even merchants from the surroundings had come. Cholu grumbled that they would have to hang around here for 3 days, wondering what kind of banquet this was, but he was glad that there would be plenty of food and entertainment. It turned out that a martial arts tournament would also take place at the festival, and the young man asked the commander for permission to participate, but Sim looked at him and jokingly asked again if he wanted to wipe the arena off the face of the earth. Cholu just wanted to practice, but Sim kept teasing him, hinting at his size and strength, saying it could not be hidden. The guy agreed bitterly, giving up the idea, saying that it was a dirty job anyway and they probably wouldn't even have time to rest. Passing by a candy shop, the warrior couldn't resist and bought one, causing surprise among the merchant and nearby visitors. Everyone who saw this giant couldn't help but look at him. Seeing with what pleasure the warrior sucked on the lollipop, Sim asked him if he was a child, but he didn't even open his eyes, enjoying the taste. Suddenly, one of the guards blocked their way. He was strict but polite and apologized for the inconvenience. The security was indeed vigilant. Even in such a crowd, they noticed strangers and asked where they came from and for what purpose. Cholu blurted out that if he was apologizing, then he shouldn't ask. But Sim managed to cover his mouth with his hand and politely replied that they were from Sowa and invited to the banquet as butchers. The guard frowned because these two did not look like ordinary butchers. He was very perceptive and well-trained. The guys started acting a comedy in front of him, pretending to be simple fools. And the warrior remembered that the deputy manager mentioned the butchers, but these two looked like some kind of bandits. The ball man let them pass and didn't want to bother much. He already had a very stressful day and calmly said, "Go ahead." Among all the buildings, there was even a special place, a small equipped courtyard for cooking, where chefs prepared their dishes. Two important persons were walking through the courtyard. Everyone stepped aside and gave way. Family members looked around and observed the work. Hahu Gook, nicknamed the sword monster, grumbling, walked along the sidewalk. He was outraged that he, a master of the martial world, was appointed as the tournament judge, while he had planned to drink and chat about nonsense with the head of the family. Next to him walked the grandson and heir of the Hahu clan, Yun. He told about the butchers recommended by the old man So, and they were going to approach them and get acquainted. The old man mockingly asked the youth if he really thought that the great-grandfather did it because of some meat. "Old man, So was a friend of the family and he had died." Gook began to tease the youth, making a grimace and saying that he was now uneasy. He himself did not understand the real reason why the head was so attached to this old man. They always had pleasant conversations but did not look like friends, and their difference in status was huge. Glancing sideways at Yon, the man asked what seemed strange to him. Could the great-grandfather really not have friends? The boy felt that they did not spend enough time together to share feelings. Gyeon explained to the boy that time was not important in this matter. What mattered was the heart that thinks of another. According to him, he himself had known old man So for a long time. He had known him for 20 years, a period in which mountains and rivers changed twice. The old man lectured, pontificating, while the young man teased him, saying he had just said that time was not important. Finishing the dialogue and not wanting to continue arguing with the youth, the elder turned around and went inside the cook's yard. If this butcher was recommended by So, then he wanted to personally check his skills and get acquainted. Watching Sim approach the cow and place a bowl of food in front of it, Gook said that So had told him this was called a dinner for the last journey. Sim took a hammer from behind his back and did his job as the elder had taught him, perfectly and without a single mistake. Hook's eyes widened with surprise. Before him was truly a master of his craft, well-trained in the ancient art. Grabbing the knife, the young man began to filigree the carcass. His movements were fast and precise, as if it were a surgical operation. Yan gaped, watching his actions, praising the skill, and the old man noted that the knife movements were so clean they gave him goosebumps. Throwing the carcass into a huge wooden tub, Cholu moved it with one motion. His muscles tensed, and it was clear how strong this giant was. Watching the warrior's actions, the nephew was delighted, and the old man commented that this strength could move mountains. Even young Yan figured out Cholu, assuming that such strength was impossible by physical training alone, and the master confirmed this absolutely correct assumption. The master decided to test Cholu and, while the butchers did not notice them, used his power to attack. Focusing so as not to cause harm but to test the defense, he released a burst of energy at Cholu. The young man was alarmed, wondering what this old man was doing. Was he really so sure he wouldn't harm these people if it turned out they were ordinary and had no combat skills? The hero calmly worked, unaware of the treacherous attack right in his back, or rather that they wanted to test him. Reflexes are very hard to control, and Cholu instinctively parried, instantly turning around, letting the blow graze past. At that moment, Yarn realized he was right, and the master confirmed his suspicions. These were not ordinary butchers. Seeing the flawless reaction of the strong man, the old man looked at him with curiosity, becoming interested in who they really were. Sim furrowed his brows, understanding what was happening, but hoped they would not be exposed and asked to stop the mischief, adding that it would not be difficult to stop them next time. The master laughed, saying that it turned out they gave in to him and asked if he should thank them for it. The hero explained that he spoke like that only because he feared a delay in work, but the old man, looking sternly, interrupted him, saying that now it did not matter. With a slight smirk, he said that it was a test of lice, and it showed that they were not ordinary butchers, and demanded an explanation of who they were. Folding his arms on his chest and standing before the master, Cholu called him an old man, and adding that he had a sharp tongue, asked who he was. Guk, who had not parted with his sword since he was 18, and by 50 his name was already carved in the list of the strongest Murim masters, was shocked by such audacity and by being called an old man. Sim looked gloomily at what was happening, realizing that the situation was escalating, and if he did not intervene, Cholu might do something irreparable. The master continued to boast about his merits and said that since he received the nickname Monster Sword, it was the first time in his life he had been so openly insulted. The warrior did not care whether Monster Sword or whoever else. He saw the demonstration and understood the approximate level of the old man's abilities and suggested they just disperse and not interfere with each other. Cholu wanted to continue and add a couple more kind words and suggest settling it right here and now if the old man wanted so badly, but Sim shut his mouth with his hand. Leaving the imprint of a dirty glove on the face, he clarified to the stranger that he was from the Haku clan, which explained his actions. The young man tried to negotiate with him, explaining that they came here not to cause trouble or fight, but simply to work, and asked them not to distract them. Guk did not back down. How could he calmly leave when some butcher stopped a strike into which he had put his whole soul and didn't even sweat? He angrily repeated his question about who they were. The hero explained that they were merely butchers from Sakin, and their goal was one, to work and prepare meat. The young man added that they just wanted to live an ordinary life and were here only because of work, and asked to pretend that he had never seen them. Looking each other in the eyes, the hero understood that the honor of this master had been offended, and now he would not back down, and the young man asked what he wanted. The mustached elder straightened up and smiled, asking what a man who had lived his whole life with a sword in his hand could want, and invited him to take a walk with him. He led the guys out of the estate grounds into a small bamboo grove so that no outsiders could see their duel. The master looked around and picked up a small branch from the ground. This would be his weapon in the upcoming fight. A light wind fluttered his clothes and hair. The old man looked at his opponent with dignity and suggested to begin. Sim also picked up a branch so that they would be on equal terms and was already ready to accept the master's challenge. Suddenly, Cholu intervened, stopping the commander by grabbing his hand. He said that this would not do, but the hero did not understand what had happened. Cholu could not just stand and watch because there was an order, and some stranger could not just immediately fight the commander. The guys began to argue. Sim was worried about his friend because he saw the opponent's strength, and before they had hardly ever encountered such. But the friend did not back down since he had dealt with almost everyone himself, including one of the Modao. The warrior remembered that Modao, the northern heavenly sword demon. He was curious if he was still so strong, and the young man wanted to meet him once more in a duel. A man of such strength does not die so easily, the commander explained, adding that he was sure they would meet again. Then Cholu once again asked for permission to fight Guk. The warrior jokingly said that fighting a stronger opponent is the best way to sharpen the blade, and he felt that lately it had dulled slightly. Sim did not know what to answer and gave his approval. Smiling as he looked at the master, the big man called out to him, asking if the old man had heard everything, and the master replied that he had expected to fight him. The experienced warrior said that he would never have thought that in his old age he would be treated like this, and it was very humiliating for him. Cholu asked him not to twist everything and explained that he was fighting him only because he truly had skill, adding that he would give a 3-hit advantage, showing it on his fingers. The master laughed at the young man's arrogance and, smirking, agreed to accept this gift as a sign of respect to the elder. At that very moment, his stick spectacularly flared with bright flames that spread everywhere like a fiery salamander. The flame enveloped the master, surrounding him with a ring. It was the art of heavenly flame piercing the sky. The hero stood aside, watching the progress of the duel. The art the old man used resembled the style of the Chogyam clan. Cholu prepared to receive the blow, standing like a rock. He was confident his defense would hold. The warrior glowing with power and chi energy. The master swiftly launched an attack, concentrating enormous power into a small point at the tip of the branch. The warrior moved towards him, gaining speed and power to block the attack at the right moment. A moment later, the warrior stood like a stone boulder in his combat defensive stance. From the force of this blow, Cholu was even pushed back, sliding several meters across the ground, digging his feet into the earth. Sparks from the reflected block strike slowly faded in the air. The youth was hit by the heat of fiery power, but he stood firm and smiled, asking for more. Surrounded by fire, the master was surprised. Could it be that the body of this steel giant? He put so much strength into the strike, yet the warrior endured. Cholu raised his finger and praised the old man, saying that it was truly dangerous, but not what he expected. In fact, the boy anticipated more power. The old man could not believe that at such an age the youth had mastered the external art of defense, as he himself had spent many years on it. Adding even more power to the attack, the master decided to use another more deadly technique, the Sword of 9 Dragons, the strongest strike of the fire spellcasters. The opponents rushed at each other in a new attack. The master was already curious whether the warrior would withstand this crushing blow as well. To repel the attack and counterattack simultaneously, Cholu decided to use the technique of the 16 Imperial Fists. The master had to distribute his strength to maintain his attack and simultaneously block Cholu's counterblows. The elder easily deflected all the strikes, skillfully wielding a branch. Although he was already elderly, his agility and speed were extraordinarily high. Continuing the attack, he directed even more strength at the strongman, adding another strike to the attack, the dragon's kill. The warrior's eyes shone with pure power, and his body was filled with energy. The boy prepared to repel the attacks no matter how strong they were. When the two collided, a huge explosion thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing throughout the forest. The warrior stood among the smoke, practically unharmed, and spat a clot of blood with a sneer, letting the enemy know that he was a tough nut to crack. The strong man had not seen his own blood for a long time and paid tribute to the old man, praising his skill. The master also took a hit and wondered if this was all he was capable of, disappointed in his strength, and whether this young lad had mastered the art of the diamond body. Chol, challenging the old man, shouted why he stood rooted to the spot, whether he was surrendering or his strength was exhausted. The master beckoned to him with his hand, ready to show how fragile a strong body could be, and shouted for him to keep his pity to himself. Chol liked this kind of talk and concentrated his strength and will to deliver his signature strike. But Sim, more finely attuned to energies, warned him that something was wrong and asked him to use the heavenly chi of Asura. A real hurricane rose around Chol, chilling everything around. Two elements, fire and ice, were about to collide. The youth seemed to turn into a tornado and rose like a whirlwind above the enemy, preparing to deliver a deadly blow. He was flying down at enormous speed, using all his energy and strength. Either he or the old man would survive. The master already understood that the opponent was so strong that he could crush him and prepared his defense, trying to save his life. The hero felt that the old man was using all his resources, burning himself from the inside. This was a technique of internal destruction, and if it continued, someone would definitely die. The collision caused an even bigger explosion and shockwave. The power of the released energy was colossal. The consequences were visible for several hundred meters. A cloud of smoke and dust rose high into the sky, as if someone had detonated a large bomb. Around the epicenter, the grass blackened and steam from the hot earth rose in white smoke. Everything around fell silent, marking the end of the battle. Both opponents stood alive, eyes wide with surprise. They did not expect to survive or such a turn of events. Sim froze between them, as if materializing out of nowhere right at the place of collision. The guy bent down, covering the blood dripping from his nose with his hand. The hero decided to stop the fight, taking both blows on himself. Cholu ran up to him, worried about his friend, and the guy said that everything was fine and that he would not die so easily. Looking at the big guy, he praised him, saying that his skills had definitely become sharper, and the other's smile stretched from ear to ear. The master could not believe what he had just seen. Surviving the collision was impossible. The branch that he raised at the beginning of the battle slowly crumbled, turning to dust, depleted of magical power. The old man began to grumble at the youth, reproaching him for having no right to interfere in the duel. But the hero explained that it was dangerous and he had to. The grandfather was furious, since when were duels supposed to be safe, one had to survive alone and prove superiority in strength with victory. Sim simply did not want either of the two to get hurt, but just said, why risk life when an ordinary duel can settle everything? The master could not calm down, pointing his finger at Cholu, shouting that his fight was not over yet. But Sim interrupted him, saying the outcome was obvious, and he himself, as the elder, knew this better than others. After that, the old man had nothing to say, and the hero added that it was enough to understand what he was capable of. Looking the old man straight in the eyes, the young man tried to calm his anger, saying that he had already fought enough. Wasn't that enough? Why cling to victory now? The master bowed his head for a second, immersed in memories. The youth's words affected the elder. Raising his gaze upward, the clear day reminded him of the time when he left the clan. Having only one sword with him, in his life he had seen not only glory but also endured countless defeats and trials. The grandfather seemed to be transported for a second to another dimension, where he was once young but immediately returned to reality. He looked once again at the youth with an appraising gaze. To intervene in a clash of forces, one must master martial arts on a completely different level. To reach such heights at such a young age, the elder pondered what this youth must have gone through to stand here before him now. He remembered the hero's words that they just wanted to live an ordinary life and his request to pretend that he did not see them. Looking at his hand, the master realized that compared to this young man, he was just an ant on the palm. The old man immediately changed. The powerful battle aura dissolved into the air as if it had never been there. Cholu wanted to blurt something out again, not understanding the nonsense the old man was muttering under his breath. But Sim stopped him in time, covering his mouth with his hand. Noticing this time the elder simply remained silent, understanding the hot temper of this strong man, since he himself was once young. Looking at Sim, he said that he was indebted to him, realizing that the young man had saved his life, as he would hardly have survived the encounter. Sim bowed in gratitude and said he would remember, and Cholu jokingly blurted out that he always does all the dirty work, while luck goes to someone else. The old man was glad that it ended this way, and said he would never forget this debt and would repay it tenfold. After finishing this quarrel, they went back to the estate. Everyone needed to get to their duties and could not delay. Meeting Yon, Master Guk asked where he had been and why he had such a sour face as if he had just eaten a lemon. The boy explained to the old man that he had not even finished watching the duel at the tournament when his father called him and ordered him to participate and prepare. The elder was surprised and began to worry about the young man. Although he was strong for his age, it was too early for him to participate in the tournament. Knowing that the guy also didn't want this, the master simply said to refuse. After all, he never listened to his father. But the young man replied that usually he didn't care. But now it was a direct order from above. It was an order from the great leader. The young man tried to refuse, but it seemed nothing would come of it, and he would have to participate. The grandfather opened his mouth in surprise. He was amazed that the guy tried to dispute the order of the great leader. But Yon explained that he acted cleverly. He used the name of his great-grandfather, saying that for him to participate, his approval was needed. After telling this, they both laughed. It was really clever. Hearing this conversation, Cholyu approached his friend and said that although this old man was crazy, the younger one was no slouch either. And Sim confirmed that his martial arts were not bad. The young man remembered the prizes and thought maybe he should participate after all, since it was the celebration of the 70th anniversary of the great leader, and the prizes there were simply crazy. Master Guk confirmed that usually it was an outstanding sword and various gifts collected from all over the world, but this time the rules had changed. The young man corrected him, since he knew that the sword was still a reward. But there was another prize. The master curiously asked what it was. Jan said that when he was returning from his father, he saw the chief manager carrying a strange plant. They say it was a special reward for the winner. Master Guk understood what it was about. It was a spiritual herb, and the young man said he wasn't exactly sure if it was spiritual or some other kind. Its name was strange. The guy thought, recalling the name, the word just flew out of his head. He remembered that it was considered very rare and valuable. Clapping his hands, he suddenly remembered and shouted the name, Millennial Spiritual Herb, which immediately attracted Sim's attention. Hearing this, the hero at first thought he misheard, a millennial spiritual herb. It is the highest grade among such treasures, an incredibly rare thing, the price of which reaches the heavens. The guy immediately remembered Jin's sister. There is a chance that she will help cure the girl. Such luck must not be missed. The elder was surprised by such a valuable reward. From it, one can prepare a legendary elixir. Without wasting time and the opportunity to turn to the elder, Sim approached with a request. The master owed him, and the guy hoped for his help. Thus passed a long day of preparation for the festival and tournament. A quiet night finally descended on the Hahu estate, but important matters were still being decided in the tall building. In a beautiful, spacious office, Hahu Song awaited the final list of finalists from the deputy head of the hall, and the sun finally brought it. He carefully read the names of the participants. Legendary figures such as Haktain, Cholyon, Akido finally appeared. The Lord crumpled the scroll, realizing that they would tear the tournament and their fighters to shreds. His son Chong curiously asked his father. He had heard that Yon still refused to participate. The man did not answer the question, only rubbed his aching head. He was disappointed in Yon. The father had invested so much effort in him, and the young man refused to participate. Suddenly the door opened and a voice was heard. I am entering. Someone dared to enter without knocking, merely presenting a fait accompli. Chong sharply turned around. What audacity! Who dared to enter without knocking so rudely? The guy was angry that his conversation with his father was interrupted. But Song immediately calmed him down. Waving his hand, signaling that everything was fine, he did not want any arguments now. His uncle, the elder Guk, entered the office. He decided to skip formalities at such a late hour to finish quickly. With respect to the elder, the men still bowed in a greeting gesture, and Song added that they had not seen each other for a long time. The master asked Chong to leave. He wanted to talk alone with his father. Guk had a conversation for him, and that was why he came. The elder asked why he clung so tightly and chose Yarn for the tournament. After all, he had his own sons, and the main house already had enough talents. Answering this question, he explained that 4 great clans had gathered for the tournament, and they intended to humiliate their main branch. The master understood the point. The opponents sent their best masters, and Song added that these were far from ordinary masters. Their level had significantly increased in recent years. For example, the Nagmun clan sent the son of the sword god, and his skill had long surpassed his father's level in his best years. Sitting in a wheelchair, the gentleman continued to explain that not only the Nagmun clan, others also sent their best young martial arts geniuses. Scratching his gray beard, the elder understood and assumed that the blow they dealt to them in the last union leader elections really hurt them. Among the youth of the Hahu family, only Yon can stand against these monsters. Song reminded his uncle that he himself trained him and knows his talent. The elder understood why it was so important for Yon to participate. Song really found the reason why the master could not refuse him, and he agreed to talk to the young man and make him participate. The nephew thanked his uncle for understanding, showing a respectful gesture and smiling, glad that he had found support. The master did not forget what his new acquaintance had asked him, and asked the nephew to add one more name to the list of participants, even though registration was already closed. Song agreed to make an exception. Placing an envelope with a name on the table, Guk said he was ready to stake his life on his skill. As he left, the elder added that he did not need to know who it was, and it was not worth digging into his past, and promised that this young man would become an important asset to the clan. When the master left, Song curiously unfolded the envelope and took out a sheet on which the name Iron was written. He frowned as he had never heard of this person before, and he knew the names of all the great famous martial arts masters. The rays of the morning sun broke through the clouds, illuminating with bright light the beautiful estate where the butchers from Sohan were placed. They were allocated an entire house at their disposal. Standing in front of the mirror, Sim was working on his new face, trying to match his new name. Chol urged the commander, eager to watch the fights. When the hero turned around and Chol looked at him, he was, as always, amazed. This magic always made him wary. There was something sinister about it. The warrior immediately remembered this appearance. Sim used it when they stormed the Golden Tiger camp, and Sim asked if anyone could recognize him. Only if someone had a very sharp eye, then maybe they would notice the resemblance, the friend replied. The hero could not completely change his face because his bone alteration technique was not at a sufficiently high level. Waving his hand, the guy told him not to worry about the appearance and to fight with full strength. No one would suspect the pathetic butchers, and when he finished with the meat, he would come to cheer for him. To fight with full strength, Sim asked again, and his friend laughed, saying that they would just fall if he slightly touched them, and that he was more worried about accidentally killing someone. In his new form, he was ready to show his strength, but Cholu was still right, and he would have to act carefully, the swordsman thought, and said goodbye to his friend. The building for holding tournaments was impressive, 4 floors with balconies, stands, towering columns, and an arena in the center. The perfectly even floor was laid out of white stone, neither slippery nor ugly. The hero thought that the Hahu clan probably spent a fortune on it. If Cholu saw this, he would say it was a senseless waste of money. But Sim liked this arena. It was excellent. While Sim was looking around, a big-eared little man approached him with a list of participants and asked for his name. Sim introduced himself as Iron, and the staff member found him on the list, notifying that he would fight in the first match, and the fights would start immediately after the opening. The man informed the young man that his opponent had not yet arrived, and if he did not appear soon, he would automatically be counted as defeated. Having examined the opponents sitting at the tables waiting for the tournament to start, the hero realized that almost no one here looked particularly strong. It was clear that the real masters had gathered separately on the other side, not wanting to communicate with the lower ranks. The warriors discussed that the tournament would be interesting as the best sons of great clans had also gathered here, and it was a good opportunity to make a name for themselves. Turning around, the young man also noticed the judges sitting near the arena. Among them was Master Gook. 5 important jury members sat at a long table, and they had already been served snacks and drinks. Gook noticed Sim and immediately recognized him. Even in his new appearance, the elder was very experienced and already familiar with the hero. Noticing him, the old man immediately waved his hand to him like an old friend. He had hopes for him since he had asked for a favor before the tournament. They exchanged glances, understanding everything without words, and Gook, smiling, even stood up from his chair. The hero liked this old man, although their first meeting had not been very good, but he was simple, honest, and kept his word. The tournament was about to start, and Sim was very grateful to the elder for managing to arrange his participation since registration had already been completed. The night before the tournament, the old man came to their home and asked for a favor. Sim could not refuse and agreed. Gook informed the young man that there were some people from other clans who planned to disrupt the celebration. The elder asked him to teach them a lesson. The elder also asked to open the eyes of this boy Jan, so he would understand that there is always a sky above and that one must always grow, and Sim replied that he was going to win anyway, so everything would be done. The stands filled up, and the start of the tournament was announced. In the first qualifying fight, Hiron and Nosu were to participate, and they were invited to enter the arena. The fighters were glad that the tournament had finally begun and that they could enjoy the spectacle and fight. The hero confidently stepped onto the arena without delay. The crowd greeted the opponents, and even understanding that it would not be difficult, he felt somewhat uneasy. A fighter wielding a spear stood before him, a fairly serious opponent, but not for Sim. Raising his weapon, Sim introduced himself properly as Heron and greeted his opponent, who in turn did the same. The fight began, and the opponent demonstratively started spinning his spear, shouting at Sim to attack, giving him a 3-hit advantage. The judges were amused by such audacity. One of them said he didn't look strong enough to talk so much. The man with the dark cloak on his shoulders was more reasonable and added that this fighter was from the Cheon clan, known for their spear skills, and if the warrior had truly mastered it well, dealing with him would not be easy. The next judge, sitting to Gook's right, asked what the elder thought of this warrior, and Gook replied that this boy was insane. Everyone looked at him in surprise. How could he call an experienced fighter chosen by the clan for the great tournament insane? Scratching his beard, the old man explained that he had no idea how strong his opponent was, and yet he behaved so arrogantly. Saying he would not hold back, Sim thrust his sword forward, preparing the simplest and most well-known technique. The opponent was surprised, wondering if he was serious. The warrior laughed loudly, asking if he really thought that a childish move like the immortal's finger could stop him. Sim began advancing and moved quickly, thrusting his sword forward directly toward the enemy. The opponent also ran towards him, thinking that he would now defeat this idiot. Using street moves in such a place was foolish. The spear was sharpened like a razor and had a beautiful engraving of tongues of flame on the tip. The hero's sword, without touching the enemy's spear, passed by it a few centimeters away, bypassing the defense and hiding behind the broad surface of the blade. The warrior did not even notice how the sword ended up right by his throat, which was an unpleasant surprise for him. Sima was not threatened. The spear blade was pointed in another direction, and he controlled the whole situation. The spearman gritted his teeth. He could not dodge and control the fight. He only had to retreat. The hero got close, and for the spearman it was important to keep distance so he could attack. The opponent began to retreat quickly to restore distance. He had no other options but to hope the swordsman would miss the moment and for a moment remove the blade from his throat. Moving in sync with the enemy, he fully controlled his spear and did not retreat an inch, continuing to pressure the spearman. The enemy did not even realize how the arena ended and simply flipped over the edge, falling down. They greeted each other longer than the fight lasted, in which Hiron emerged victorious, winning with a children's street move. The shouts from the stands echoed throughout the area. The spectators chanted the winner's name, Hiron. The swordsman sheathed his sword, ending the duel. He used a simple move, but no one could believe it really worked. Maybe the hero used some new technique. The judges looked surprised. Could it really have been the finger of the immortal? And only Guk was not surprised. He knew what this guy was really capable of. One of the judges commented that his technique was flawless. Even while pursuing the opponent, the tip of his blade never wavered. Another judge added that finding a person who could truly match his sword would be a rare stroke of luck. The opponents watching the duel realized that joking with the swordsman was a bad idea, and the guy was quite extraordinary. Guk, looking at them with a smirk, thought that if they were not blind, they should have understood that they were trash compared to this warrior. Descending from the arena, Sim was disappointed. That bastard said he would give a 3-hit handicap. He hoped the next opponent would be more serious. A couple of hours later, the hero was already home. He had only one fight today, and there would be no more fights today. Changing his face back, the young man said that the second qualifying round would start tomorrow, and there should be more duels. Looking at the finished work, Cholu was upset that he had rushed and hoped in vain to see the commanders fight. Since the friend had redone everything and finished the work himself, the rest of the day was free. Sim decided to treat him and suggested going for a drink. Sitting at the table and pouring a strong drink for his friend, the big guy asked why he chose the name Heiran. Cholu remembered that was the name of a guy from their squad, the wolf of the demonic god Heiran, and asked if the commander was really missing him. And Sim replied that when he saw that guard, he also remembered the guys. Having emptied the cup of sake, he carefully placed it on the wooden table, thinking of drinking a couple more for them. Frowning, the young man recalled his friends from the Lightning Blade squad, Sosurin, Jong, and Heiran. He wondered how they were doing now. The fugitive was running swiftly through the forest, trying to hide in the fog and confuse the tracks. But the chase had already lasted several days. The trained pursuit squad did not fall behind. As soon as the boy stopped to catch his breath, they caught up with him. Exhausted, he dreamed of sitting somewhere for at least an hour. All his muscles trembled from constant tension. He clumsily leaned his elbow against a tree, thinking, could these stubborn bastards never give up? Taking the sacred relic out of his pocket, he understood that they would never stop as long as he had this item. The main task of the warrior was to report to the squad commander as soon as possible and preserve the relic, and to accomplish this, he had to survive. As soon as he stopped for a minute, he was already discovered, and the pursuers had one command: kill. Throwing knives flew at him as soon as he came into the enemy's field of vision. These were not ordinary warriors, but specially trained, resilient killers with a scent like hunting dogs. The knives plunged into the tree exactly where he had been half a second ago. The boy was no fool and would not be taken so easily. The pursuers approached the tree, but the young man was no longer there. They did not understand where he had gone. He had just been here. Suddenly, a voice sounded from an unclear direction, as if it was already behind their backs. "I'm here," shouted the guy, trying to confuse the enemies. At that moment, he was already flying from the tree, preparing to once again sprinkle his blade with blood, like a hawk falling from a height onto its prey. Landing among 3 opponents, he made a sweeping whirlwind strike using all his speed. No one even managed to react. He had just touched the ground when the enemies already received fatal blows to vital points and fell bleeding. With bulging eyes, Lightning shouted across the entire forest that no matter how many squads they sent, he would still stand because he was the lightning blade from the Divine Demon Squad. Meanwhile, the fights in the Hahu arena continued. Sim defeated another opponent who, exhausted, bowed before him. Barely withstanding the opponent's attack, he leaned on his sword, trembling and trying with his last strength to get back on his feet. Raising his hand and shouting loudly, "Hiran," the referee announced the winner of this fight. The crowd in the stands chanted his name again. He defeated Nagman Haka with one strike, the very one they said was more talented than his father at his age. The masters whispered in the quarters discussing his strength, and the chief of the finalists already understood that he would have to fight him. The mentor and leader told him how important this tournament was, and that he must humiliate the Hahu family by winning. The next fight was the final. The two strongest fighters were ready to battle in a duel, and the crowd shouted, anticipating the spectacle. The opponent decided to put all his strength into the first strike. Focusing, he unleashed many blades sharp as a razor. The hero realized that the opponent wanted to end this fight quickly by using such a powerful skill first, and prepared to block the attack. Instantly changing his fighting stance to maximize his speed, the young man swung his sword. He made a swift dash forward, leaving only a trail of dust behind, quickly changing position like the wind. The Lord grimaced, not understanding what Heron was doing. Transitioning from the leading stance directly into the heavenly swing was ridiculous to him, using such basic techniques against the secret arts of the Tang clan. He clenched his teeth, realizing that this man was doing it on purpose, humiliating the clan's art by using simple techniques. A dozen blades approaching him, the hero performed an impossible sword movement. Time seemed to slow down for him. With one swing, he deflected them all, bending the trajectory of his sword as if the laws of physics did not exist for him. The opponent had never seen such mastery before, and was amazed at how it was even possible to deflect all attacks with a single movement. While the young man hesitated for a second, Sim had already closed in on him, launching an attack. The enemy had no choice but to dodge. His agility and speed allowed him to evade the move the hero used, but he understood that it was only luck or the opponent was simply toying with him. Sim gradually gained speed, not giving any chance for a counterattack. Dodging became increasingly difficult for the enemy, and the sharp blade was getting closer and closer. The young man could no longer move his feet quickly enough or change his fighting stance. He realized he couldn't hold on much longer. A few seconds and the fight would end unfavorably for him. He was as angry as he could be. Some unknown swordsman was defeating him. For the guy, it was a collapse, and he decided to use his secret weapon. The mentor could not watch this pitiful spectacle. Even if defeat was inevitable, why fall so low, showing such a desperate face? The man's eyes widened when he saw what his protege decided to do. It contradicted the tournament rules. The master was shocked how his student could fall so low and did not understand why he was doing it. Heron stood in a fighting stance, ready to deflect everything that would now fly at him, and the enemy took out and activated the secret deadly weapon. With a shout of "Die," he fired, ready to kill his opponent, despite the fact that the rules forbade the use of lethal strikes. The heated buckshot flew straight at the hero. Even such an experienced warrior as Sim could not expect such treachery. The shot hit the target directly, with a force and speed impossible to dodge. Smoke and dust covered the entire arena, hiding the consequences. When the smoke cleared, the hero stood unharmed. He managed to block the deadly attack, and the enemy froze in bewilderment. By the power of thought, Sim stopped the flight of the buckshot and held it, redirecting it at the opponent and ready to release it at any moment. Holding the used disposable device in his hand, the opponent did not understand what was happening, how Hiron was capable of such a thing. The swordsman looked contemptuously at his opponent. There was not a drop of honor in him. How dare he break the duel rules? With a sweep of his cloak, the warrior seemed to pull the trigger, directing grape shot backward at the attacker. Countless heated metal projectiles flew at the enemy. He did not intend to kill him and simply fired it at his feet, forcing the guy to retreat. The opponent helplessly fell on his backside, looking at the hero fearfully, like a puppy with its tail tucked. Sim grabbed the young man by the collar, intending to teach him a lesson. He understood that victory was already in his pocket. The judges would not be able to calmly watch the rule violation. Pulling the enemy closer to himself, the hero looked at him and asked sternly if he was ready for the consequences. With a strong kick, the hero made a harsh sweep on the guy, intending to knock the enemy off his feet. The opponent boiled with rage, his eyes flared with angry fire. This guy did not know how to lose at all. Hoping for a lucky hit, the impudent man raised his fist, trying to hit Heron right in the jaw. But the attempt was futile. The hero easily blocked the blow with his strong hand, catching the opponent by the wrist. Without much effort, the hero bent the enemy's arm and broke it. The crunch of bones and a desperate scream echoed through the arena. At that moment, Master Hook jumped up from his seat, loudly banging on the table, stopping the duel. Approaching the edge of the arena, Heron looked disapprovingly at the Tan Clan section and the standing mentor. Like a dirty rag, he threw his opponent straight at the master. The warrior completely lost respect for these representatives. He barely held him when the young man fell with all his weight right into his arms, almost knocking him to the floor. The man looked with anger in his eyes. The honor of his clan was humiliated, and his ward was left with broken limbs and could not even stand on his feet. Proudly standing in the arena, the hero did not even pay attention to the insult directed at him, which the master was showering, calling him a snot-nosed kid. He wanted to take revenge on Heron, who snatched the coveted victory, but now he had to retreat. His ward was wrong and everyone was on the winner's side. Suddenly, the master was called, asked to stay for a minute, and questioned what kind of weapon his fighter had used. Elder got clarified, "Isn't this one of the 10 great secret weapons that the Tan clan is so proud of?" Bowing, the master apologized and added that members of his clan are obliged to carry this weapon with them at all times. Gook was quite delicate in his communication with him and said he respects traditions, but this sounds like a very convenient excuse, and if someone else had been in Heron's place, it could have ended tragically. The other judges supported Gook and demanded clear explanations, since this is a regular tournament and the use of deadly techniques was prohibited. Bowing, the master offered his deepest apologies for his ward, explaining that the boy is still young and the thirst for victory clouded his mind. Realizing he would get no more from this lackey, Gook said in a stern tone that forgiveness should be sought not from him, but from Heron, and to be thankful that he spared the young man's life. On behalf of the elder of the Tan clan, Hagyo apologized to the warrior. Slightly bowing, he showed a gesture of respect, understanding that these were just words and the apology was not sincere but only to settle the conflict before the judges. The hero simply said that it should not happen again. As he left, he wondered how it happened that the name of the Tan clan was now so disgraced, and he himself had to apologize to everyone because of this petty fool. Stepping onto the arena to deliver his speech, the great master and elder of the Hahu clan, Gook, announced the winner of the tournament and congratulated Heron on the victory. The hero stood silently listening to the crowd shouting his name. He did not feel any strong euphoria. He was just glad to have the opportunity to get the spiritual herb. He demonstratively grabbed the sword, raising it, slowly turning around. He thanked the spectators for their support and applause. Sim wanted to return home as soon as possible because he had found a way to cure his sister, and the herb needed to be delivered as quickly as possible. When the hero brought home and opened the box with the plant, everyone gasped. It radiated incredible power, and Hyun began asking how his brother managed to get it. The hero could not tell that he had won the martial arts tournament, and he said that he was just lucky. The young man lied that the elders of the Hahu clan and Grandpa So had very deep relations, and one of them had given it as a gift. Hyun was a very clever guy and kept asking questions because this was a great rarity that could not be bought for any money, and such things are not given just like that. Coming out of the shower, Cholu barked. Enough with the interrogation. He had slaughtered so many cows and pigs that they had taken a liking to him and simply gave it to him. They were going to hand it over to the old man. But since he died, they decided to give it to his successor, the warrior added. Smiling and looking at the brothers, Ho said that it didn't really matter how they obtained it. The main thing is that it exists and now they can cure their sister. Raising his finger up, he praised the guys for their efforts. They earned a lot of money and brought the legendary herb. Thinking about how it should be used, the hero decided that he needed to consult a doctor before that. Jin looked at him anxiously, not knowing what to do. Since there was no doctor, the healer had temporarily left the city. Sim was upset because there was little time. The herb might lose its properties, and asked when he would be back. Jin explained that he had gone to treat an old official in Chuzhou and said he would return no earlier than in half a month. It turned out that Jin had recently become very interested in medicine, and the doctor even wanted to take her as an apprentice, which is why she knew the doctor's schedule so well. The hero smiled, proud of his younger sister, and said he would support her if she wanted to continue studying. The girl was very pleased to hear praise from her older brother, and she broke into a sweet smile. Looking at the exotic plant, the young man wondered what to do if there was no healer. It needed to be used as soon as possible. Looking closely, he noticed that the leaves had started to wilt a little, and the root was turning pale. It had been lying in the box for a very long time. He realized that when such grass is uprooted from the ground, time begins to work against them. The hero prepared a decoction from the leaves and root of the spiritual herb using the grandfather's method. The healing properties were supposed to be preserved. Taking the cup, Jin drank the bitter medicine in one gulp, hoping for a cure from the insidious ailment. Impatient Ho watched her, observing her reaction, and immediately asked if it had worked. Sim was also eager to know the result, but he understood that it might take time for the medicine to start working and the decoction to be absorbed. The hero asked his younger brother to carefully watch over their sister, and he himself went to the butcher's shop to check how things were going there. Walking down the busy street, he still could not believe that they were lucky enough to catch fortune and find the 1,000-year-old fire herb. It was a real miracle. He was sure that Jin would finally recover and everything would be fine. Raising his head, he noticed uninvited guests at the entrance. Master Guk waved cheerfully at him, and his grandson Yon, folding his arms on his chest, paced in circles while waiting. The elder greeted the young man and politely apologized for the sudden visit and for coming without warning. As usual, stroking his gray beard, he said that he was passing by and decided to drop in for a short while. Sim politely invited him inside so as not to stand outside and attract the attention of strangers. The weather was wonderful and they settled in the yard in the fresh air, taking out drinks and snacks. Looking around, the old man cheerfully noted that since his last visit, much had changed here and it had become quite cozy. Sim was not very happy about the visit of this guest and immediately got to the point, asking what had brought the elder to the shop. He wanted to ask for a favor and looked seriously at the young man, and the hero asked with curiosity what he wanted. The old man asked for the possibility to live with them for some time, and Jan grimaced, realizing that if the grandfather wanted, he would have to live with him on the farm. He took out a hefty pouch of gold and slapped it on the table, saying he would not be a freeloader and would pay for the stay like in a hotel. Cholu, hearing the clink of the coin, immediately perked up. Slowly opening his wallet, he giggled, saying that it was too much. Understanding that this threatened to expose them, the young man apologized and refused the old man, hoping that this person would understand him. The elder was surprised. He did not like being refused and did not understand why Sim was refusing. Making it clear to the elder that this was not up for discussion, the young man explained that they had no free room to accommodate them, and he did not want to live under the same roof with him, explaining that he did not want to disturb the peaceful life they had built for so long. Pressing his grandson to himself and patting him on the cheek, the old man smiled and said that he only wanted to broaden his grandson's horizons, and he himself was not against a change of scenery. Sim did not back down, understanding that this interference in their life could lead to consequences, and refused again. The old man frowned and asked if there was really no possibility. He partly understood why Sim was against it, but by nature he was stubborn. Looking straight into the elder's eyes, the young man hoped he would understand him and said no firmly, putting a full stop. The grandfather stood up, looking offended, trying to evoke emotions in the hero, and said that if he was so against it, he could not force him. The old man was indeed slightly crazy and had no sense of tact. Smiling slyly, he said that then he would find a little house nearby. The hero got angry at such discourtesy and intrusiveness and raised his voice, shouting that he was joking now. Hearing the noise, Hyun came out of the neighboring barn and approached, greeting the guests and asking who they were. The hero introduced Hahaguk to Hyun and reminded his brother that he had told him about him, that this man was closely connected with the old man. So, upon learning who was standing before him, Hyun immediately began to bow and thank the elder for the elixir he had given, thanks to which their sister was recovering. The old man did not understand which elixir was being referred to, and the young man explained that thanks to the 1,000-year-old fiery spiritual herb he had given, they had prepared the elixir. Guk realized that it was about the herb given as a prize for first place in the tournament. He did not tell that he had not given any herb and laughed, saying that although it was a rare treasure, it was nothing compared to the value of human life. The elder asked with curiosity if it had helped, and Hyun said that their younger sister had suffered from an incurable disease since childhood, but thanks to him, she would now recover. The guy wanted to thank the master, and he said that he had one small request. Sim glanced sideways at his brother as he tried to please this cunning old man, and Hyun said he was ready to do anything, just let him say the word. Gook told him that he was going to live in Seoin for a while, but he had no acquaintances here and nowhere to stay. Young Hyun didn't even let the old man finish speaking and immediately offered to stay with them, politely adding that their house was modest, but they would find a place. Stroking his beard cunningly, the elder politely replied that he appreciated his offer, but Sim had just said that the house was small and there was no room. Hearing that the elder had refused the old man, who, in his opinion, had saved their sister, the young man angrily looked at Sim. He shouted that it was nonsense and invited the guests into the house, promising that they would definitely find a place, and the old man agreed. Suddenly, the men's conversation was interrupted by Ho bursting into the yard with a cry that they had a big problem. The guy was very scared and worried. He reported that Jin had become very ill and had lost consciousness. Everyone ran quickly to the girl. The healer Huanzhong also arrived as soon as he received the news. The poor girl lay very weak, her pulse barely palpable. The healer carefully examined Jin, trying to understand what had happened. He worried about the girl as if she were his own sister, and it was very fortunate that he was already almost in the city when he received the news. Everyone quietly stood by the bed and listened to the doctor. Sim anxiously asked how his sister was. Reasoning, Juan said that the girl had not yet recovered, and this energy was definitely from the illness. This should not have happened, and the healer began to suspect that something was wrong. He asked if Sim remembered what the herb they gave her looked like. Ho then carefully examined the herb and helped prepare it. He described in detail that the root was yellowish-brown, covered with fine hairs, and the bud petals were dark red. The healer understood the problem and dryly replied that the petals of the fiery thousand-year herb are not red. The hero widened his eyes. He could not believe Juan's words and asked again if he really meant that they gave Jin the wrong herb. Master Gok, who was in the room at that moment, also did not believe it. She had been checked several times in the clan's main house. The doctor explained that this plant is so rare that even in the house of the living immortal, only a few have held it in their hands. No matter how great the Hahu clan is, if there is no expert there, this plant can easily be confused with another. Taking a bundle out of his bag, the healer said he needed to see what they gave him to accurately determine what it was, but he already had suspicions. He suspected that they gave Jin the cold immortal herb. It looks very similar to the fiery one, and showed how it looks. The cold immortal herb over time turns into the spiritual and then into the fiery. The hero realized that they gave Jin the wrong medicine and looked bitterly at this legendary herb. It was a big mistake, and they gave a huge boost to the dying yin energy inside her body. Now only the great pill from the Shaolin Temple can help. Sim felt broken and guilty because his own actions had worsened his sister's condition. Looking at the hero, Huang said he would try to buy some time and do everything to stabilize her condition. Master Gok also felt guilty for his clan and said he would report this and ask for their help. Huang did everything possible, but as he was leaving, the brothers stopped him, asking if there were really no other options and begging him to find a way to save Jin. That night, the hero did not sleep. He sat on the porch with Cholu and drank, trying to drown his feelings. Looking at the commander, the warrior asked him what the plan would be, and Sim replied that it was unnecessary to ask. They were obliged to cure her. The elder promised to use the influence of the Hahu clan to find a cure, but that was nonsense. Cholu noted that to stop the broken dam, a much greater force than before was needed. They had only one way. Glancing at the commander, the young man confidently said that only the great restorative Shaolin pill could help. Understanding that they would have to go to the monks and obtain it at any cost, the commander said, "Then let's go there." The warrior was ready to leave right now and asked when they would set out, all dreaming of fighting the monks. The hero said that they needed to set off as soon as possible. The healer would try to slow the progression of the disease, but no one knows when the condition might suddenly worsen. The warrior grabbed the bottle and, pouring all the contents into his mouth, said that it was an excellent decision, and if he hadn't agreed, Cholu would have dragged him by force. But if they leave, then what will happen to the shop? It can't be left to just anyone. The quality of the meat will immediately drop, and the shop cannot be closed. Cholu looked at the commander in surprise. Could it be that he was going to leave it to Ho? Then all the customers would scatter. Pouring another cup, Sim already knew whom to ask to look after it, and replied that he had one person in mind. The warrior couldn't even guess who it might be and stared at Sim with incomprehension. Drinking, the guy replied that he knew this person, wanting to prolong the intrigue and make the strong man think hard. He had in mind the elder Gok. The old man would not be able to refuse him, especially after his clan had so badly set them up with the herb. In the morning, when the hero conveyed his request to the elder, the old man did not immediately understand whether the guy was joking. Could he really think that a person like him would be involved in such nonsense? But the guy reminded the elder that it was precisely because of him that he now had to leave his place. The old man understood that if he refused, the friendly relations between them would be destroyed forever. He began to say that he wouldn't manage, as he had never done such a thing before, but Sim said not to worry, he would teach him quickly. The hero convinced him that with his skill level, it would be a piece of cake, and in just a few days he would be butchering pigs no worse than a master. The elder asked why not just close the shop and offered the guy gold, but the hero said it was not about money but about the trust of regular customers. The old man began to protest how this brat dared to ask the elder to deal with such a matter. Gook resisted strongly and refused, and the hero decided to offer him a deal. In return, he would have a duel with him every 5 days. The guys set off on a long journey through forests and mountains, trying to shorten the path as much as possible. Tired from the long journey, they decided to make a stop and settled on the edge in the middle of a green forest. Cholu drank water in big gulps, trying to quench his thirst. The heat was unbearable, and it was stuffy in the forest. Almost a week had passed since they left, and Sim was worried about how things were at home, if everything was okay. Tightly screwing the flask, the warrior asked what exactly he was worried about, Jin or the shop. If it was about the shop, Cholu laughed loudly, then there was the old man, and it even suited him. He was doing great. Sim had trained him well, and the old man turned out to be capable and caught up with the hero in skills in 3 days. The big guy praised Sim for coming up with leaving the old man in charge, but the guy sharply stopped him. Something was in the forest. The swordsman, with a sharp eye, noticed movement in the forest amid the fog. Someone was approaching them directly. A wounded and battered man was dragging his battle comrade on his back with his last strength. Noticing the heroes, he collapsed weakly to the ground. He was already in a severe condition and could neither resist nor even bypass them. The stranger was covered in numerous cuts and various wounds. All his clothes were torn. Cholu precisely determined that these were not animal marks, but traces of a battle. He was alive, and it was a miracle despite having lost a lot of blood and received so many injuries. Sim examined the second person being carried on the back, and he was in much worse condition, almost on the brink of life and death. He needed to be given water and energized, and further everything depended on himself. The hero had decent skills in first aid and tactical medicine. He applied his abilities, which once saved the lives of his brothers from the squad in the demonic sect. Sim performed energy manipulations, transferring strength and reducing the pain of the injured, trying to bring him back to a more or less normal state. Cholu provided first aid to the second stranger and asked about the condition of the first. Sim replied that he would live and the crisis had passed. The hero inquired whether he should transfer strength to the other person as well, worrying about his condition. But the warrior answered that it was not necessary. He had only a few scratches, just dehydration. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, the boys were shot at with arrows, clearly trying to kill without identifying the target. The big guy reacted in time, blocking the volley with a sweeping strike. His diamond-like body was not so easy to pierce. The swordsman also easily dodged the attack, catching one of the arrows with his hand. With his skills, it was no trouble. Many warriors came out from different sides, surrounding the boys. Archers hid in the bushes and behind trees, covering the vanguard. Meeting the enemies, Cholu was already preparing to deal with them, while Shin was near the wounded in case of a flank attack. The big guy asked in his style what kind of kids were fooling around here, wanting to get to know them better. The enemies were clearly not in the mood for dialogue, and the first two from the squad rushed to attack the warrior. Clenching his strong fist, the big guy swung. He did not need a sword, his whole body was a deadly weapon. A few quick moves and the opponent's swords were broken into pieces. He disarmed them with his bare hands. Throwing the first brave ones back, the rest immediately hesitated, realizing things were heating up. Two archers decided to catch Cholu off guard, shooting stealthily from cover. The attack could have struck the warrior. Noticing their cunning plan, the hero threw the caught arrow to intercept, to repel the attack and protect his friend. Flying along a curved trajectory, it knocked down 2 arrows that the archers shot at the warrior. Drawing the next arrow from his quiver, one of the archers shouted that these were not humans but some kind of monsters. Raising his hand, the squad commander loudly commanded and stopped all attacks, understanding that if he continued, he would lose the entire squad. He made a wise decision, showing a respectful gesture and saying that it seemed they had greatly underestimated the enemy. Smirking, Cholu mocked the enemies, saying that they attacked intending to kill immediately, but as soon as they sensed danger, they tucked their tails like puppies. The warriors of the squad were outraged and shouted at their commander, asking why he tolerated this, wanting to destroy the audacious strangers. The leader explained that those they helped were the killers of their teacher and apologized for his fighters who acted rashly. Turning to Sim, the big man said with a smile that it really brought back memories, once they were like that too. He looked at the wounded stranger, realizing that he probably acted the same way, chasing the enemy in anger and hatred. Addressing the squad leader, Sim said that if they did not want trouble, they should get lost. The warriors reacted aggressively, saying that if they did not retreat, they would become enemies of all Murim. The hero indifferently repeated their phrase about being enemies of all Murim. The young man was not scared at all. Cholu added that their teacher must be a very famous person since they throw around such words. The guys deliberately provoked the enemy to find out more information, and one of the soldiers shouted that their teacher is one of the 8 heavenly swords, but the commander angrily shut his mouth. The sensible leader apologized again for his brothers. It turned out their teacher was dying, and they were all on edge. Demonstratively picking at his ear, Cholu said that it didn't concern him at all, and if their master was taken down by a bunch of pathetic bandits, then he wasn't such a great master after all. The warriors growled, or gritting their teeth like rabid dogs about to break free from their owner's chain. One of them lost control and emotion, and with a shout of "Die!" jumped at the big guy, raising his sword. Cholu was about to knock his head off with his huge fist when someone stopped the enemy by grabbing him by the collar. Some caught him just in time by the scruff of the neck, thus saving the poor guy's life and stopping him midair. The leader didn't even notice how the hero moved from his place. Impressed by the speed, he opened his mouth in surprise. Turning the flying enemy in another direction, the hero threw him at the leader's feet like a rag. Cholu shouted offendedly as if his bread was taken away, and the commander replied for him to calm down since their teacher was dying and anyone would lose it in such a situation. In an authoritative tone, the hero said his patience was running out and added that they should get out of here. Warriors from the squad asked why Sim was helping the killers, and the hero replied that they themselves had just shot and attacked, and at that moment they lost their right to speak of justice. Realizing that nothing would be achieved, the leader gave a command and turned the squad around, leaving. Sim watched the departing ones until they disappeared from sight, wary of a sudden attack. Kicking the stranger they had saved, Chol told him to stop pretending and tell them everything. Startled, realizing he had been found out, the young man rose slightly and leaned against a stone. He regained consciousness but was still weak. Sim turned to him and said that he must tell everything. What had just happened was the most he could do to help. Falling at his feet, the man began bowing to the ground, thanking for the help, and promised he would never forget the kindness. Meanwhile, in the Nagman clan camp, their leader meditated in the temple, cleansing his mind and will. Nagman Hu sat like a statue in complete silence, staring at one point, concentrating energy. Someone quietly knocked on the window, and the leader noticed a silhouette. It was his brother, and Ho allowed him to enter. The brother made a respectful greeting gesture, hoping he was not disturbing, and the Lord himself wanted to see him and asked how things were with the Hahu clan. A young youth named Sun reported that Elder Gyan personally delivered a letter of apology. The leader was outraged by what they caused at the festival. He believed that clans should not quarrel among themselves. Especially now, it was a pitiful sight. The demonic sect left their territory, and he did not expect them to dare so openly cross the border. It turned out that the Murim alliance had to yield to their demands and let through the squad, chasing the traitor who stole the sacred relic. Leader Hu did not know the details about the traitor and asked where this person was now. The young man reported that this person had a special aura, and he was currently being tracked. Soon his location would be known. The leader pondered, silently looking ahead. Sun became worried and asked what was wrong, realizing the situation was much more complicated than he thought. The guys suggested that perhaps their goal was not just to catch the traitor, they might have hidden motives. The wise leader, calculating everything in advance, thought that now the sect was given full freedom of action. They could now spy on all clans and use this chance to scout territories and expand influence. The brother noted that the demonic path had been in chaos lately, and factions were fighting among themselves. The young man suggested that to extinguish the fire at home, they were expanding outward, and as soon as the sect unites, it will not remain within its borders. Having made a decision, the leader gave the order for Sun to tell the leader of the Blue Wind Squad that they must find that traitor first. Reaching the nearest town, which was close to the monk's temple, The guys decided to stop by to replenish food supplies and have a snack. A group of warriors sat at the table and were talking animatedly, discussing the demonic sect and how those bastards behave as if it were their own yard. They were discussing why the Muriam Alliance is not taking any action and that even the Nagman clan is just watching. One of the men was very outraged to learn that the Alliance had ordered everyone to stand aside and not interfere. Everyone says different things, some that the sect bribed them with money, others that it politely asked for cooperation. Suddenly, a huge hand interrupted the conversation, striking the huge jug on the table so hard that even the saucers jumped. Bowing over the warriors, Cholu asked to join them at the table, saying he accidentally overheard an interesting conversation. Generously pouring the men from his large jug, he asked them to tell in more detail what they had heard. The men told everything they had heard, that they say the sect is looking for a traitor who stole the sacred relic, but no one knows for sure. Having heard all he needed, the big man politely bowed out, saying it was just ordinary gossip, and thanked them for the company. Sim sat at the neighboring table and heard everything. It seemed nothing serious, but he was interested in who could be that traitor. If he managed to steal the relic, who could it be, and dare to do such a thing? He would have had to take on all the major forces. Cholu suggested that it could have been one of their old villain acquaintances, Kwanpa, but he does not have such skills and would not have enough courage. Getting ready for the road, the young man suggested to forget about it, since the affairs of the demonic sect no longer concerned them. Now the temple, which was already before them, was more important. The temple was located high in the mountains, and the guys, having rested a little and prepared supplies, set off on their journey. The next day, they were already at the entrance. A tall wooden arch with the inscription Shaolin Temple towered above their heads. As a donation to the temple, the guys specially prepared several gold ingots. Having delivered the donation, the hero asked if there was some established amount, and the monk did not even know how to answer. The bald abbot of the reception hall, Muyo, was grateful for the generosity. It was even more than enough. The monk said it was simply an incredible amount and did not want to take it. But Sim insisted and asked to stay with them for a few days after the hard road. The guy allowed them to stay, but warned that the first imperial uncle was currently in the monastery and places were tight. Bowing, the hero told the monk not to worry about it. They were unpretentious and could even spend the night in the barn. The young man politely opened the door to the guests and asked them to follow him. He would show them their rooms. Following the monk, the friends communicated mentally among themselves. Cholu told the commander why he gave away a whole fortune. And the commander explained that if they had to steal from them, it was better to pay honestly first. Besides, he had heard that if you make a large donation, Shaolin would provide housing. The territory of the temple and the scale were impressive. There were many trees everywhere and an incredible atmosphere of peace and tranquility. Smiling, the bald monk asked what had brought them here. The guy was very curious. The hero lied, but quite plausibly, saying that he and his friend were returning from Zhengzhou and decided to stop by to pray. The monk led the guys to a small house where the disciples lived and said that he could accommodate them there. The house was old and full of cracks. Each had their own small room, like a prison cell. Cholu wanted to object, but Sim shut him up. The bald man sincerely apologized for the inconvenience and added that they had to place them in the disciples' area. The conditions were modest, but there was no other place. Sim thanked him, saying that they did not come here for luxury and everything was fine, so the monk should not worry. He politely said goodbye, wishing them a good rest and peace of mind, and if anything, to contact him with any questions. The guys watched him go, amazed by this man, wondering how they could live in such conditions all their lives. Looking at his friend, the hero told Cholu that they should be more careful, and he asked why. Sim asked the warrior to be more restrained. They could not relax here, and he had released his aura several times. The commander explained that every time this happened, the monk's gaze changed. He might not have understood the power, but he clearly suspected something. For Cholu, this young man seemed like an ordinary guy, but Sim said that he was not simple and hid himself very well. The warrior understood and admitted that he had indeed relaxed a little, promising to keep himself in check, but they decided not to show themselves until night so that no one would figure them out. When night fell on the monastery, the guys left their hiding place and decided to explore everything here. A meeting of the temple elders was taking place in the council building. They were discussing how things were going in the monastery. The monk who received Sim and Chikolu was delayed and entered last, carefully closing the door behind him. He apologized for the delay, and the members of the meeting were understanding, as he had a very hard day. As the head of the reception hall, he had a lot of work due to the number of new visitors. The strict abbot of the Hall of Heavenly Kings, Gunhu, praised the young youth for his efforts, adding that he was doing quite well. "Even if it is hard, you must hold on. People have traveled a long way to get to the temple," said Abbot Gunsu. Bowing in respect, the young monk expressed understanding and said he would try his best. Gunsu asked the young man how the guests behaved in the pavilion of white clothes. He was worried that they might cause problems. Mew said that the guests initially behaved provocatively, but after the commander's warning, they calmed down. There were many halls in the monastery, and each had its own abbot. Gunyon, the caretaker of the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas, asked anxiously what was happening with Jinwei and why they were so tense. It turned out that the imperial uncle was too ill to make any decisions, and the great mentor is trying to take Jinwei under control, and the two warring sides are now in the temple. A complicated situation has developed in the Shaolin Temple. They might get involved in a political conflict. One of the eldest abbots of the hall, the Manchu Gunsin, asked the young Mu to be very attentive and prevent any incidents. The young man said that the abbot should not worry, he would do his best, and addressed Gunsu, mentioning there was another important matter. The monk looked sternly at the youth, thinking that he was about to talk about another problem with new visitors. Mu reported a large donation in the form of 2 gold ingots worth about 100 liang. 2 men asked to stay overnight and pray. Rummaging through the prayer beads in his hand, the monk was inwardly very glad, as the temple needed support more than ever before. The senior abbot in white robes, Gunsel, was surprised, wondering if they wanted nothing else, and inquired if they had said anything. The young monk did not understand what the abbot was hinting at. To him, it was suspicious, as no one just gives such money for nothing. The youth clarified that they said nothing, but rumors were circulating that someone from their clan was suffering from a strange illness. The senior abbot Gunsin, addressing the youth, added that if someone was ill, the temple could help, and even a small restorative pill could assist. Hearing that the elder wanted to donate pills, the abbot of the medical hall, Gong Chu, immediately objected, saying it was wasteful and they themselves lacked them. The old man became angry upon hearing the objection, reproaching Gong Chu for forgetting how they gave away the last great restorative pill and saved the princess, after which they received a huge donation. Hearing that the medicine had run out, the heroes watching from above revealed themselves with a quiet whisper. One of the monks noticed this, looking up and listening carefully to make sure he hadn't misheard. The monks themselves did not know that this was the last pill. They were sure there should be another one in the Dharma Hall. The elder, who noticed the spies, suddenly jumped up and shouted, releasing a stream of power upwards. Trying to destroy those who were eavesdropping, he pierced the roof with a powerful beam of energy. Stones and tiles flew high into the sky. Looking into the breach, he tried to see who was there, but the guys managed to escape in time, realizing they had been noticed. Everyone understood what was happening and that they needed to find and capture the uninvited guests. Information leakage could not be allowed. The monks literally sprang from their seats. Several of them immediately rushed into the gap at the very top of the roof. Jumping off the roof, the heroes tried to hide in the twilight, fleeing from the monks who were pursuing them. The elder was already standing at the building's threshold. Noticing the strangers, he shouted loudly, stopping them. Cholu reproached the commander for revealing himself like a novice, although he himself had ordered to be more careful. Sim admitted the mistake. He did not expect to hear that the great restorative pill had run out. The warrior was already warming up his fists. He preferred this scenario of events more than sneaking, and he wanted to test the legendary monk's strength. Pointing at the heroes, the elder of the monks ordered to stop the enemies. He was furious at how they dared to invade here. As if out of nowhere, the guards appeared. They rushed into attack, ready to fight to the death. The enemies were approaching, and the heroes decided not to delay. They needed to act quickly, and the pill was a priority. Koru turned to Sim and asked if he really did not trust him. He could handle everyone himself. Sim trusted, and knew that Koru would manage, but they needed to speed up before reinforcements arrived, so he decided he would fight too. The hero gave the order not to kill anyone and decided to take on the strongest, while Choru was to deal with the rest. The warrior agreed, as they were doing this for the younger one, and he did not want to bring trouble with unnecessary bloodshed. The first approaching monk delivered a strong blow to the warrior's chest, but Choru did not even flinch. The bald man was extremely surprised. The opponent's body was like stone, and a sharp pain pierced his wrist. The young man grabbed at his hand, not understanding what it was, and the warrior reproached him for inexperience, saying that if the opponent looks open, one should think before attacking like that. He was approaching this young man, not paying attention to the monks hitting him with sticks from behind. Gathering his will into a fist, the monk decided to strike with his other hand, and Cholu offered his fist, blocking the attack. A loud crack of bones was heard, and the monk's arm broke like a dry branch, tearing the sleeve of his tunic. The Ball brothers shouted and began to attack all together again, trying to break through the strong man's defense. Like a mountain he stood, tensing all his muscles. Various strikes rained from all sides but could not cause damage. The hero even got bored, thinking it was a good massage. One could fall asleep like this. How could he drive away these annoying flies without killing them? After the failed attempt to break through the strong man, the monks retreated, wondering what kind of monster this was. Several of them hurried to help their brother with the broken arm. They were shocked that he broke his arm trying to break the enemy. Trying to tease the monks a little, Cholu decided to mock them, saying he had heard a lot about their strength but was now disappointed. Anger flared on their faces. How dare he insult the honor of Shaolin, looking them straight in the eyes. With renewed strength, the Ball men rushed into battle. Swinging their sticks, Cholu even stepped back, feeling their fury. He took a strong blow to the collarbone, but it only provoked him, and the warrior counterattacked. A blow to the sternum lifted the monk off the ground, breaking several ribs, but without serious internal injuries. The staff flew out of his hands, and he was thrown to the side, almost knocking down the nearest tree. The hero did not forget the commander's order, and he felt very uncomfortable fighting. Trying not to kill anyone, he let a whole series of stick attacks from many opponents pass by. He was already starting to get annoyed. They were hitting him like a mattress, knocking out dust, and it was humiliating. Catching one of the sticks, the warrior easily broke it like a straw. He was no longer joking. While he was dealing with this minor issue, a more elite fighter sneaked up from behind and tried to knock out the warrior with a kick and a jump. The monk used all his strength, putting it into this strike, and hit it right in Cholu's chest. At that moment, the warrior realized he was facing a truly strong enemy, whose blows made him stagger. From the force of the kick, his feet slid several meters across the stone floor of the Shaolin monastery. Feeling that the energy of the blood monk, which reflects blows, began to retreat, Cholu was surprised. Lying with a broken leg, the monk could not believe that he had delivered one of the strongest strikes of the Shaolin school and broken his leg with reflected damage. This only fueled the warrior's excitement. After all, the monks did not disappoint him with their praised techniques. The next opponent used an even more sophisticated technique, quickly and powerfully delivering blow after blow in bursts, pushing Cholu backward. The series of attacks was excellent and effective. The big guy had to try hard to stay on his feet. The senior monks watching the duel noticed the skill of the junior. His strength had noticeably increased. Cholu spat a clot of blood onto the broken stone floor. The opponent managed to inflict damage. Bending down and wiping the corner of his lips from blood, the big guy smiled, watching the reaction of the enemies. With bulging eyes, they looked at the smirking Cholu. All their attacks were futile, and he hadn't even properly attacked yet. While they were watching the fight, Sim was already standing behind their backs, asking his friend if he had really relaxed. Hearing this, one of the monks sharply turned around, not expecting that the enemy was already behind and had crept up so quietly. The hero acted like the wind and was elusive to the eye. With one movement, he knocked out the enemies. The monks barely managed to notice him out of the corner of their eyes, and he was already changing his position like a shadow. One by one, he seemed to switch them off. Delivering precise blows, the opponents fell unconscious to the ground. Seeing that his comrades were falling one after another, the monk in despair began to use an even stronger skill. He concentrated all his inner energy and with a shout released it at his enemy. No one could withstand this power. The hero stood unflinchingly, not trying to dodge. A bright flash of power was approaching him. Reaching out his hand, the young man stopped the strike with the power of his mind, causing an explosion of sparks that scattered in all directions. Impressed by the hero's skill and strength, he already understood that he could not cope with this impossible man. Approaching closely, Sim also disabled him, like the other enemies, by snapping his 2 fingers. Uttering only one word, Amitabha, the monk fell asleep, landing harshly face down on the cold floor. Feeling danger, the youth suddenly froze, staring into the void. Someone was on the roof of the gate arch. The hiding, invisible man gave himself away by attacking. Something insanely strong was approaching at high speed. The hero sent his thought to Cholu to be cautious. Something is approaching, and its aura is no joke. The warrior could no longer react in time. The flight speed of this weapon exceeded his reaction and ability to block the attack. The warrior felt the inevitable blow but was unable to turn around. Time seemed to stop for him. The friend would definitely have died if Sim had not stopped the flying artifact with both palms. He caught this deadly weapon. Cholu turned around, amazed at the speed of his commander, who was saving his life not for the first time. On the gate roof stood two abbots. The strongest of the monks looked at the hero, blocking the way. The bearded elder looked sternly at the boys who had just been hiding on the roof and eavesdropping on them. The young man threw the ancient staff back to the old man, boldly replying that he was returning it to its owner. The monk easily caught his wooden staff and looked piercingly, studying this young and unusual guy. The elder wondered how this young man managed to catch his staff so easily, since he had put considerable power into it. Deciding to attack openly, the abbot made a graceful swing, causing the air around him to boil. A moment later, the elder sprang from his place, fearlessly launching an attack. The hero did not even expect such ferocity from the old man. The hero had long not used his blade, and this time he gracefully drew it from its sheath. The abbot used the Ruyi staff technique. It was the legendary weapon of Shaolin monks. Swinging the sword, a young man easily deflected the attacks, shattering the released energy clusters. At the same time, he made a counterattack, not waiting for the elder's next assault. As they say, the best defense is offense. The old man tried to deflect the power flow with the staff and swung broadly at it, hoping to block. The artifact did not withstand the collision and was broken, and the monk was thrown backward by a strong blow. The old man skillfully landed on his feet, maintaining balance while the tiles that made up the floor cracked and flew in different directions. Making a circular motion and swinging the staff's handle like a magic wand, the abbot threw it at Sim. The hero did not even blink, dodging the throw. His reflexes were faster than anyone could imagine. The old man was already flying, attacking him from above in a jump, enveloped in power, ready to crush the enemy with a heel strike. Sticking his blade into the floor, the young man decided to switch to hand-to-hand combat, as his opponent was also disarmed. The hero swung to block the attack, calculating the trajectory of the abbot's strike. The enemy finished the attack with a kick, crashing into Sim's fist. The force of the blow made everything around tremble. The monk hoped to smash his enemy's skull using a cunning trick, but it was not to be. His strike was parried. While the old man had not yet recovered, the young man was already preparing the next blow, intending to shatter the abbot's defense to dust. The second attack was made immediately. The enemy had not even landed on the ground, and the force of the blow, as expected, completely broke through the defense. The third strike was already on target at the same second. The abbot only had time to think that this was the end. He had already closed his eyes, ready to accept defeat and death, but the young man stopped. He understood that killing would lead to inevitable consequences. Not understanding why he was still alive, the old man slightly opened one eye. Could it be that the guy stopped? The hero stood a few meters from the monk, leaving the old man puzzled, having given him life. Turning his gaze to the second abbot, he asked why he was not trying to stop him. Sim asked, could it be that he really was just going to stand and watch his colleague die? Materializing clumps of fog under his feet, the elder slowly descended. He explained that he had not seen the intention to kill, so he did not intervene. According to him, he did not have long left, but he still had the instinct to understand this. He respectfully addressed the hero and clarified whether he was right in thinking that they bore no malice. Understanding that it was hard to believe, Sim confirmed that they had no hostile intentions. In response, the older man cried out, accusing them of eavesdropping on the meeting, and that was already considered bad intentions. Sim nodded affirmatively, but was not going to justify himself, apologize, or retreat. The goal was set. The young man proudly said that if they had come with evil, they would not have been so lenient. Watching how the monks tried to break Cholu, and he simply restrained their blows, the leader acknowledged the obvious. Throughout the entire battle, the strongman did not deliver a single lethal strike. He simply disarmed opponents, stunned them, and broke limbs from time to time. He was already getting bored, and he decided to turn up the heat on the monks, testing the boys' endurance. In a second, he knocked out 3, breaking a couple of ribs and knocking out a jaw. These young monks were like seeds to him. 3 opponents lay on the floor, unable to continue fighting. The remaining one stood bravely, ready to attack again, with not a drop of fear in him. Seeing that Cholu was just standing, not intending to finish them off, he bent over his brother, who had many bruises and fractures. Frowning, Sim shouted to Cholu not to get carried away with the kids, reminding him that no one should be killed. Turning to the elders, he suggested stopping the fight. There was no point anymore. Everything was obvious. Before he could finish speaking, Something caught his eye. He felt a thirst for blood from one of the monks. The hero was very surprised. Monks trained to restrain themselves in all their lives. And here was such a strong desire to kill. The young man who tried to help his brother suddenly flared with an aura of rage so powerful that even the devil himself would envy it. The student's eyes flared with hatred. He seemed to have lost himself and forgotten everything he had learned. Cholu clearly did not expect this from a 16-year-old rookie and smiled with delight, anticipating an interesting fight. The boy's face twisted, veins bulged on his face, and emanating new strength, he rushed forward at Cholu. The attack was aimed at the big guy's eyes. The long, thin arm was right in front of Cholu's face at that moment. The warrior realized that something ancient had taken hold of the boy, instinctively making the youth aware of the weak spot in the diamond body. He dodged the attack and counterattacked, but it was all in vain. The warrior did not expect such speed from the opponent and took a knee strike to the jaw. In midair, the monk gave the big guy a good hit, who had clearly relaxed, toying with the small fry. Landing behind the warrior, he was ready to attack again. The thirst for blood completely possessed the monk. Bending and twisting his joints, he jumped at Cholu again, raising his staff for a strong attack. The blow landed on the sternum. The warrior held on but did not expect such force. The speed and frequency of attacks were colossal. The brothers could not believe what they were seeing. The youth alone was doing what they could not achieve as a crowd. Cholu parried the enemy's next vertical swing, and the blow glanced off without touching him. The youth attacked again and again, continuing his jumps and vertical attacks. The power was great, but skill was lacking. Cholu retreated again, and the monk's staff struck the ground right at the warrior's feet, thundering and deafening everyone around. The two stood, drilling each other with their gaze. Smoke and dust raised by the furious blows surrounded them. Cholu smiled, carefully studying this young man, curious about what had provoked such a change. His face even changed, a snarl like a wild beast and a hungry look, as if he wanted to tear the enemy to pieces and bathe in blood. The abbots understood what was happening to the young man. They hoped he had suppressed it, but he was still unable to control his power. The chief monk commented that the star of the heavenly killer is a nature granted by the heavens, a curse of the heavens. A man cannot fully suppress it. The leader believed that the young man had at least partially managed, but he was wrong. When cornered, the true nature burst out. Watching the fight, the elder realized that Cholu was deliberately holding back to gauge the level of the monk's bloody aura. Having found out everything he was interested in, Cholu finally decided to counterattack. The enemy predictably rushed at him headlong, and the warrior was already ready to knock the boy out. One blow literally knocked the spirit out of the monk. If he had been in a normal state, not in a trance, it surely would have been fatal. The staff shattered into pieces, and its owner, against the backdrop of the moon, epically soared upward from the force of the blow. All beaten and broken, he spat foam like a mad dog. It was clear he did not feel pain, but he no longer had the strength to get up. Looking at the poor guy, Cholu spoke out, saying that the guy has a thirst for blood like an Asura, but lacks skill. Warming up his fist, Cholu was about to finish off this demon, since there was nothing left of the monk in him. Feeling danger from behind, the warrior noticed the approaching elder out of the corner of his eye. Immediately making an attack, he delivered multiple strikes, understanding that the opponent was from the top league. All the strikes glanced off, as if it were an illusion, a clever trick to distract attention. The maneuver worked. The warrior was distracted and dismayed. He had never seen anything like this before. Illusions were something new. A moment later, the elder was already standing in front of him, placing his hand on his chest, provocatively asking how strong his body was. A blow, and now the spirit was knocked out of Cholu. The strong man's feet lifted off the ground, and he was thrown to the side. His diamond body could not withstand such a blow. The defense was broken, and the guy took damage. The elder moved after him, trying to finish him off until Cholu got back on his feet and resisted. The strong man was thrown a considerable distance, breaking the monastery's stone floor with his back. Noticing that his friend was in trouble, Sim jumped in for him, making an attack to disrupt the abbot's aim. An experienced monk easily blocked the strike, deflecting it with his fist. But the youth's plan worked, and he gained a little time for Cholu. From the explosion of the collision of blows, the elder staggered, sliding on the stone and slightly losing his balance. Looking at the hero, he was struck that his thunderous fist barely blocked the attack, even though he was hitting almost at full strength. The elder could not understand how such a master could remain unknown, and to this day it is unknown who he is. While the old man examined Sim, Cholu, shaking off stones and dust, angrily got to his feet. The warrior was very angry at the monk. The opponent used an internal destruction technique that Cholu hated. Rising to his feet, the warrior thanked the elder for the lesson and promised that as a reward he would send the old man to heaven straight to his Buddha. Concentrating the most powerful energy in his staff, the elder praised the warrior, saying his body was indeed strong, but would it withstand the next blow? The strong man accepted the challenge, gathering his spirit, his aura threateningly blazing with bright blue flames. Behind the abbot, an incredible amount of energy gathered, like a small sun. It blazed, barely contained. The hero appeared out of nowhere between them. Stopping the fight, looking at no one, he said in a neutral tone, "Enough." The wise elder understood him and lowered his staff, unwilling to spill blood in this sacred place. Cholu asked the commander to step aside. He was still very angry at that abbot for that blow of internal destruction. The hero politely explained to his friend that he understood his feelings, but this fight ends here. Cholu cursed and was angry, but could do nothing. The commander said they needed to stop because in the end the decision was not theirs. The elder confirmed, striking his staff demonstratively, and asked to explain why they came and what they wanted. The hero immediately replied that they needed the great restorative pill. That was exactly why they came. The monks gasped at the demand made by the strangers. They understood that this thing was priceless. The abbot, noticing their presence in the council hall, thought so. They revealed themselves when the pill was mentioned and showed their true nature. The senior abbot laughed in response, asking if the Anosha understood what he was really asking for. Looking straight into Simu's eyes, the monk explained that this was the greatest legendary item of all Shaolin. Its value lies not only in its properties but also in how difficult it is to create. Uttering his speech, the bald man asked what he could offer in return. The sounds of battle subsided in the monastery square. The abbot wished to hear the reason why the young man needed the great restorative pill. He demanded an explanation, and then he would decide whether to give it or carry it to the grave. Without going into details, the hero said that his sister was ill and that this pill was needed to cure her. The bearded man shouted that it was a lie and a completely worthless excuse, but the elder calmed him down. The senior abbot explained that the great restorative pill was not a panacea for all diseases, and that when it comes to treatment, the doctor is much more important than the medicine itself. He suggested that Sim consult their monastery healer, assuring that he was very talented, but Sim said that even the doctors from the House of the Living Immortal could not help her. The abbot thought for a second, then said it was really useless, and understood why they needed the pill so much. This pill was the last one in their temple, and with full seriousness, he asked what the hero would do if he refused him. Without fear of death, the young man answered that he would take it at any cost, and they would not be able to stop him. Even if they all stood in his way, risking their lives, he was ready to do anything. To save his sister, the hero was even ready to descend into hell and fight the devil himself. The elder pondered, making a difficult decision for all the Shaolin monks, on which their future depended. Another abbot, Gunyon, clearly did not want to give anything, and shouted that the temple disciples were not afraid of death. It was aggressive, and Cholu also responded, gritting his teeth, asking the commander if maybe they should not hesitate and smash this crowd. The sage struck his staff again, covering everyone's mouth, asking Cholu how he reached such a level with such a character. Taking a step forwards, he added that yes, these children are not afraid of death, but he thinks otherwise. Understanding the decision the leader made, Gunyon was outraged, but the elder told him to think, the lives of the old mean nothing. But what about these children? Looking at his colleague, he said strictly that it is these young people who must be responsible for the future of Shaolin, and if they disappear, Shaolin will have no future. The monk finally realized that he was wrong, and they had no choice but to give the pill. The owner of the pill was already determined, few knew, but the pill is intended for the one who will become the sword of Shaolin. Looking at the elder deer, Sim did not quite understand, and such a choice for Shaolin sounded strange. Looking at the boy who had just fought with Cholu, the elder said that this is the role of the sword. It would have been better if this never happened, but if necessary, he must shed blood without hesitation. If he gives the pill now, the sword on which the future generations rely will rust. Understanding what the abbot was hinting at, Sim asked directly what he wanted and was ready to give even his life. The sage explained that he would give Sim a chance to save his sister, not through robbery or theft, but through a deal. Realizing there was no other way, either agree or kill the innocent, Sim bowed his head and said he would do everything in his power. Looking at the hero, the monk explained that the condition was simple. If he takes the pill, he must become the sword of Shaolin. Sim was surprised that they did not ask for anything material like gold or something else. The temple was not so poor as to need gold, and obtaining a debt from such a master was much more valuable. Perhaps one day his hands would be in blood again, but that was much better than shedding the blood of innocence now. Without much thought, Sim made his decision and agreed. The decision was made, and everyone obeyed. The senior abbot, striking his staff, ordered the pill to be brought. The moon brightly illuminated everything around and added mystery to this deal that would determine the hero's fate. The abbot brought an ancient, beautiful box adorned with gold and carved from ancient golden oak. Opening the box, he saw a small sphere filled with the power and energy of life. It emitted a pleasant, warming heat, like a hot water bottle. The leader, smiling, handed over the pill and asked if he was satisfied to have received what he wanted. Folding his palms, the hero bowed in response and, thanking the monk, swore to keep his word. The young man hurried to take his leave. He needed to rush to Jin and apologize for not being able to help with the cleaning. The heroes disappeared as they had come, as if they had never been there. With big leaps, pushing off from clumps of fog, they jumped over the monastery roofs. All the monks were beaten, but there were no life-threatening injuries, and the abbot ordered the wounded to be sent to the infirmary. The leader commented that Dr. Gongchu would have a hard time and asked about the condition of those who fought with Cholu. Some warriors had severe fractures, and they would be bedridden for at least 3 to 4 months. The guy with the thirst for blood and was also fine, and the abbot added that he finally understood how weak he was. This battle would be a good lesson for him. Thinking about the power the disciple gained when he gave in to the thirst for blood, Gunyan said it was too high a price to call it a blessing, and they took the pill away from them, he grumbled. The senior abbot just waved his hand at him, correcting that they did not take it away but exchanged it. Returning to the chambers, he asked why another condition could not have been set. He was troubled by the fact that they made such a person the sword of Shaolin. It was unthinkable for him that the temple was in such a state that it had to rely on someone else's power. Looking at the starry sky, the elder was worried. He wished it were not so, and he was anxious whether everything would go as planned. The energy of the red star of the blood wolf grows every day. Now he understood why the disciple could not control his power. The travelers did not stop all night, making their way through thorns, and decided to rest only at dawn. Cholu asked the commander to rest a little. Since they had worked so well, they could make a halt and drink a little. Uncorking the flask, Cholu poured the strong drink into his mouth and swallowed in large gulps, emptying the entire flask. Sim inquired about his well-being. The wound from the blow of that old monk still hurt, but the warrior was fine. The hero was glad that it ended this way, and that the monk was not at full strength. Otherwise, Cholu would not have gotten off so easily. The strong man did not know about this and was surprised. Sim added that if the old man had made the next strike then, they probably would not be sitting here together now. The warrior admitted that the elder's movements were incredible, and the power of the internal technique that pierced his black steel Asura chi was greater than that of the phantom dog. The warrior said that when the old man struck him in the chest, the face of that old monster, the northern demon's sword, appeared before his eyes. Sim asked his friend not to be upset. After all, this was a supreme Shaolin master. But Cholu replied that it was no consolation. Cholu always took his defeats badly and did not know how to lose. And the fact that someone else besides the commander was stronger than him hurt his pride. The warrior remembered that young monk with a thirst for blood and asked his friend what he thought of him. It was strange to see this in the monastery. The boy became crippled after unleashing his thirst for blood. They had great hopes for him, and he was that very Shaolin sword. His attacks were strong, but they could not even break through the protective chi or wounds, Cholu said. The hero said he overheard from one of the monks that he was born with the star of the heavenly killer. The warrior knew what it was. It was the very star under which the bloody emperor was born, and added, "They say those who have absorbed the essence of the heavens possess astonishing abilities." His thirst for blood shook the Asura chi. "He is definitely an unusual man," shared Cholu. It was a strange combination of Shaolin and the star of the heavenly assassin. But Sim reasonably explained, "It's good that he is in Shaolin. Maybe he will manage to learn to control it." The main thing is that they got what they needed, but they had to sign a slave contract, Sim said and looked worriedly at his friend. Smiling, he added that help must be sincere and they themselves are to blame for dulling the Shaolin sword, injuring the boy, and if that is the price for saving Jin, then he is ready to pay twice. The big guy got up, saying it was time to move before it got hot. Better to cover as much ground as possible. Sim knew that at noon it would be very stuffy and hellishly hot, and decided that then they would rest. Taking a deep breath of the pleasant morning air, the warrior froze and told the commander that he smelled blood. The hero confirmed that he also felt it, but it was unclear where it could come from in such a wilderness. Cholu thought it was pursuers, but the commander immediately dismissed this thought, since pursuers do not come already soaked in blood. The guys, like hounds, rushed towards the scent and whistled like the wind between the trees. They hurried, maybe someone needed help or was in a serious condition after a battle. Having reached the place, a terrible and eerie scene opened before them. The battlefield, the edge of the forest, was strewn with corpses. Many warriors lay in the grass. Friends anxiously looked around to see if anyone nearby could set up an ambush. Walking across the field, Sim realized that this was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Someone quickly and mercilessly slaughtered an entire garrison of soldiers. Examining the bodies, Cholu added that all the wounds were fatal, not a single inaccurate strike. The killer's technique was flawless. The cuts were clean and without the slightest hesitation. Clearly a master was at work here. Ordinary soldiers are not capable of this, he added. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Cholu noticed a familiar helmet that he had once seen on the Imperial elite. He slowly approached the corpse and